Yo, hello. Hi. Hey, I'm really excited. Oh, Equinox, hey, how are you doing? So yeah, we're playing the new Kanto, which is exciting. You wanna borrow my level 16 dex files for this round? Nope, I'm good, but thanks for the offer. I'm gonna... actually can show my team. I'm gonna just run Hey Show. I didn't play for a while. If you don't know, I had like a 2-month Limbus break, kinda. I got back to yesterday to shard everyone I need. So, you know, I did shard everyone. I fortunately had enough stockpiled. So, you know, I haven't ever used Drifting Blade of Hungan, I haven't used Vape Branch, I haven't used Heathcliff, Yo Branch. So, you know, bunch of identities I haven't used before, so that's neat. Also haven't used the Reindeer Rodion, but also I think I'm good. I feel like I don't really need to use that one. But yeah, let's get to it. Ambush in the dark. Also, there's the claw of a thread, revealed of a single strand whose beginning ends its end. We'll probably put it a bit louder. Yeah, I wanted to say that I also actually don't know what the IDs do. I should probably check that, but honestly, like, I'll be able to probably P-enter like 95% of everything we have to fight. Have the IP deposits pre-nerfed patch, or did they nerf them already? That's... why do they do it so fast? Moments become wefts and warps that crisscross into a wave.
시간은 흐르지 않고 한 자리에 엉켜진다.
And the flow of time spools in a single spot.
자, 읽어봐.
The new IDs are very fun to use. I do. The new index files looks interesting. I haven't seen the outis yet. Go on, read it. Ryoshu?
너의 첫울음과 마지막 숨결 사이.
From the echo of your first cry to the whisper of your last breath.
모든 순간의 한가운데에서 나는 너를 보고 있다.
In the heart of every moment, my eyes catch a glimpse of you.
아니, 그 글자는 그렇게 읽는 게 아니라.
No, that's not how you read those letters.
요시히데라고 읽는 거다.
Yoshihide, that's how you say it.
요슈!
Yashu!
이게 더 편하고 이쁘잖아.
It's prettier and easier.
길을 잃은 내 아이야. 돌아오는 방향을 모르겠다면.
Dear lost child of mine, should the way back home elude you?
가장 아팠던 첫 매듭을 더듬어서 되짚어라.
Follow the thread back to the very first note that hurt the most.
그 떨림이 멎는 곳에는
Where the quivering stops.
내가 있단다.
That is where you will find me.
오늘이군요.
Today's the day.
네, 오늘이네요. 팀장님 혹시...
Today's the day indeed. Boss, are you...
잠깐 떨리냐는 질문은 하지 말게. 그런 건 스스로의 연구 결과에 자신 없는 범인들이나 하는 행동이지 않나.
Hold. Please don't ask me if I'm nervous. Only ordinary unremarkable researchers with a particularly low level of confidence in their own material ever get nervous.
말하고 보니 지난번 학회 때 청심환을 한 점씩 먹고도 3초에 5번씩 손을 떨던 자가 생각나는군. 솔직히 좀 꼴사 나왔네.
Your unfinished query has reminded me of the last academic assembly. There was this fellow who simply could not stop their hands from shaking with the frequency of 5 oscillations every 3 seconds. Even after taking an entire fistful of tranquility boluses, what a miserable sight that was.
그들이 과연 내가 하는 말의 절반 이상은 알아들을 수 있을까라는 불안감을 되새기면 적당한 긴장감에 다리 정도는 떨릴지도 모르겠군. 그래도 자네들이 한번 검토해준 덕에 한결 안심이지. 자네들이 이해했다면 나머지 청중들도 이야기 정도는 따라올 테니까.
Let me put the voices louder. Oh, of course. Perhaps the fear that the attendees may not possess the intelligence to comprehend even half of my presentation may source a reasonable level of anxiety, potent enough to make my legs tremble somewhat, but I have been quite relieved of that concern after you reviewed my materials. If both of you were able to understand it, then the audience should have no problem following the general narrative.
적어도 지난번처럼 절반 넘게 숙면을 취할 일은 없을 겁니다.
At least you won't be dosing the audience chock full of your valuable sedative this time.
그러고 보니 추가 연구를 위한 협조 요청은 왜 여태껏 승인이 안 난 건지 알고 있나?
On another note, have you any clue of why our cooperation request for additional research is still pending approval?
LCA 연구 개발팀에서 계속 반려하고 있거든요. 하던 연구에나 집중하라고.
LCE R&D team has repeatedly denied our request. Apparently we are too focused solely on our present research.
까다롭게 구는군. 반려한 담당자가 누구인지 아는 게 있나?
Rather narrow-minded bunch, aren't they? Do we know specifically who denied our request?
지난번 학회에서 청심환을 한 줌씩 먹고도 손을 떨던 그 부팀장분이요. 팀장님이 코웃음을 치셨던 것에 대한 앙금이 아직 안 풀리셨나 봐요.
The assistant manager who simply could not stop their hands from shaking, even after taking entire fistful of tranquility boluses. It seems pretty obvious that they are still carrying the grudge from when you scoffed at them.
그랬던 건가?
Is that so?
아마 이번 발표가 끝나면 그자도 별말 못하고 승인할 걸세.
Well,
기존 연구는 이제 더할 나위 없을 정도로 진척되었으니.
they'll have no choice but to approve our request after this presentation. Our present research has already progressed beyond the point of satisfaction after all. I did finish reading Leviathan yesterday, by the way. I guess it might have been today, like it was probably after midnight, but yeah.
압류.
Of course, boss, of course.
아무래도 안 되겠군. 개인적인 호기심을 풀이하기 위한 추가 연구이긴 해도 회사에 이익이 될 연구이면 틀림이 없네.
This won't do. Though the motivation behind my additional research request was to sate a personal curiosity, I have no doubts in my mind that it will end up benefiting the company's bottom line.
마튼, 혹시 내가 어제 만든 추가 연구 계획서는 챙겼나? 예상되는 성과를 눈앞에 들이밀면 LCA에서도 승인하지 않고서는 못 베기겠지.
Martin, do you have our additional research proposal with you? Even the LCE will have no recourse but to approve it once they see the projected gains from its success.
그건 따로 필요하지 않을 것 같아 연구실에 두고 왔는데요.
Oh, that. I left it back at the research hall. Didn't think we'd need it today.
그 연구에서 성과를 거둔다면 시설실의 전력 효율도 높일 수 있을 걸세. 안 그래도 지금 하고 있는 실험이 워낙 전력을 많이 잡아먹어서 가용 전력이 영 간당간당하지 않나.
Successful outcome of that research should also be able to boost the efficiency of our electrical systems. I'm sure the need for more power is a mutual concern. We already have precious little to spare with how much energy our present research consumes.
연구실 난방기에 쓰는 전력도 아깝다고 다 같이 추위에 떨면서 실험했었죠. 저는 에고 장비 덕에 따뜻했지만.
Yeah, we know. We even had to conduct our experiments in the freezing cold because we rerouted power from the heating systems to save electricity. Well, I stay toasty thanks to my eco gear, but still.
아무튼 계획서는 제가 가져올게요. 팀장님이랑 마튼 씨는 발표 준비에 집중하세요.
Anyway, I'll go grab the proposal. You two should focus on the presentation prep. I guess I should go.
지원 요청. 여기는 LC의 부서. 북도 YS 보부근. 긴급하게 지원 요청한다. 지금이 그러니까 코드.
Requesting support. This is LC Department. Corridor YS4. Requesting immediate support. The situation's go.
미안하구나. 그렇게 불필요하게 절단하고 싶진 않았는데
Apologies.
유감스럽게도 의식을 잃은
Yeah,
것
okay.
같으니
I will need to
대신 전하지.
learn how to wait for them
코드라고 하기에는
again.
너무 거창하고.
Apologies. I didn't wish to so unnecessarily cut him off, but as it seems he passed out, let me be the messenger instead, though I won't bother with the fancy code speak.
이곳에는 일말의 가망조차 남지 않았다.
The situation
그렇게 말하고 싶었을 거야.
The situation here is entirely hopeless, was probably what he wished to say. A few hours later. How about earlier? A good deal of time had passed since we said our heartfelt farewells to Jiahe-jun, yet we still remain stuck in Hongyuan.
오늘 출발하는 거 맞냐? 날짜 헷갈린 거 아니고?
You sure we're setting off today? Reckon you got the date wrong?
그건 아닌데 베르길리우스 씨랑 파일럿 씨를 데리고 오신다던 소드 씨까지 늦으시네요.
I'm pretty sure I didn't, but even Sodi's late, and she was supposed to get Vergilius and Pilot.
홍원 밖으로 이어지는 직통도로가 코앞이다. 소드 그자가 트럭을 타고 이 장소까지 모이라는 메모를 휘갈겨 쓰고 간 것을 볼 때 이번에는 확실할 테지.
Right ahead lies the road that leads straight to Hongyuan. Given Sodi's memo telling us to drive out here with the truck, there should be no room for error this time.
그랬으면 좋겠네요.
I sure hope that's the case.
대관원에서 나올 때 문지기 분들이 몇 시에 돌아오는지 물어보더라니까요. 저희가 아예 홍원의 정식 거주민이 된 줄 아시더라고요.
When we left Daguan Yuan earlier, the guards at the gate actually asked me what time we'd be coming back. They probably think we have taken up permanent residency here at H-Corp.
그럴만하지. 지난번부터 계속 떠난다면서 잔치상도 성대하게 2차례나 얻어먹었는데 계속 안 가고 미적지근하게 있기만 하니까.
Not surprising. After saying goodbyes left and right, not to mention 2 farewell banquets, we're still sitting here on our butts without any sign of leaving.
그러니까 이때쯤이면 항상 베르가 의미심장하게 등장해서 다음 장소로 갈 시간입니다, 단테 하고 말해줬잖아.
Exactly. By now work should have appeared out of nowhere with his usual time to move on our next destination, Dante, like he always does.
카론은 매피 출발할게 부릉부릉 하는 말도 못 들은 지 너무 오래됐고.
Then Karon would say, off we go, Mephi, vroom vroom. It's been forever since I heard her last. Yeah, it's been forever.
베르길리우스님이 지금처럼 오랫동안 저희를 떠났을 때가 있었나요?
I don't think there was ever a time where girls was gone this long.
계약 위반에 따른 추가적인 업무 배정이 있었던 것이 원인일 수 있으나 그것을 고려하더라도 부재 기간이 길어지고 있다.
The breach of contract may have led to extra workload for him, but even so, his prolonged absence remains unusual.
설마 저희를 도와주신 일 때문에 아직도...
All this just because he went out of his way to help us?
그렇지는 않습니다.
Not necessarily.
당시의 계약 위반 사항으로 인한 징계가 남아있는 것은 사실이지만 H사에서 할 수 있는 LCC와의 업무는 가시춘 씨가 가주가 된 직후에 모두 마무리되었죠.
While it is true that the penalty incurred from breaching the contract yet remains, the LCC's operation in H Corp, which he was assisting with, was immediately concluded following Jackie Chun's inauguration as the family hierarch.
다른 이유는 짐작 가는 바가 없구려.
I fail to think of any other reasons apart from that. Vergilius and Charon would always be away whenever we travel to a new place. But yeah, never for this long.
이번에도 같은 일로 자리를 비우신 걸까요?
Maybe he's just off doing whatever he usually does when spending time with Charon? Everyone turned to look at Faust.
베르길리우스 씨가 자리를 비우는 이유에 대해서 아직 여러분에게 공유드릴 수 있는 정보는 없습니다.
At this point, there is no information that can be shared regarding Vergilius' absence. What if Vergilius fucking died? That would be actually crazy. But yeah, I don't think that's what happened. That would be kind of crazy. Maybe we can ask Vergilius when he gets here?
그 양반이 자기 목적지를 밝힐 리가 있겠어? 우리한테 맨날 어디 가야만 한다고 말하지.
You honestly reckon he'd say a word about where he was? That book only ever tells us where to go, never where he's off to.
맞소! 만날 카론군과 둘만 아이스크림 먹으러 가고!
Verily, and never had he deigned to bring us any of his ice cream trips. Save young Charon.
혹시 후욕을 순회하면서 그곳의 특산물을 모조리 섭렵하고 돌아오는 것은?
Who, perchance, his path is that of culinary journey to sample the unique specialties of each district.
이게 무슨
Yeah, I kinda doubt
모임도
that.
아니고 그딴 이유겠냐?
Be serious for one sec, lass. This isn't a foodie tour.
저희의 길을 안내해 주는 것과 별개로
Aside from guiding our path,
베르길리우스 씨에게도 가야 할 자신의 길이 있을 뿐이겠죠.
it may simply be that Vergilius has a path of his own to walk. I've got no idea what his path would even look like. Well, I at least know his motivations now that I read Leviathan yesterday. We are only here to follow the journey as guided by Vergilius. We know neither the path he has walked, nor the path he seeks to walk. No, I do know. I wonder if he'll ever share his history with us one day.
길잡이야 껄핏하면 자리를 비우니까 그렇다 쳐도 소드는 왜 안 오는 건데?
I suppose he's been his usual absentee self, but it don't explain why Saudi ain't here, does it?
늦어도 우리가 늦었지. 자기가 지각해서 우릴 이렇게 내버려 둔다고?
We've been late plenty of times, yeah, but it ain't like the last to keep us hanging.
작전에 변경점이라도 생긴 건 아닐까?
Maybe there's been a change of plans?
보통 작전 중 연락이 두절되는 이유는
When an operation goes dark without warning,
변경이 아니라 변수 때문일 가능성이 높지.
it's usually due to an unforeseen variable, not a change of plans. As if to prove out this right, someone forcefully yanks the truck's door open. Sorry.
자기 어떻게 된...
Holly, what happened to you? Oh. Sorry stumbled into the truck. Short of breath, she was bleeding and covered in wounds both minor and serious, her eyes glistening with wild anxiety. A broken pistol hung from her waist. It was impossible not to notice the still fresh gashes and wounds on her. The first thing that got my attention, however, was the stump right where her left arm used to be. Okay. Well, she's alive. That's good. The spider's thread. Right. Continuable? What's that mean? Was that always here? Okay, well, I want to be using the optimal setup, but I want to use like all the IDs that are new for me.
아, 뭐야. 슈그리 부르셔.
의로움을 세우기.
잠깐. 이번 임무는 내가 나갈게. 잠깐. 이번 임무는 내가
주군께서 모이를 뿌리셨으니
명을
시간을 벌러갈 시간이군.
배 좀 채울까?
지금 바로 전투를 준비해 주세요.
Prepare for battle. Immediately.
저는 보다시피 더 이상 작전을 수행할 수 없는 상황이라 여러분의 도움이 필요합니다.
I am no longer able to operate. As you can plainly see, I need your help. So he collapsed to the floor before we even had the chance to ask her if she was okay or what had happened to her arm.
베르길리우스 씨와 접선한 직후 기습을 당했어요.
Immediately after rendezvousing with Mr. Vergilius, I was ambushed.
머지않아 이곳까지 올 거예요.
And the attackers will be here in a minute. Where once her resolve had not faltered even in the face of death, a grave look of despair now filled her eyes.
습격 인원은?
How many hostiles?
둘.
Two.
한 명은 베르길리우스님이 맡고 있었고, 저는
While Mr. Vergilius was dealing with one of them,
베르가?
Verg was? Color returned to Rogia's face upon hearing Vergilius' name.
그러면 벌써 베르가 다 처리하고 여기로 오는 중인 거 아닐까?
Then maybe Verg's already on his way back after wiping the floor with both of them?
아닐 거예요.
No, I don't think so.
카론을
It's Charon.
제가 카론을 놓쳐버렸어요.
I lost her.
카론을 붙잡고 도망치던 팔이 통째로 날아가서
They tore off the arm I was holding onto Charon with. Okay.
제가 끝까지 놓지 말아야 했는데.
I never should have let go. Well, you didn't. I never should have let that happen.
카론군을 놓쳤다니 그게 무슨...
Thou couldst not hold onto young Charon? How? What? Sorry, grimaced. Her expression in amalgamation of guilt and confusion. It was far cry from her usual collected self.
혹시 카론님이 인질로 붙잡히신 건가요?
Did they take Charon hostage?
네. 카론이 그자들에게 붙잡히는 걸 막을 수 없었어요.
Yes, I could not stop them from taking Charon.
파일럿이는요?
What about Pilot?
상처가 깊지만 의식은 마지막까지 남아 있었어요.
Pilot was heavily wounded, but the last time I saw him, he was conscious.
우선 전투부터 준비하죠.
We should prepare for battle, now.
적어도 목표는 명확하군요. 쫓아온 습격자를 처리한 뒤 카론을 구하면 될 것 같습니다, 관리자님. 비록 적의 의중은 아직 알 수 없지만
At least our current objective is clear. Executive Manager, first, take out the pursuers, then rescue Charon, while the exact motive of the perpetrators is yet to be revealed.
어쩌면 이 습격이 끝이 아닐지도 몰라요. 아까 이곳으로 도망치던 와중에 본사에 무전이 흘러들어왔는데
We may be facing multiple fronts. I briefly picked up a transmission from HQ while running this way and... A sudden buzz of white noise breaks through the truck's silence. Any station, respond. So they froze up, staring at the radio's speaker. Gregor was the first to act in her place.
여기는 LCB. 상황 전파를 한다.
This is LCB. I read you. What's your situation? Over.
본사 연구소가
HQ Research Facility.
연구소?
Research Facility?
습격을
Under attack.
사랑하는 우리 딸 그동안 잘 지냈어?
My darling daughter, I hope you've been doing well for yourself out there.
이제 그만 울고
Josh wasn't speaking yet.
돌아와야 하지 않겠니?
But I don't think it's about time you stopped. But don't you think it's about time you stopped playing and came home? Utter silence descended as a kindly calling cuts off a blood-curdling scream from the other side. The voice that came through the radio was nothing short of affectionate, and it was easy to guess who the daughter was.
시계, 거미줄이 쳐졌다.
The spiders have spun their web. Clock. Web?
피할 수 없는 길에 근사하게도 늘어놓았군.
And it's woven so intricately that there's no way around it. That's when I recalled something Lehang had mentioned, the House of Spiders. Thinking back of how intensely Ryoshi reacted then. Do you think these attackers have something to do with that Lehang guy from earlier?
그럴 리가.
Unlikely. I don't know.
그놈은 스쳐가는 과외 선생들 중 하나였을 뿐이다.
He was just one of my many passing tutors.
그럼 도대체 누가 다른 것도 아니고 본사잖아요.
Then who could have is the headquarters for crying out loud?
모르겠어요. 본사는 침입자들이 원한다고 막무가내로 들어올 수 있는 장소가 아니에요.
I don't know. The HQ is not. It's not the kind of place someone can just force their way into.
그곳에 무단 침입이라니 생각조차 해본 적 없어서.
Breaking into a place like that? It's completely unthinkable. What now? Usually, I would use my intuition to choose the best course of action and lead the sinners during the mission. But who would have thought that the HQ, which was meant to brief us about that mission in the first place, would come under attack, especially while we were left without a guide?
그래. 그들이 날 직접 찾아올 리가 없지.
Fine. I didn't expect them to come fight me themselves.
거미줄을 쳐놓으면 먹이는 알아서 걸려들기 마련이니.
Once the spiders have spun their web, they tend to wait for the prey to stumble into it, after all. The plume of cigarette smoke lingered for a moment before scattering into the air. When I looked at Ryoshi's face, what I saw was an expression of strange euphoria.
류슈 씨, 혹시 당신에게는 이 모든 상황이
Ryoshu, is this all just
그저 재밌는 일에 지나지 않는 건가요?
some amusing diversion for you? Sori shot an incredulous look at Ryoshu, who was nonchalantly puffing the rest of her cigarette to ash.
그래.
Sure is.
그토록 고대하던 시간이 마침내 제 발로 찾아왔다.
The long-awaited moment has finally found me. Oh, well, I'm happy she's happy, you know? I'm happy for her.
당연하지 않나?
Why wouldn't I be excited?
그런
That's just...
하지만 착각하지 마라.
But don't presume.
유희에 대한 기대와 진심은 별개의 영역.
My excitement for the coming pleasure will not interfere with my effectiveness.
나는 단 한순간도 맡은 일을 유쾌하게 즐길지언정 가볍게 여긴 적이 없다.
I've never once let enjoyment get in the way of taking the job seriously. That is true. That's what I really like about Ryoshi, you know? She is very... well, I guess effective at taking the job seriously. So far, there was like never a moment she like didn't listen, or I guess like at the very start she killed Heathcliff, I think. But I guess, you know, yeah. She's kind of similar to Mersalt in that way, but in a very different way. She's like more, well, no, I don't want to say normal. She's abnormal in a different way. Hope that makes sense.
이전에도 지금도
Not ever. Not now.
곧 이곳까지 올 거라 했지.
I might also be
버스
forgetting
기사를
something, but I
데려간
don't think I am.
놈도 여기로 오고 있는 건가?
You said the assailants will be here soon. Is the one who took the driver coming too? Caron,
카론 씨한테 무슨 일이라도 생기면
if anything happens to Miss Caron, I
붉은 시선님을 볼 면목이 없어요.
wouldn't be able to bring myself to face the red gaze.
대화가 안 되는군.
This isn't going anywhere.
거미들이 버스 기사를 건드리진 않을 거다.
The spiders won't hurt the driver.
버스 기사는 커다란 먹잇감을 낚기 위한 미끼일 뿐 사냥감이 아니거든.
She's just their bait to lure out the bigger prey.
그러니 볼썽사납게 떨지 말고 세팅이나 하도록.
So stop panicking and set us up. It's unsightly.
네?
What?
이 트럭의 뒷문. 지금 당장 본사 연구소로 연결할 수 있는 건가?
The back door of this truck. Can't it connect us directly to the HQ research facility right this instant?
잠시만요. 가능하긴 한데
Wait, it can, but
본사로 직행하는 뒷문 포탈을 이용하려면 좌표에 맞는 보안 코드를 확인해야 해서 조금 시간이 걸릴 거예요.
to use the backdoor portal that leads straight to the HQ, I need to verify the security code written specifically to for each coordinate. It's going to take some time.
곧 내 놈을 쫓아올 녀석을 상대하고 들어가면 딱 맞겠군.
Gives us enough time to deal with your pursuers. As Sodi navigated through the vehicle's machinery with her remaining arm, the sinners all began to keep watch on their surroundings, weapons at the ready.
그런데 본사로 가도 괜찮은 거 맞나요? 함정에 제발로 들어가는 기분인데.
So, are we sure it's a good idea for us to head to the HQ? I feel like we're working ourselves into a trap here.
차라리 대관원에 도움을 요청하는 건 어떨까요?
What if we requested assistance from Daguan Yuan instead? I feel like that would be reasonable.
하지만 본사가 엮인 이상 친분이 있다 해도 날개의 손을 빌려 해결했다간 차후 어마어마한 대가를 치러야 할 거다.
Okay. This can be a solution, yes. However, as this concerns our HQ, resolving this crisis will help, with help from a wing, even on whose leaders we are on good terms with, will require an enormous favor to be repaid.
관리자님, 어떻게 하시겠습니까?
Your decision, Executive Manager. We'll head straight into the HQ research facility as soon as Sodi opens the portal. It wasn't hard to intuit that Roshu Stern had arrived, given her evident excitement. If so, the back door leading to the HQ, which Roshu intends to use, should be the path we're meant to take this time.
각오하는 게 좋을 거다.
Better prepare yourselves.
이 앞은 분명 나락일 것이고.
What awaits us, without a single shred of doubt, is hell.
나락엔 언제나 기다리고 있던 게 있었으니.
And there in its depths lies something that has always been waiting for me.
천장의 소리. 아무래도 습격자가 차량을 발견한 모양이요.
Odd strums above us. Walking to vehicle's roof. We have been found.
이거 부서지기 전에 일단 넓은 곳으로 나가는 게 낫지 않겠냐?
Alright, then shouldn't we get out of the truck before it caves in over our heads?
아니요. 이 트럭은 피사의 특이점이 적용되어 있다고 했잖아요. 외부로부터 안전하게 보호해주는 거요. 오히려 안에 있는 게...
No, Picard Singularity protects this truck, remember? Something that's supposed to keep whatever's inside safe. We should just lie low in here until... I'm sure something will happen now.
안전한 건 맞지?
Oh, okay, no,
지금 천장에 살짝 금 간 것 같지 않아?
Since the sentence was cut off, I was expecting it to break right there. Yeah, sure about that? I can see the teensy crack in the ceiling.
네? 그럴 리가... 분명 탄성이 강해서 어지간한 힘에는 휘기만 할 텐데.
Crack? That makes no sense. The ceiling should be elastic enough to bend under most physical impacts, instead of cracking.
차량형 이동장치 외벽에 P사의 특이점이 적용된 것은 맞습니다.
It is true that the exterior of this vehicle transportation device utilizes P-Corp's singularity.
그래서 트럭은 밖에서 볼 때보다 안이 넓고 외부 충격으로부터 방어하기 좋죠.
That is why this track is more spacious inside than it appears from the outside, and has good defenses against external forces.
다만 P사에서 저희가 탑승했던 실험 모델과 달리 이 차량은 비포팀의 원활한 배치를 목적으로 운영되는 저가형 모델로 보이는군요.
However, unlike the experimental mode we boarded in V-Corp, this vehicle appears to be more affordable, more used flexibly as a shuttle for the before team's deployment. Huh?
충분한 성능을 위해서는 언제나 그에 걸맞은 값이 들고 그렇지 않은 제품은 특이점이라 한들 파괴될 수 있다는 겁니다.
That's to say that the singularity technology to perform at the competent level, a higher level of investment is required. Budget models, even those of singularities, can still end up being countered.
싸구려라는 거네.
So they cheapened out.
그렇다면 거미집의 아비는 아니군.
Then the assailant is not one of the nurse fathers from the House of Spiders.
아비 중 한 명이었다면 이 정도 벽은 첫 소음과 함께 박살냈을 테지.
If it were one of them, the first shock would have shattered this wall into pieces.
처음부터 강한 놈이 나타나는 건 너무 단조로운 전개일 테니.
I suppose kicking off with the top dogs would have made for a rather blunt story progression.
아비라면 혹시 지난번 뇌횡이라는 자가 말했던
The nurse fathers? Wait, you mean the same people Lei-Hang?
사담은 상황이 끝난 뒤에 해도 늦지 않다.
We'll have time for speculations later.
관리자님, 곧 천장 부분이 파괴될 것 같습니다.
Executive Manager, the ceiling's about to cave in. Go for the kill the moment they get inside. Ah, there's no one. It's just a hole. Oh. Hello.
성환!
Dumb looking ass. At your ready, men. Wait, don't engage. Though we were readying ourselves to skewer the intruder the moment he stepped inside, we had to immediately backtrack on that idea when we saw who he was carrying.
카론!
Karen!
의식을 잃었을 뿐 숨은 온전히 붙어 있습니다.
She's unconscious and breathing still.
일부러 저자의 팔만 잘라내고 그 흔적을 따라 추적했나.
I see. You cut Sodi's arm off so you'd have something to track her down with.
예상대로 동료들에게 도움을 구하기 위해 온 것을 보니
And she has gone straight to seek help from her comrades.
반응을 지켜본 것은 옳은 판단이었던 것 같군요.
It was indeed the correct decision for us to wait and see how she'd react. The intruder continued, glancing towards Sodi. As if in a response to that, Ryoshu placed her hand on her scabbard. Ryoshu?
괜. 버스 기사가 다칠 일은 없을 테니.
Be okay. They won't dare hurt the bus driver.
그러니 시계. 난장 피우지 마라.
So don't make a fuss, Glug.
네? 그게 무슨... 요슈 씨!
Huh? What do you mean she's okay? Ryoshu? Ryoshu ignored Sinclair and rushed towards the intruder, her scabbard cleaving through the air.
막았나?
Oh, very dead, did you?
인질은 신경도 쓰지 않으시는 겁니까?
Have no regard for the hostage's life?
내 놈들이 죽게 둘 리 없지. 인질의 목숨으로 붉은 길잡이의 분노를 살 계획은 없을 테니.
You won't dare let her die unless you're planning to incur the Red Guide's wrath. Like Ryoshu said, the intruder was only defending himself against her strikes without harming Charon. just as the other sinners were stepping to join the assault.
전투의 예법을 다하기 위해 한 분씩 상대해드리려 했습니다만
I had intended to face you one at a time, as the propriety of honorable combat dictates, but
스승님이 올 때까지 이 자를 넘겨줘서는 안 되는 상황인지라.
unfortunately, since I can't let you take her back until my master arrives. Okay. The intruder gestures his hand, and strange, bizarre things dropped through the ceiling with a thump.
빌려온 무기를 사용해야겠군요.
I must resort to using some borrowed weapons.
저건 뒤틀림이나 괴물 같은 걸까요?
Are those distortions or monsters of some kind? No. I think they are people.
저 자식이 말한 그 스승이란 놈 베르길리우스가 상대하고 있댔지?
His master, Vergilius, is supposed to be handling whoever that is, yeah?
특색날이 분명 카론군이 붙잡혀서 제대로 싸우지 못하고 있는 것이라 생각한다네.
The color most illustrious must be deterred from wielding his full might on account of young Karen's capture.
카론을 구해서 본사도 어디든 도망치기만 해도 길잡이가 전력을 다할 수 있는 거 아니냐?
Then we'll rescue Karen and book it to HQ or whatever. That will let the guide go all out.
당장 할 수 있는 건 그게 최선인 것 같긴 하네요.
Yeah, that seems to be the best shot we have at this moment. Still, let's be careful and prioritize Karen's safety above all else. Alright, what do we have here?
기분이 좋아 보이시네요.
그래? 그 말이 사실이라면 이번에
Well, let's look at the passive first. If the main target has 3 plus types of negative effects, final power +1. You inflict bleed, some tremor, paralyze. Oh no, that's gaining paralyze on Clash Loose. Interesting. And where is the Mule Fiber? Deal more damage, convert coins of this unit into unbreakable coins, simple enough. Okay, so I don't want to hit them, not really, when they have it, unless I want them to get unbreakable coins. Well,
시간 끌 것
it's
없이
the enter gameplay.
모조리 지워버리죠.
양을 흩뜨려라.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
무상한 목숨. 불끄듯 지원의 뻔.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
그 공격은 적합하진 않아
They seem to
보이네요.
not have sanity.
관리법에 적어둬야.
내 뒤로.
Reminds me that I still don't really know what Don Heathcliff or Ryoshi do. That's fine. We don't need to know. We just need to know that B activates win rate without clicking the button. And then you can click enter instead of the button.
저 개체부터 처리하면 편할 것 같아요.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지
내
마라.
뒤로.
결저 염화.
적합한 관리법이었어요. 다행이에요.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
Okay, they do have the unbreakable coins now, that one. Or, well, not now, next turn, right?
조금씩 나아가고 있네요. 계속 힘내주세요.
E. So I guess I should not actually hit my guy.
불가.
Not that it actually matters all that much, you know. We'll hopefully stagger this guy. So the unbreakable coins won't actually hit anyways.
회풍.
Actually, not just staggered but killed.
몰랐어요.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Nice.
아까 했던 공격 덕에
Ah,
한결
let's
수월해진 것 같아요.
Yeah. Win.
좋네요.
닭은 달려들어라. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 염화!
I guess I should have.
고작 이 정도 탄로의 허덕이나.
No, actually nothing. I don't have like any envy.
와르르 무너지는군. 회풍.
진 목을 떨궈주마.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Wanted to suggest using Mersal, the Tampa Mersal. Sorry, Middle Mersal. But yeah, I have like no envy in this team, right? Vishnu does have envy, but just like one. I'm thinking anything a bit more gruesome here. They look very cute.
아까 했던 공격
No,
덕에
okay, I do have envy. I do have
한결
envy. I was
수월해진 것
incorrect. I do have
좋네요.
some envy.
초전해. 확살.
Ah.
회풍.
Enemies are very cute.
무상한 목숨.
Look at them. Have the Limbus Pass? Yeah, me too.
지원했군.
I always buy like the more expensive one for the banner.
또한
I guess I could equip it.
길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면
Yeah, the more expensive
홍우는
one.
그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍루가 무얼 바꾸었는지를.
I do like using my Arknights one, but let's keep this one at least for the duration of the Kanto. Yeah. This is prepared on the Kanto where Yoshi says more than one sentence. Yeah. Also uses full words for the most part so far. Textbook. Okay. I would assume we might be fighting the guy that brought these things. The wrong ring corporist automankin combatant. Well, yeah, it kinda makes sense that this is something the ring would create. Yeah, I can see that for sure. Just think S6 or fuck, I can't. I say M and then I say 6. 6 on Malfaust is very fun. Malfaust is very strong.
데들레비치의 시간이다.
Yeah.
여기다가
Okay, we have a guy.
되는 건가요?
Getting the thumb Nurse Father's command. Oh, okay, so the thumb Nurse Father commanded him to not go full power. I'm guessing, you know, lore. And Clash against Ryoshu, Clash Fire -3 and converts the coins on this unit's base attack skill into unbreakable coins. Also on Clash Rules deals -80% damage and any unhit effects do not activate. Okay, so I want Ryoshu to clash against this guy for the most part. After clashing inflicts shit against the target this unit's clashed against. Okay. The Tampa Apprentice Lucio, that's the Overwatch guy. Gains skill power and deal more damage with every clash with this unit. Expires at turn end. If this unit did not clash with the Tampa Apprentice Lucio this turn. Okay. Oh, that's fun. In a clash against target with the dual escalates, heal 3 SP for dual escalate for every dual escalate set on target. I see. So I just, yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, I just don't want to clash with people who did already clash, pretty much, at least for one turn. Gain the following. Okay, some extra bonuses for every dual escalates, more damage, clash against people, base power, then coin power at 3 stacks. That's crazy. Base attack skill base -1 for every stack. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully I just don't want that many. Every 3 turns, select a random enemy except Roshu, reduce their speed to 1 and target it with all of this unit's skill. If this effect could not be activated due to stagger, activate it next turn. Okay, Tremor, Panic Recovery. Right, makes sense. Tremor and Burn, Tremor and Burn. Struggling, I see. Okay, I don't want to go for the clashable guard because I don't really want to clash if possible. So there's less people with the negative effect from clashing. So this looks good to me.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
양을 흩뜨려라.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
We'll get some minus sanity, which is nice.
니어 길을 열어.
내 뒤로.
훌륭합니다. 하지만 아직 고쳐야 할 자세가.
Unbreakable coins against Roshu, but it don't like do damage, so it's kinda fine. Kinda okay. No! Okay. But fine. Obviously, you know, want as much SP as possible. I could also be doing like cool hey show things like retreating them and shit. But too much effort. So now I want the people who don't have the dual escalates to clash. Wait, how is there 5 people who have it? I thought I clashed with 4 of them. That does not make much sense to me. Oh, is it? Because... Huh. Oh, yeah, it is. Right, okay, yeah, my bad. Well, we'll use for sure Ryoshu. Shouldn't be too difficult now because my guy has low sanity. Then Faust and Yisang. And then we can do like Heathcliff. No. We'll have to play ads in a minute. I hope I would be able to finish the fight first, but I guess after this turn we'll take a short break. I'll go get myself a coffee.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
Ouchie. Okay, yeah. I have to play it in 4 seconds, so... But yeah, this turn is finished. So, BRB, I'll take a short break. I'll be right back.
좋네요.
Hello, I'm back. Hi. So, again, I definitely don't want to clash with Ryoshu, for sure not. Oh, what is this? I didn't notice the hostage situation effect on myself. I see. Okay. Oh yeah. So definitely just let me clash with people who target fixed. Oh. I don't want to clash though with Dawn for sure. I mean, I guess I'll still do it. How is that neutral? I guess thanks to the low sanity. Kinda sucks. But we'll see. Then we clash Honglu, Fish Meal, and Heathcliff. Those are my clashers.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자.
I'm happy we start with like more like, okay, this is second combat, but we start with more interesting combat. That makes me happy. If you don't know, I'm very much not very into Limbus combat. At least like recently I liked it, but yeah, it's very much not too interesting, I think. Very simple, very very also not important to actually learn how to do it properly. But I'm happy that they give you like an enemy where you actually have to pay attention to the mechanics, you know? And I imagine this guy could be very hard if you don't actually play around him.
저것들이 뭔가 기운이
Okay,
없어요.
now my guy is
기회가 온
panicking.
걸까요?
So Ryoshu, Faust, Sank, Clash. Oh wait, you're slow. Damn it. Okay, Faust is not splashing then. In that case, we'll clash with, I guess, Honglu Heathcliff. It's not a kill yet. Maybe I... This might be a kill.
태풍.
시도는 좋았어요.
Nice. Actually kinda wanted him to regain a little bit of sanity, which I guess he will a little, but then lose it immediately, right? Because this way he will reset back to 0, otherwise I could keep him at like -40 for a turn longer, which would be nice. But I think I'm fine, like, my guy is close to being staggered.
조금씩 나아가고 있네요. 계속 힘내주세요.
Okay. It's annoying that you can't really see properly or the effects. Oh yeah, you have severed tendons. Right. That happened before already. So... But you don't have the other thingy. So I do want you to clash, right? Yeah. I want to clash with Faust for sure. I want to clash with Dawn. Fishmeal. Honestly, I might go all out on damage this turn because the guy will get staggered. So we can just clash with this guy with something simple. And then actually go in on damage. Even though it will do some stuff to me. I definitely don't want you to clash though, because you already have 2 stacks. Everyone else... Oh wait, Heathcliff actually also has 2 stacks. So Heathcliff is probably the one who should clash here. Oh wait, Hongu also has 2 stacks, damn it! Well, in that case, if you go damage this guy, not kill yet. Wait, wait, who's... Yeah, okay, this seems bad, this seems bad. Fuck, okay. Well, okay, no, it's fine. I can have this... the debuff, that's fine. Let's just go for this, sure. I would rather have the debuff on you though than Ryoshu. So.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리. 틈을 끊어.
내 뒤로.
Wait, did he still clash? Oh. The guy... No, yeah, I'm stupid. That was counter. Flashable counter. Not counter. But we are fine.
답봉창. 무상한 목숨.
Very nice.
지원했군.
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요.
And, you know...
좋네요.
Wait. We deal more damage there. I guess that makes sense to some extent, but also... I'm just gonna... finish this guy off. Guy's like Pretty confident at that.
회풍.
Or maybe not. If not, he... Oh. Okay, my guy fucking ran away. Coward.
뒷문이 있는 쪽을 저쪽에 빼앗겼어요. 이러면 포탈이 열려도
He seized the back door side of the truck. Even if the portal opens, we can't...
상황은 똑같아. 저자를 처리하고 기사 양반을 데리고 본사로 가면 돼.
Doesn't change what needs to be done. We take care of him, get the bus girly, and head off to HQ.
진짜 더 몰아붙여야 하는데.
For fuck's sake, we can't even fight full out. Despite Roshu's assurance, the sinners did not share her confidence that no harm would come to Charon. So they were confined to fending off the animated corpses, unable to fight aggressively. Roshu was the only one unfazed enough to raise her sword against the assailant in this cramped battlefield.
미련한 새끼. 팔을 더 직선으로 뻗으라고. 도대체 몇 번을 말해야 알아쳐먹지?
What are some little half-wit? I'm straight, I said. How many times must I repeat myself?
그거 맞았다고 엄살은. 일어나. 안 일어나? 뭘 잘했다고 누워서.
Oh, stop making a fuss. It couldn't have hurt that much. On your feet. Get off your ass. What makes you think you deserve a break?
꼴불견같이 굴지 말고 다시 검 잡아. 똑바로 구워. 그래, 할 수 있잖아.
Quit being a whiny little brat and pick up that sword. Slash straight. See? That wasn't so hard, was it?
한 번만 더 엄살 부리면.
What if she doesn't want to be straight?
다 뜯어버릴 거니까.
If I ever hear you whining again, I'll rip your hair clean off your head. So get your act together.
너.
You.
이 검술에 대해 알고 있군.
You are no stranger to this sword style.
그렇습니다. 팔레르모. 저 또한 그 검술을 배웠기에.
The Palmerian style. Palermitan style. I have been trained in it as well.
팔렌치나. 매번 술에 쩔어 있는 그놈에게 배웠나?
Did you learn it from Valencina, that booze hound?
그런 저속한 단어로 그분을 욕보이지 마시게. 스승님께서 팔레르모를 전수해 주시며 담보하신 명령이 있습니다.
I must ask you not to insult her with such crude epithet. My master gave me an order when she imparted this style to me.
당신의 검술과 한없이 닮았을 때까지 단련하라.
To temper and hone it until my mastery of it becomes indistinguishable from yours.
이제 제 팔레르모는 거미 집에 있던 과거의 당신과 비슷한 수준에 도달했습니다.
My swordcraft is now on par with that of your past self when you still belonged to House of Spiders.
검술을 배워 이해하는 것도 아니고 그저 날 베껴내려 했다.
Learning it without understanding anything and only obsessively copying me?
그깟 흉내내기를 위해 시간을 할애하다니 우습지도 않아.
Wasting time over such mimicry is beyond ridiculous.
모방뿐이라면 검을 쥔 손목의 각도, 두 발의 간격, 검의 무게중심 그 중 하나라도 어긋났을 때
If you're more than a copycat, then the angle of the wrist, the distance between the feet, the balance of the sword itself, every one of these had to be exact, because even a single incongruity.
왜 쳐맞을 걸 알면서도 자세가 자꾸 달라지니?
Are you actually that incompetent, or do you enjoy defeating? Maintain your stance.
가짜는 대가리 쓰지 말고 알려준 방법대로만 해. 외운 것만 빼먹지 말고 그냥 움직이라고.
Don't bother your stupid little head trying to be clever and just stick to what you have been taught. Take what you memorized and move.
하루라도 빨리 네가 모든 것을 베어내는 검으로 완성되어야 나도.
The sooner you become the blade that cuts through all, the better. Only then can I...
언제 무너질지 모르는 외줄타기 같은 검술.
will break your form, making your swordsmanship as precarious as a tightrope walk headed straight for a fall.
너도 저기 있는 인형과 다를 게 없군.
You're no different from those wind-up dolls over there.
태엽 인형이어도 상관없습니다.
Call me a wind-up doll all you want. It doesn't matter.
당신 또한 팔레르모를 제대로 기억도 부사도 하지 못하니
You, likewise, are unable to recall and properly wield the Palermian style.
저는 제 필요성을 다시금 납득하고 있습니다.
Which tells me my usefulness has not yet run its course.
같은 자세를 1000번, 안 되면 10,000번을 반복해서라도 당신이 배운 모든 자세를 완벽히 구현할 수 있어야만.
I must perfect every form we have been taught, even if I must repeat the same stance 1,000, no, 10,000 times over.
당신만을 위한 완벽한 교본이 될 수 있을 테니.
If I'm to be a perfectly tailored textbook for you.
내 놈 같은 애새끼 학습지 교본은 필요 없다면?
What if I said I have no need for childish study aids?
거절은 의미가 없습니다. 제 교본으로서의 역할은 이미 시작되었으니까요.
I see. Your rejection is inconsequential. My role as your textbook has already begun.
그렇다면 나만의 예술로.
Then I will illustrate my very own art for you.
형체조차 남지 않게 갈라버려야겠군.
Until you are slashed and cleaved beyond recognition.
아씨, 눈이 다시 아작난 걸 보니까 여기 맞네. 우리 티켓 있는 곳.
Damn, my eyes turn up again. Yep, I landed on the right place. That's my ticket, alright? Go.
내가 말했잖니, 루치오.
I told you, Lucio.
너는 몇 년을 더 노력해도
You could spend years honing your skills.
우리 요시대 따라잡으려면 한참 남았다고.
But it still won't be enough to catch up to how Yoshihide. The man staggered a little, his head jerking to the side from the impact of the blow.
어때? 직접 보니까 느껴지지 않니?
Isn't it obvious now that you've seen it yourself?
지금 네 수준이 얼마나 형편없는지.
How sad and pathetic your progress is.
이래서 전쟁도 못 겪어본 것들은 한눈만 팔아도 모가지가 터져버리는 곳에서 진창 굴러봐야.
This is the problem with the greenhorns who haven't had the taste of war. They don't know what it's like to crawl through the muck and grime of the battlefield where the slightest inattention can get your head blown clean off.
강자를 상대할 때는 힘으로 맞서지 말고 칼끝을 걸어 공격을 흘려보내라고 내가 몇 번이나 강조했잖아.
When faced with a superior opponent, don't just rely on brawn, but redirect the force of their attack to the side by locking their arc with the top of your sword. I've said it time and again.
다수를 상대할 때는 자세를 낮추고 궤적을 가로로 크게 휘두르라고도. 내가 목이 쉬도록 말해줬는데 그걸 까먹어?
And when you're outnumbered, lower your form and draw wide arcs with your sword. Did you forget everything I drilled into you after shouting myself hoarse?
구석에서
Secure a corner.
한 놈씩 불러들게.
Secure a corner. Force them to get to you in a single file.
위치 선정을 하라고도 했는데.
Because positioning is everything. Didn't I tell you all of this before?
우리 요시대가 하나라도 더 내가 가르친 걸 떠올리려면 교본에 하자는 없어야지.
If Yoshihide is to recall even one more lesson from me, the textbook can't afford to have any defect.
죄송합니다.
Forgive me, Master.
그래도 이거 챙기라는 명령은 잘 들었네. 아주 쓸모가 없진 않아.
But you did manage to collect this one as instructed. Maybe you're not completely useless after all. Hatred thick in her voice, Ryoshu hissed, the damp nurse father, under her breath as she shifted into a blade drawing stance against the second assailant.
야, 잘 지냈어, 티켓?
Hey, how have you been doing, Ticket?
역시 못 보던 사이에 자세가 개판이 됐던데. 검을 그딴 식으로 쥐는 걸 보니 한숨도 안 나오네. 그 버릇 바꾸려고 나한테 그렇게 쳐맞았었는데 기억은 나니?
Your form's really become a wreck since you were away. Did seeing your sloppy grip make me... Just seeing your sloppy grip makes me sigh. I had to beat that habit out of you back in the day, remember?
그래도 간만에 제외니까 기본 예의 정도는 차려줄게. 옛날처럼 뺨따기를 쳐 맞아야 정신 차릴 나이는 지났잖아.
So, still, this reunion's been long time coming, so I suppose I owe you a bit of courtesy. You're old enough now to understand what I'm saying without me having to resort to the occasional backhand, aren't you?
티켓이라.
Ticket?
날 아직도 그렇게 부르는 걸 보아하니.
Still intend on calling me that, huh?
내 놈도 여전히 그 구렁텅이에서 벗어나지 못했나 보군.
Clearly, you're still just a sack of shit stuck wallowing in a sinkhole of your own making.
네 놈? 지금 나한테 말한 거지?
Did you just call me a sack of shit?
이 개새끼가 이제는 위아래도 모르고 기어오르네.
Huh, bitch, you should know your place before barking at your betters. Huh? Sensing a sudden presence outside, the so-called damp nurse father snatched Garon into her arms and swiftly assumes a fighting stance. Yay! Sensing a sudden presence. Oh, yeah. Yippee. I missed you.
이번 일에 대해서는 미안하다는 말을 전해야겠군요, 관리자 단테.
Manager Dante, it seems that I must apologize for what has happened today. Vergilius.
저의 개인적인 일과 과거에 다 풀어내지 못했던 것이 남아 있었던지라 생각보다 돌아오는 것이 늦었습니다.
I was stalled by my personal issues and a certain unresolved business from the past. See, it was a good call to read Leviathan before today. Berg, you're hurt.
저들에게 입은 상처는
Is he?
아니니 쓸데없는 걱정은 하지 말도록.
Yeah, not from these assailants, so don't worry needlessly.
공교롭게도 저들과 대치하기 전에 골치 아픈 일에 휘말렸을 뿐이다.
It just so happens that I was involved in a rather troublesome matter prior to encountering them.
죄송합니다, 붉은 시선님. 제가 끝까지 지켰어야.
It's all my fault, Red Gaze. I should have protected her. Sari's voice trembles as she apologized profusely to Vergilius.
아니, 내가 저놈을 제대로 붙잡아두지 못했기 때문에 벌어진 일이다.
No, this happened because I couldn't stop him from going after you.
하필 팔이 잘렸나?
And of course, he had to go for your arm.
상처가 점점 벌어지고 있군. 상황이 종료되면 곧장 치료부터 받도록.
That wound's looking worse by the second. Go get it treated the moment we deal with the situation.
네.
I will. Gargus met the thump nurse father's gaze head on.
암지. 겉으로는 명예를 앞세워도 비겁한 수단 없이는 제대로 된 임무를 수행하지 못하는 손가락.
The thumb. The finger that makes up for their incompetence with duplicity and cowardice. Only to then hide it all behind their mask of honor.
본사 연구소가 습격당했다는 연락을 받은 동시에 당신들이 나타났다는 건
You appeared exactly as we received the transmission that the HQ research facility was under attack.
엔질이라는 고전적인 방법을 써서라도 나를 어떻게든 묶어두겠다는 건가?
Then your purpose here must be to stall me by any means, even if you have to resort to an old and tired method like taking a hostage.
그 반응 역시 내가 제대로 찾았네.
Yes, the way you are reacting to this, I nailed it.
이게 당신의 케이크였어.
She's your cake.
티켓 기억나니? 네가 교양 없이 입가에 크림을 덕지덕지 묻히면서 처먹었던 그날 내가 했던 말.
Remember, Ticket? Remember what I told you when you so immodestly stuffed your face with that cake and smeared cream all over yourself?
그 더러운 꼬라지로 내 앞에서 웃고 있으면 케이크를 바닥에 쳐박고 싶어지니까.
Smiling like an idiot in such filth makes me want to smash that cake to the floor.
케이크가 아무리 달콤하고 맛있어도 내 앞에서 안달난 티 내지 말라고.
So don't you dare let even a hint of craving for that cake while I'm looking, no matter how sweet and delicious it might be.
내가 말했잖아, 티켓.
What did I say, Ticket? What did I say?
자꾸 질 거면
If you're gonna start trouble,
내가 눈치 못 채게.
you better not show it on your face.
표정 관리부터 완벽하게 하라고.
Else I'll catch on.
지랄하지 말고 똑바로 말해.
Stop fucking around and tell me straight.
한 이유가 뭐야?
Tell me, where are you?
아니. 그냥 말하지 마. 계속 그렇게 입 다물고 있어 봐. 한번.
Huh, you know what? Be like that. Keep mum and brood in silence all you want.
직접 그 찾아서
That
버릴 테니까.
I'll find it and I'll split.
내가 이 눈으로 너 하나 못 막을 것 같아?
You're not getting past me. You think this eye is just for show?
글쎄, 발렌치나. 네가 그 눈을 얼마나 신뢰하고 있는지는 모르겠다만.
Well, Valencia, I don't know how much confidence you're putting in that eyeball, but
반쪽짜리가 된 그 유물로는 내 시간이 그리 오래 허비되지 않을 것 같군.
I doubt you'll stall me for long with that half-functioning relic of yours. A trickle of blood had begun dribbling down the intruder's cheek from her covered eye.
아, 이거?
This? But she grinned without a care.
그래. 티켓이랑 가까워지니까 욱신거리기 시작했지.
Oh yeah, it started hurting more and more the closer I get the ticket. Wondering why she's pulling her dad.
거야. 티켓은 이제 여길 떠날 거거든.
But it's gonna get better. Ticket's about to leave this place, you see.
내 놈, 날 죽이는 게 목적이 아니군.
Shithead, you're not here to kill me, are you?
근데 이 새끼 아까부터 자꾸 건방지게 꼬박꼬박 반말을.
Huh, shithead. Rude bitch. Have you forgotten all about manners? The woman seems to be having a hard time holding her hand back from striking Ryoshu. But after a few deep breaths, she visibly relaxed and continued on.
그걸 알면 뒷문이 열리는 대로 여기서 꺼져.
Glad you finally figured it out. Now fuck all this and soon as that back door opens.
다른 아비들이 기다리고 있으니까 거기 가선 예의 있게 굴고.
The other nurse fathers are waiting for you there, so show them proper manners.
아, 머릿속이 뒤죽박죽이라 바로바로 떠올리기 힘들 텐데. 기다리면서 다른 아비들에게 할 말이라도 준비하지 그러니?
Oh, or is that brain of yours too messed up to remember who's who and which is which? Why don't you take the time to think of what you're gonna say to them?
잠깐만요. 그냥 보내줄 생각이라면 당장 카론 씨부터.
Hey, hold on. If you're gonna let us go away, why don't you let Garon...
아가리.
Zip it. The damp nurse father muttered viciously.
나는 버릇없이 주제도 모르는 게 끼어드는 걸 제일 싫어해.
I hate presumptuous idiots who don't know their place, batting into conversations.
티켓, 네 친구들이니?
Friends of yours, Ticket?
그렇다만.
Yeah. Yay!
그래?
She got Ishmael her friend. That's sweet.
그럼 다 보내도 괜찮겠네.
That's so. Then I don't suppose there's anything wrong with sending them all there.
먹잇감들이 알아서 날아오겠다는데 굳이 막을 이유는 없으니까.
After all, why discourage a swarm of flies from flying straight into the web we've spun? Her eyes fixed intently on Vergilius. The damp nurse father slowly backed away from the back door and opened the way for us. The back door of the HQ hasn't opened yet. We have to rescue Garon first, then...
망설이지 마십시오, 단테. 당신이 수감자들을 데리고 가야 할 길은 그쪽이 맞습니다.
Do not hesitate, Dante. That is indeed the path you must bring the sinners to. Vergilius continued coldly, as though he was reading my mind.
오히려 당신이 저자의 뜻대로 뒷문을 통해 가는 게 카론을 위한 일일 것입니다.
In fact, you should go through the back door like she says if you want to help Garon.
이건 저만을 묶기 위한 상황이고 저건 당신과 4번 수감자를 부르기 위한 상황이니 말이죠.
The entire circumstance at the back door has been engineered to hold me, and only me, back. And what awaits beyond the back door is what they have orchestrated to summon you and Sinner 4 there.
그 말대로야. 차놓은 거미줄에 붉은색이 걸렸다가
Correct. I wouldn't want your dash of red.
기껏 엮어둔 그물이 다 끊어지면 곤란하지.
To snip all of the red web to pieces.
본사까지의 포탈 전개 거의 끝났어요.
Postal connection to the HQ. Portal connection to the HQ. Almost established.
그런데 이건 도대체 본사로 연결하는 보안망이 전부 뚫려 있는데.
But every firewall protecting connection to the HQ has been bypassed. What?
보안이 무너진 뒷문을 통해 침입한 것인가?
Then it must be via the defenseless back door or back doors through which the intruders have broken in.
포탈. 본사 연구소와 연결됐어요.
Portal connection to HQ established.
따라올 텐가?
Coming with?
파우스트가 가면 이 뒷문 조정기의 사용법을 숙지한 사람이 저밖에 남지 않아요.
If Faust goes, I'll be the only one left here who knows how to operate the backdoor calibrator.
저는 베르길리우스님이 카론을 구출할 때까지 남겠습니다.
I'll stay behind, at least until Mr. Vergilius rescues Charon.
그럼 먼저 가지.
Then we'll go on ahead. As always, Ryoshi did not prolong the conversation. She did not bother to impart even a quick goodbye. As she walked into the shadows that awaited us beyond the corridor, I gave Sori a nod in her stead. Dante.
4번 수감자의 실은 팽팽하게 당겨져 있습니다.
The fourth sinner's thread is pulled stoutly.
언제 끊어져도 이상하지 않으면서 동시에 어떤 날붙이보다도 예리해 닿는 것을 끊어버릴 수 있다는 점을 명심하시길.
Precariously close to snapping, but it is also sharper than any blade, that it might sever all that it comes into contact with. You must remember that. What kind of thread is Vergilius talking about? Snapping, severing. I wasn't yet sure what exactly he was referring to, but it won't be severed, not when the chains bind us together. I replied, absent-mindedly, rubbing the area where the chains that connect me to the sinners had burst out of.
가시죠, 단테.
Let us proceed, Dante. With Vergilius's words hanging heavily over us, we make our way into the back door connecting to the HQ research facility. Alright. Interesting.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만
Mutilated memory.
세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
LCE 부서입니다.
Arriving at the LCE department.
야, 이건...
Oh, what the... The sight that greeted us was nothing like what we remembered from our last visit for the regular checkup.
이미 상황이 끝났군.
We're too late.
본사 쪽에서 제압하는 중이거나 적어도 교전이 진행 중일 거라 예상했는데.
I thought HQ's reinforcement would be holding the line, at the very least. That I'd walk into a battle. Yet there was nobody left standing, much less making a run for it. All we could see were bodies slammed along the floor, filling the corridor in motionless silence.
이렇게까지 처참하게 당했을 줄은 예상 못했는데.
This is just awful. I never thought the ship would go down this badly.
파우스트 씨, LCE의 전투 가능한 인원의 비율이 어떻게 되는지 아시나요?
Faust, have you got any idea how many of the LCE are actually combat ready?
직원들이 착용하고 있는 에고 장비 또한 전투에 활용할 수 있는 수준으로 연구와 추출이 진행되었죠.
The eco gear that wear are researched and extracted with combat purposes in mind.
LCE는 다른 연구 부서에 비해 전투 테스트 및 실험 빈도가 잦습니다. 그렇기에 직원 대다수가 기본적인 전투 훈련을 이수한 뒤 입사했습니다.
The LCE tends to encounter more combat trials and experiments compared to the other research-focused departments. The vast majority of its employees are required to have completed basic training partaking to an aforementioned.
착용하고 있는 에고 장비 또한 전투에서 충분한 성과를 거둘 수 있는 수준으로 연구와 추출이 진행되었지만
As for the eco equipment, although the current research and extraction process may be sophisticated enough to see some considerable result in combat,
계획적인 급습을 원활히 대비할 수는 없었던 것으로 보이는군요.
it would seem that they were ill-equipped to handle pre-planned ambush such as this.
실험실 속 샘님들이 거미들이 뛰어다니는 실전을 막아낼 수 있을 리가.
Fat chance those lab nerds could do anything in a real fight, let alone against the spiders out in the prowl. The memories came flooding back, researchers jotting down our checkup results in piles of paper, and Hohenheim with his droopy tired eyes, leafing through the files. We'd barely exchanged goodbyes when we rounded up the burnt-out lab staff, who were already pulling their hair out from the sheer level of stress to oversee another experiment in progress. Mersout, if you happen to notice anyone who looks like Hohenheim, let me know ASAP.
신원을 파악할 수 없는 시체를 세고 확인했으나 신장이나 복장 등을 고려하였을 때 호헨하임일 가능성은 확률적으로 매우 낮습니다.
I have identified 3 bodies in various states that makes immediate recognition challenging. However, their stature and attire makes it extremely unlikely that any of them are Hohenheim.
시신의 상태를 보니까 대부분 제대로 저항해보지도 못하고 당했구만.
From the looks of it, they probably didn't even get a chance to put out any meaningful resistance before they were killed. With a glum look in his eyes, Gregor examined the bodies thrown across the floor.
32구의 시체 중 26구의 시체가 동일한 외상을 보유하고 있습니다.
Out of 32 bodies, 26 show identical physical trauma. Identical?
공통적으로 흉부 중앙, 심장이 있는 위치에 나선형의 관통상이 있으며 흉기는 시체들의 손에 쥐어진 나선과 유사한 물체로 추정됩니다. 관리자님.
Every one of them has a spiral-shaped perforation at the center of the chest, over where the heart is. Their cause of death seem to be the same type of spiral weapon they are holding in their hands, manager.
이 나선 이분들이 스스로 뽑아낸 것 같아요.
These spirals, I think they pulled them out of themselves, but why would they?
부드럽군.
Soft. She cast a gaze down, quietly eyeing her palm. From the cryptic words and the contemplative look on her face, I could easily guess that she was taking a trip through the shadows of her past. Touching an invisible object with her palm and feeling its texture, in search of something that should have been there in her hands. And I've been through enough to know that we would be revisiting her past together. However... Huh? What I witnessed was completely different from the memories of the other sinners I've seen so far. The vision I saw was completely fragmented. Because she doesn't remember it properly. As if Blade had cut up her memories into pieces. Within Ryoshi's memories, something did indeed rest in her palm. However, I couldn't even make out whether its hue was closer to black or white. Was it some kind of food, a weapon, or something else entirely? Even the expression that crossed her face when she saw it and the word that slipped from her lips in that moment escaped me. One thing I saw for sure though, was that the person who, in all likelihood, had given it to her, was letting out a lazy puff of smoke swirling into the air. Watching Ryoshi's reaction in complete ease. I gazed back upon the cryptic scenes of Ryoshi's memory that flashed before my eyes. Ryoshu, is there anything you remember?
사루.
Saru.
기억나는 건 이름뿐이군.
That name's all I can remember. You mean?
시계. 너도 들여다봤듯이 내 머리 안은 난도질 당해 있다.
As you have seen, Clock, my mind has been hacked to tatters.
순서도 모습도 제각각 엉켜 있지.
She's not smoking. That's crazy. This is like a new picture of Sprite. The sequence and the shapes, everything in the tangles.
그러니 나는 기억에 대해 설명할 수 있는 것이 없다.
There is nothing I can explain about my memory.
상황 파악은 어느 정도 된 것 같군. 이곳에서 일어날 수 있는 최악의 사태는
It seems we have gotten the gist of the situation. The worst case scenario here would be
외부의 침입과 함께 환상체나 뒤틀림, 최종들이 동시다발적으로 탈출하는 상황이다.
a breach from the outside happening while abnormalities, distortions, and peculata break containment all at once.
와, 그건 진짜 상상도 하기 싫은데. 침입자들을 상대하면서 탈출한 괴물들까지 같이 제압해야 하는 거잖아.
Wow, Now that's a situation I really don't even want to think about. We'd be fighting trespassers and all kinds of monsters broken loose.
그래. 그리고 우리는 지금 그 최악의 사태에 휘말렸지.
Precisely. That sums up the present circumstance.
그렇구나.
Right. Others wasted no time to deliver the conclusion that would kill everyone's morale.
순서대로 나열하자면
Let's start from the beginning.
1차적으로 이곳 LC 부사가 정체불명의 세력의 기습을 받았다.
First,
시각은 지금으로부터 약 2시간 전.
the LC department found itself under attack by a group of unidentified hostiles 2 hours prior.
연구원들을 살해한 무기는 일정하지 않고 다양한 무기를 사용한 것으로 보이는군.
The weapons used to massacre the researchers are not uniform. The victims appear to have been killed with various assortments of arms.
딸,
My darling daughter.
나를 보렴. 가장 긴 궤적을 그리는 직선의 무기를 사용할 땐 말이지.
Eyes on me when using straight weapons that leave the furthest reaching arcs.
나를 보렴. 작은 틈새로 목숨을 앗아가는 무기를 사용할 땐 말이지.
Eyes on me when using weapons that kill with the tiniest incision.
나를 보렴. 닿은 것을 으깨버리는 유연한 무기를 사용할 땐 말이지.
Eyes on me when using flexible weapons that crush anything they make contact with.
그놈답게 엉켜있군.
What a tangled mess, just like that bastard.
어떤 무기들이 쓰였는지 파악하기도 쉽지 않은 거군.
Hard to tell what kind of weapons were used here. Damn. Ryoshi whipped her hair back, throwing her eyebrows in annoyance.
최소 3개 이상의 무기를 능숙하게 사용하는 자라고 봐야 되겠군.
Safe to say that the killer is adept with at least 3 different types of weapons.
다시 이어서 말하자면
Moving on.
침입자들의 기습은 예측할 새도 없이 순식간에 수행되었고
This was
LC에서는 제대로 된 반격조차 이뤄지지 못했다. 학살에 가깝다고 볼 수 있지.
This was a surprise attack carried out without any delay whatsoever, and the LCE had no time to even plan a counterattack. It was, for lack of a better word, a massacre.
주목해야 하는 사실은 여기에 있다.
Now here's something that demands our
이들이
attention.
환상체의 격리실 문을 개방한 것은 습격이 성공적으로 종료된 이후로 보인다.
It appears the invaders had the abnormality containment units opened. Only after they confirmed that the surprise attack had been carried out successfully.
이상하긴 하네요.
That sure is fishy.
보통은 그 반대로 하려고 하겠죠.
I mean, shouldn't it be the other way around?
먼저 격리실 문을 개방시켜서 상황을 혼잡스럽게 만들고 나면 그 혼란을 틈타 마무리를 하는 것이 더 수월할 테니까요.
Unlock the containment units first, let the monsters wreak havoc through the facility, then swoop in during the chaos and finish off the stragglers. That'd be easier course of action.
그래, 일반적으로 할 법한 전략은 아니지.
Indeed, the enemy strategy is highly unusual.
이런 변칙적인 수를 둔 이유는 2가지 정도의 추측을 해볼 수 있다.
As for why they resorted to such unusual move, there are 2 plausible explanations.
첫 번째로는 이들은 양동작전 따위가 필요 없을 정도의 실력자라는 것.
Firstly, that the enemy may be compromised of fighters skilled enough to forego diversion tactic.
트럭에서 카론 씨를 붙잡은 그자 정도의 실력을 갖춘 이들이 여럿일 수도 있다는 것이겠네요.
You mean there could be more who are as strong as the woman in the truck who kidnapped Kara?
두 번째는
Secondly,
일종의 후속 대처를 위해 일부러 환상체를 탈출시켰을 가능성이다.
that the enemy may have purposefully unleashed the abnormalities from the cages as a follow-up measure.
후속 대처? 혹 그들이 습격했다는 사실을 숨기기 위해서라는 말인 겐가?
Follow-up measure? Art thou implying those villains sought to disguise their vile attack?
아니, 위정책은 가능성이 낮다. 시체를 집어먹는 환상체가 있었다면 모를까. 이렇게 특징적인 상흔을 남겨놓고서 할 만한 기만 작전은 아니겠지.
No, the chance of a cover-up is almost non-existent, unless they had a precise knowledge of scavenger abnormalities that could devour their corpses clean. The enemy would never have left such identifiable wounds on their victims.
좀 더 타당한 건 우리와 같이 후속으로 진입할 본사의 지원군을 지연시키려는 목적이 있을 거다.
It makes more sense that their goal was to delay HQ's main reinforcements and keep them from reaching the scene on the time as we did.
시간을 끈다는 건 그렇군요. 뭘 찾고 있나 보죠?
A delay tactic, I see. Maybe they were looking for something?
그래. 분명한 표적을 갖고 침입했을 가능성이 높다.
Possibly. They must have had a specific objective in mind when they broke through.
저들이 찾는 것이 이곳 어딘가에 있다는 거겠군요.
Which means whatever they are looking for should be here somewhere.
찾는데 오랜 시간이
I would assume
소요되는
it's like Ryoshu or
저희의
something.
발을 묶어 놓아야 하는 걸 테고요.
Something elusive and so well hidden that they had to distract us just to buy themselves some time.
서둘러야겠어.
We need to hurry then. Interesting. Okay. Abikyakon looks like just a combat stage. I will give me you. And before I start the stage, I will, take a little break. I have to play ads in like 3 minutes, but I wouldn't be able to finish the stage in that time, so I'll just play it now. And yeah, then get to the stage. Alright, short break, BRB. Hello, I'm back. Hi. Yeah, let's combat stage.
몸을 풀어두죠.
Looks like just a lot of Peculata, so nothing particularly interesting.
여러분들 기분이 좋아
So we
보이시네요.
enter. That's the plan.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
회풍.
Oh no. Yeah, okay, good. Didn't sleep too long today. Because yeah, I went to sleep like around 1-ish, after 1,
한결 수월해진 것 같아요.
which is like earlier. Well, no, that's like when I do go to sleep normally, I
정작 이
guess.
정도 탕류의
It's earlier
허덕이나.
than I went to sleep the day before. But I guess that's around the time I try to like go to sleep normally, between 1 and 2. Yeah, then I woke up early today. I guess I still did manage to sleep like some 6.5 hours,
시도는 좋았어요.
which I would normally be fine with, but I also think I'll be staying quite long awake today, but I don't know.
좋네요.
I mentioned it before, but I'm going to a friend, you know, for New Year's Eve. And we'll see how long I'm actually there. But yeah, that's why I also wanted to start so early today. I also just wanted to, you know, kind of play as soon as possible. I'll be doing this kind of the next week, and like for all the parts of this Kanto. That's the plan at least.
한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
Tomorrow, I mean, I definitely plan to stream tomorrow, but I will actually... I still don't know how to do it.
칼날이 잘 드네요.
Stuff is complicated because I have some plans as well, which I mentioned yesterday. So I might like not do my normal 2 PM stream, and after that we have things planned with friends. We'll be playing Eon Sand. So I was like considering maybe not streaming that myself, or maybe making that on the other hand my only stream of the day. But we'll see. I might do like a stream when I start normally, that would be a shorter one. Like maybe 2-3 hours. Then actually go to see the fireworks. And then when I come back to the onsen, that sounds like probably the simplest solution, right?
좋네요.
시간 끌 것 없이
시비수에게 명한다.
모조리
이 앞에
지워버리죠.
숨쉬는 자 누구 하나
But we will see, we'll see. Another thing is obviously, again, depending on how long I'm there today.
넌 푸름을
I don't know if I'll wake up before 2 a.m. or 2 p.m. Nah, but I feel like I would. I don't think we'll plan to be there until like 5.
틈을 끊어.
한놈 쪼아먹었다. 다음.
So yeah, I think the plan would be just to make 2 streams tomorrow.
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결
Like one at the
수월해진 것
normal
같아요.
time and then one later.
좋네요.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
내 뒤로.
이제 깨우치시길.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
This is definitely felt like I feel like they didn't need to be here, you know?
그대들의 본인의 두꺼운 뿔을 믿고 앞으로
And another one that's just combat, like, I don't really care, game. I'm sorry.
필두, 출진.
Another just speculator fight.
여러분들 기분이 좋아 보이시네요.
But it's fine.
회풍.
결정 영화.
So I mean, what I was talking before about. I mean, there's nothing more to say, really. I probably would do... At first, I think I said yesterday that I might do new IS, which I still might, but I also might just play more Isaac again. Just like do 2 rounds, you know, then end. Go to see the fireworks, come back, and do the Eon Sand. Sounds like a good plan to me. I'm really excited about the Eon Sand. I really like that game, it's so fun. Also, it's always fun to play with friends. That's like a fun thing to do.
저기, 저 개체부터 처리하면 편할 것 같아요.
일기당시리수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려두지 마라.
회풍.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
So far, I think the story is interesting. So far, it's also like kind of what I was assuming from like what we knew and the trailers and stuff like that. You know, we kind of knew that we would be fighting in here. Pretty confident we'll like meet the index soon. I was wondering if we would see Vergilius. I was kind of hoping we would. But it was also a while since we last saw Vergilius, right? What was the last time we saw Vergilius? That was before the last Gento, right? Nocturnal Sleeping? Was that the event? Yeah, it was Nocturnal Sleeping. I think, when he left. But yeah, I was excited to see Vergilius because, again, as I said, I read Leviathan just yesterday, or finished Leviathan. I took a bath and just read. It was nice.
뭐야, 쓰러져? 맞대가리도 없는 새끼.
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
I was at first considering shooting Distortion Detective. But then, you know, after talking with Lara about it, I think I decided in the end that I will probably just wait until they adapt it in a game. Since it's not even like finished, it apparently ended in the middle of an arc. So it's not ideal. And if they are to actually edit whole, I think I can wait for that. I mean, I waited for Leviathan this whole time, so... I'm really glad I read it though, it was really good, like I recommend it. It's not too long, like I finished it all in like, what? Like, could have been 6 hours. No, okay, probably more than that actually.
무용하군요.
But it's like wasn't too long. Considering that like one part of a canto already tends to take like... Well, I actually checked them yesterday just to prepare, you know, how long I would assume this could take. The shortest part of last canto was the first one on my stream, at least. I'm judging it by the stream length. I could have also been like talking a lot on the other ones or something. But that one took 7 hours. So I would say it's like similar length, at least with my reading speed, to what Kanto part takes me. To be fair, actually just streaming it does take a while longer since I read it out loud, you know.
조금씩 나아가고 있네요. 계속 힘내주세요.
Okay, can we get to like either interesting fights or the story, please? This is like not something I'm engaged with right now. Video game.
또 한 줄 길을 남겨.
Yay, thank you. Paradox of the Spiral.
길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
As we were battling our way through the escaped Pecutella, Gregor came to sudden stop. Will we fight like Kim or someone?
잠깐. 어디서 숨소리 같은 거 안 들려?
Wait.
좀 희미하긴 한데.
Do you fellas hear something? Sounds like breathing. It's faint.
들린다.
I hear it.
이쪽 부근이군.
In this general direction. Mersal stared at the giant containment chamber door where it lay underground, smashing and knocked to loose.
최종이나 다른 적 해체일 가능성은?
How likely is that it might be a Pecutellum or an enemy combatant?
낮은 편이다. 소리의 호흡이 불안정하고 작으니 부상당한 인간의 것에 가깝다.
Unlikely. The breathing is unstable and shallow, like that of a wounded human.
이거 오티스 씨. 생존자의 가능성이 조금이라도 있다면 구하는 게 맞지 않겠어?
Hey, Otis. It would only be right that we try to save them if there's even the smallest chance that they are a survival, right?
본사에 나쁜 인상으로 작용하진 않겠군.
I suppose that could leave a not so negative impression of us on the HQ. Yeah, that's why we're doing it. We knelt around the fallen door, slipped out the fingers under the debris, and lifted the door rose with a loud metallic creak. Aw, are you okay? Are you doing fine? Underneath the door was a woman, her breathing shallow.
이분은
Hey, she was one of Hohenheim's researchers who guided us through the regular checkup.
알리사예요. 이름까지는 기억 못하실 것 같아서.
Alyssa, I'm Alyssa, yeah. I didn't think you'd remember my name. Alyssa slowly shared her name, her voice strained as she was squeezing the air out of her lungs. She was covering her chest with her hand, overcame with pain.
알리사 씨, 상태는?
Okay, Miss Alyssa, are you...
숨을 크게 쉴 때마다 통증이 심해서
Every breath hurts so much.
살려달라고 소리를 지를 수가 없었어요.
I couldn't call out for help.
팀장님이
No need to speak if it hurts.
생각나네요. 우리는 주인공이 아니기에 동전이 던져진다면 앞이 나올지 뒤가 나올지 그저 기다릴 뿐이라고.
Reminds me of what Boss used to say. We're not the main characters of this story, so upon the proverbial coin flip, we can only wait to see if it will land heads or tails. Elsa let out a brief dejected chuckle before wincing with pain.
아니, 아프다는 양반이 무슨 농담 따먹기야. 잠깐.
Lady, seems to me you're in a plenty of pain. This is hardly the time to be joking about... Hold on. This steak. Oh, you have a steak? Alyssa's hand was grasped around the same spiral-shaped rod that the bodies in the hallway were holding.
무슨 일이 일어났던 거지?
What happened here?
경고음이
Can we do something with it? I'm assuming taking it out is bad. Because, you know, all of them... Oh, okay. So, somehow, they, like, pull us... Okay, what I'm assuming happened, I feel like maybe it's just kind of clear. So, something, I don't know if it's Noah did it, put the spirals, like, through them. I wonder if that's like an... Actually, they were pierced, or if it's more like it grew from their chests. And they, you know, since it was in their hands and all, they took it out, but taking it out actually kills them. Alyssa was smart. Smart. And kept it in, even though it hurts. They obviously took it out because it hurts. Maybe they knew that it would kill them, but wanted to rather die than just being in pain. The alarm system.
경고음이 울리지 않았어요.
The alarm didn't go off.
저희 부서는 조금이라도 뭔가 잘못되면 곧바로 경보가 발동되도록 설계되어 있었어요.
Even the smallest accidents or issues triggered the alarm to go off in our department.
호엔하임 씨가 로보토미 코퍼레이션의 최후를 답습하게 되고 싶진 않으시다고 강력하게 주장하신 덕택이었죠.
Boss Hohenheim, he was adamant about installing that system, said that he didn't want to repeat the fall of Lobotomy Corporation. A pained grimace crept into Alyssa's expression as she tried to calmly continue her explanation. It would be really useful if we could do something, and then she could explain, you know? It wasn't just from what was staked through her chest.
당신들이 습격을 알아차리기 직전까지도 아무런 경고음도 발동되지 않았군요.
The alarm system didn't go off, not even when the employees realized that the facility was under attack.
네, 그래서는 안 되는 거였는데.
No, it's not supposed to behave that way. It wasn't. We waited quietly as Alyssa caught her breath and calmed down.
갑자기 불이 꺼졌어요.
The lights suddenly died.
이번에 진행하고 있는 실험 때문일 거라고 생각했어요.
We thought it was the experiment we were conducting.
전력을 많이 잡아먹는 실험이라고 팀장님이 종종 투덜거리시곤 했거든요.
Was groused from time to time about how much energy it eats.
그때부터 이상하다고 생각했어야 하는 건데.
Damn it. Should have noticed then that something was off. Alyssa blamed herself to no avail, her voice growing faint.
그래서 시간이 지나면 자연스럽게 복구가 될 거라고 생각했어요.
So I thought it was just a temporary power outage.
다른 직원들도 마찬가지였죠. 대수롭게 여기지 않았어요.
No one thought much of it because
경고음이 울리지 않았으니까요. 네, 이해해요.
Because it didn't trigger the alarm system. Yeah, it's understandable.
저는 실험실에 가지고 와야 하는 자료가 있어서 그곳으로 향하고 있었는데.
I was heading to the research hall to retrieve something and
그러다가 들렸어요.
That's when I heard.
어둠 속에서 또렷하게 누군가의 구두 소리가
Heard the sound of dress shoes, click clack, echoing through the dark hallway.
느리지도 빠르지도 않은 여유 있으면서도 절도 있는 걸음걸이였죠. 그렇게 걷는 사람은 저희 부서엔 없어요.
Not too slow.
다들 바쁜 마음에 종종 걸음으로 빨리 걸어 다니거든요.
Not too fast. A relaxed but disciplined gait. No one in our department walks like that. We're always so busy that we always walk in a slight jog.
그 직후에는 누군가가 단말마 같은 비명을 지르는 것을 시작으로
Then a terrible dying scream followed.
끝없는 아비 교환이 이어졌어요.
Before the massacre began, like a hellish nightmare that just wouldn't end.
무슨 일이 일어나는 건지 아무도 몰랐어요.
No one knew what was going on.
살려줘.
Help!
누구야?
Who's there? Ah. Ah.
앞을 향해서 달리는 것밖에는 도리가 없었어요.
All I knew was that I had to run.
그러다가 가볍게 스쳐가는 바람 소리가
And something whistled through the wind and...
곧 가슴이 뜨거워졌어요.
Okay, so it is something like an outside source piercing them.
꽤 뚫려져 있었고.
I guess that makes... No, yeah, that makes sense. That makes more sense than my other theory or whatever it was. Or guess. Felt something hot across my chest. I looked down and saw this thing had pierced me.
잠시 정신을 잃었다가 깨어보니 이미 격리실이 누군가에 의해 강제 개방되어 있었어요.
Then I passed out. When I woke up, someone had forcibly unlocked all the containment units. Like, nature of surviving though, even one not pulling it out, and then two, the Peculata not coming to get you,
온갖 환상처럼
or abnormalities
죄종에 이어
and distortions.
뒤틀림까지 탈출하고 격리실 문이 튕겨 나가지는 바람에 옴짝달싹도 못하게 되었고요.
Abnormalities, Pecatula, even distortions running amok. And I was pinned down by a containment unit door that got knocked off its frame.
호엔하임 씨나 다른 분들과는 같이 있지 않았던 것이군요.
So you weren't with Hohenheim or other people when it occurred?
팀장님, 팀장님은 발표실 근처에 계셨을 거예요.
Boss must have been in the conference hall.
혹시 제 주머니에 있는 종이와 펜을 좀 꺼내주실래요?
Could you get the pen and paper from my pocket? Alice drew a simple map on a piece of torn paper.
다른 분들이 무사할지는 모르겠어요. 하지만 이 방향대로 가면 아마 행방의 단서라도 찾을 수 있을 거예요.
I don't know if the others are safe, but follow this map and you should at least be able to see for yourself or at least get a clue of what happened.
그래, 그래. 대강 알겠으니까 이제 상처 좀 살펴보자고.
There. We get a general idea. Now let's have a look at that wound. Greta replied calmly.
진짜 피가 안 멈추잖아. 이거 평범한 무기가 아닌 것 같은데.
Bollocks. The weapon keeps bleeding. This ain't your usual weaponry.
넌 뭐 좀 보이냐?
Oi, you recognize this? Heathcliff asked out this with palpable concern.
움직임이 클수록 제대로 파고드는 구조로 보인다.
I see. From the way it looks, the more the victim moves, the deeper it will drill into their flesh.
살상보다는 제압에 특화된 공방 제품 중 하나인 것 같군.
Perhaps a workshop product designed to stall and take combatants out of commission rather than kill outright.
이 정도 물건을 쑤셔 넣었다는 건 죽이고 싶었다면 충분히 죽일 수 있었다는 거겠지.
Yeah, if the assailants had the wherewithal to use weapons like this, then they could have very well easily killed the victims then and there too.
발을 묶어두고 싶었던 건지 아니면 악취미일 뿐인 건지.
Was the purpose really just to stall them, or was it some sick fascination?
가만히 있었기에 오히려 무사했나.
It seems
현명한 판단을 내렸군.
It seems that staying still is what saved your life. That was wise of you.
현명했기보다는 너무 아파서. 움직일 생각도 안 들던데요.
Yeah, I don't know about Vice. It hurt too much to even think about moving anyway.
상처를 봉합하거나 치료할 수 있는 걸 찾아온다면 무게를 뽑을 수 있지 않겠는가?
Perhaps ought to that closes the wound or rapidly heals it be the remedy where we to extract the vile weapon?
그래, 영영 저런 걸 달고 있을 순 없잖아. 빨리 뽑고 상처를 치료해서.
I don't know if pulling out is the solution right now unless we have something on us that can very quickly heal that wound after. Yeah, you're not gonna walk around with that thing in your chest forever, right? Let's pull it out, get the wound treated, and...
소용없다.
It's no use. Ryoshi spat out a reply.
소용없다니요? 혹시 뽑히지 않는 장치인가요?
It's no use? Is it the kind of device that physically can't be removed?
아니, 뽑아내는 것은 어렵지 않아.
No, pulling it out isn't the hard part.
그러지 않는 편이 나을 뿐.
It's just inadvisable.
억지로 뽑으면 복도에 있던 그 시체들처럼 되는 거냐?
If we force it out of her, then she'll end up like those bodies in the hallway. Yeah, that's what I said.
그래.
Pretty much.
저 나선은 반대편에 도달하기 위해 끝없이 파고들지만 역설적이게도 그 자체만으로는 관통하지 못한다.
Yeah.
도달할 수 없거든.
This spiral burrows endlessly to reach the other side, but paradoxically, it cannot punch through all the way, because it will never arrive at that point.
딸, 이건 나선이야.
Sweetheart, this is called a spiral.
한 번 박히고 나면 조금만 움직여도 계속 파고들기 때문에 제자리에 가만히 있을 수밖에 없단다.
Once it is lodged inside the body, even the slightest of movements will make it burrow deeper into the flesh, forcing the victim to remain perfectly still.
처음에는 따끔한 가시처럼 느껴질 뿐이지만 빼내려 할수록 파고드는 무기지.
It may sting, not sting any worse than a prick of a thorn at first. Well, but the more you try to yank it free, the further it drills into the body.
하지만 계속 파고들긴 해도 정작 꿰뚫고 나오진 못해.
But no matter how much it keeps digging it will never make it to the other side.
끝에 도달하려 할수록 나선은 점점 느려져서 결국엔 끝에 닿을 수 없거든.
The closer it gets to the end, the slower it becomes. It can never meet its end point.
대체하는 방법은 알지?
You know how to unlock it, yes?
네가 일을 끝내고 오면 알려줄 거란다.
I'll give you the... once you return with the job done. Okay, so it cannot kill you ever? Question mark? Unless you pull it out, unless you try to pull it out. It just hurts really bad and limits your movement. Well, it limits your movement by hurting really bad.
만약 없이 뽑으려 했다간.
Remember, if you try to pull it out without the...
파고들며 엉켜든 모든 것이 뽑혀 나올 거다.
It will tear out with everything it tangled itself with as it bored through.
그러니 살고 싶다면 지금처럼 가만히 있도록.
So stay put exactly as you are if you want to live. So we need to get a key if we want to save Alyssa. All I could see were these fragments of her memories, its remnants.
없이 뽑으려 했다간.
If you try to pull it out without the...
짝짓는 숫자도 없이 뽑으려 했다간.
If you try to pull it out without the matching, then... Once again, I recalled Ryoshu's shattered memories with the distinct feeling of drawing something up to the surface. The scenes from her mutilated memories. As it was generally the case, I don't know how exactly I did it. It just came naturally to me the moment I wished for it to happen.
뭐가 좀 보였나 시계?
See anything, clock? Ryoshi, what if that spiral needs a certain combination of numbers like a password? How would you input it?
그 나선에 엮인 역사를 풀이하려면 그에 맞는 짝이 필요하단다.
I think they are trying to unlock her memories. Like, that's the goal of the fingers, right? Or, like, whoever did that. So they are kind of doing what they wanted. That's like, I guess that's a theory. I don't know. Did they confirm that? That's what I think is happening. To resolve the spiral paradox, you'll need to find the correct pair.
짝이 맞는 숫자도 없이 뽑으려다가는
If you try to pull it out without the matching number, then
검과 검집, 음과 양, 과거와 미래, 나와 너. 모든 건 지독하고 지긋지긋하게 짝지어져 있는 것 투성이니.
the sword and the scabbard, yin and yang, the past and the future, me and you. Everything, regrettably, is paired together with an awfully stubborn connection.
죽는다는 게 뭔지 아니?
Do you understand what it means to die?
무언가를 벤다는 건
What it means to sever something? For a brief moment, an odd expression appeared on Ryoshi's face.
흰머리.
White hair.
말씀하시죠.
Do speak.
나선은 해제할 수 있다. 시계의 말대로 그 해제는 숫자와 연관이 있을 테지.
The spiral can be disabled. It must have something to do with numbers, like the clock said.
하지만 정확히 무엇이 필요한지가 기억나지 않는군.
But I don't exactly remember what it needs.
거북나선이라는 이름을 가진 나선 무기에 대해서 아는 게 있나?
Know anything about the spiral-shaped weapon called the tortoise spiral?
파우스트를 사용하는 방법을 조금이나마 깨우치셨군요.
It seems that you have come to understand, if only marginally, how Faust is to be used. Okay, that's interesting.
제가 해당 장치를 시각적으로 확인하였고 류슈 씨가 범위를 좁힐 수 있는 단어들을 제공했으니 파우스트는 알 수 있습니다.
That's really interesting. As I have visually observed the device, and Yoshu has provided certain keywords to narrow the result, Faust can now know.
사용하는 방법이요?
Did you say how you're to be used? Ignoring the curious look from the sinners, Faust carefully walks to the body and unclasps the spiral from their hands.
제논의 거북나선 파우스트에 의하면 해당 장치는 그렇게 불립니다.
Zenon's tortoise spiral is what Faust called this device. After some time, Faust pulled the bottom part of the spiral, opening its hatch.
자물쇠입니다. 대응되는 숫자는 7자리군요.
It's a lock. The spiral requires a 7-digit combination to release.
또한 알리사 씨의 피가 멎지 않는 이유는 나선이 심장을 관통하지 못할 뿐 파고드는 성질 자체는 영원하기 때문일 겁니다.
Also, the spiral's infinitely burrowing nature, despite its inability to ever penetrate the heart, explains why Miss Alisa's bleeding will not stop.
잠겨 있다면 요정으로 열 수 있지 않나?
If it's locked, can we use a fairy to open it? That would make sense. We have one of those. Fairy?
F사의 특이점을 말하는 것이요.
She speaks of the F-Corp's singularity.
잠겨 있는 것이라면 그 무엇이라도 열어주는 기술. 좋은 방안 아닌가?
If the spiral is locked, as you say, then would not the technology to unlock anything make it for a perfect countermeasure?
요정으로 여는 것은 가능할 테지만 해당 나선 무기에 적용된 기술이 어느 정도의 가치를 지닌 장치일지가 중요하겠죠.
Theoretically, a fairy should indeed be able to unlock it. However, what must first be considered is the value of the technology applied to this spiral. spiral weaponry.
확실하게 하려면 고가의 요정이 필요하겠군. 그런 물품을 당장 근처에서 구할 수도 없는 노릇이고.
Then only an expensive ferry would guarantee a successful outcome, which would be hard to come by at this immediate moment. Ryoshu and the rest of us stared at the spiral lock with a degree of trepidation. We weren't going to be able to brute force a 7-digit code.
안 될 거라고 생각하긴 하는데 0부터 계속 맞춰볼 순 없는 거냐?
That would take a while. We can't do that, Heathcliff. Sorry, I should probably read what he said first. This probably won't work, but can't we just start from zero and go from there? Will Faust tell us the number of
보편적인
combinations?
잠금 장치와 동일하게 일정 횟수 이상 틀린 번호를 입력할 경우
As it is the case with most locks, a certain number of incorrect attempts would.
됐어. 그냥 개죽음 당한다는 거잖아.
Point taken. It's death in it. Oh, that as well, I guess. But it would also take a long if it's 7-digit lock.
마음 같아서는 솔직히 무서우니까 두고 가지 말아달라고 하고 싶거든요.
Don't leave me alone. I'm scared. That's honestly what I'd like to ask.
하지만 실험실 근처에는 살아있는 사람들이 모여 있을지도 몰라요.
But there might be survivors by the lab.
저희 팀장님 아시잖아요. 쉽게 당하실 분 아니에요.
You know, our boss, he won't go down so easily.
차라리 그 사람들을 도와주세요.
Just go help them instead.
하지만 이대로면
What if we leave you like this?
뭐 연구원이 멍청하게 죽는 100가지 방법에 나오는 것처럼 죽어서도 놀림받는 상황보다는 나은 것 같네요.
Well, this isn't the worst way to go. This way, at least, I won't be going into some trivia book of stupid deaths, like 100 dumbest researcher deaths. That's a book that exists, huh? Perhaps working under Hohenheim has influenced her to put on a mask of aloofness, even if in situations like these. But it was clearly taking considerable effort on her part to maintain it. Just try to survive a bit longer. We'll, you know, we might find a 7-digit combination somewhere. Or a fairy. Were we in a other situation, I would have asked what those 100 dumb ways to die were to alleviate the tension, but I held my breath and embraced the painful silence.
알리사군, 다시 돌아오겠네.
We shall return to thy side, young Alyssa.
네?
What?
반드시 다시 돌아오겠네. 그러니까
I give thee my word, so...
적들이 다가오는 것 같으면 최대한 몸을 피해 있게. 부탁이니 포기하지 마세나.
Hide as best as thou canst when enemies approach. Thou mustn't yield now, I beseech thee.
참고로 얘는 한다면 하는 놈이니까 흘려듣지 마라.
You better listen to the lass. She ain't one for empty platitudes.
네, 그럴게요. 감사해요.
Yeah, okay. I won't give up. Thank you. I guess they can still bleed out, right? It won't pierce the heart, but they can still definitely bleed out if she's still bleeding. C485. Roshi quietly muttered to herself.
시계. 방탈출 해봤나?
Clock. Ever played the game of escape room? I did. What?
이건 일종의 방탈출 게임 같은 거다.
This is very much like a game of escape room.
불의를 위해서는 단서를 모아야 하지.
To begin, to find a solution, you begin by gathering the clues. A game, huh?
저 연구원 놈 살리고 싶은 것 아닌가?
You want to save the researcher, don't you?
그렇다면 저 나선에 쓰인 고유 번호가 필요할 테니 봐둔 것뿐.
Then you'll need the serial number on that spiral. Every step we took away from Alyssa as she suffered a slow death was painful. I wasn't even sure if I could save her life. If we could save her life. Well, if she survives long enough, we definitely can. Like, we can resolve this whole and then go get a ferry. You know? We don't need to play their escape room as long as we just get out of here. Shadow beset the path ahead. Charm. What are we fighting? We do not know.
횃대에서 내려 전장으로.
Ishmael, who had been following the route Alyssa had mapped out, stopped in her tracks.
이스마일 씨, 왜 그러세요?
Ishmael, what's the matter?
뭔가 의아해서요.
Something about this seems off.
이스가 지도를 보고 있는데 귀를 잃을 리는 없고. 뭔데?
I don't suppose she would ever read the map wrong. What's the matter?
길은 잘 찾아가고 있는 중이에요. 다만
Yeah, we're heading the right way, but the thing is,
너무 수월해서 문제죠.
it just seems too easy. What's wrong with that?
우리가 지나온 길을 떠올려 보세요. 다른 길들은 별의별 상태로 전부 막혀 있었어요.
Well, it's an escape room, and it's a spider web. Think back to the path we took to get here. Every other route was crammed with all kinds of obstacles to discourage us from taking a detour.
좌측의 복지부서로 이어지는 통로는 폐쇄된 상태였고 우측의 통제실에 있는 방향은 잔해로 막혀 있었다.
The corridor to the left leading to the welfare department was closed off, and the one to the right leading to the facility management room was blocked with debris.
마치 우리가 한 길로만 가도록.
It's as if they are corralling us down this route.
네, 마치 그쪽에서 풀어둔 미끼를 따라가고 있는 것 같아요.
I can't shake off the feeling that we are chasing after bait hooked on the fishing line.
뭐 그렇다고 해서 이곳으로 가는 거 이외의 방법은 없잖아.
Well, can't say we have much of an alternative, eh?
찝찝하지만 어쩌겠냐.
A bit dodgy, yeah, but nothing we can do about it.
각오는 해두어야겠구려.
It would be wise to stay wary.
잠깐, 파오. 이것 좀 봐봐.
Hang on, Fao, check this out.
환상체가 탈출한 흔적이 보이는군요.
These are the traces of an escaped abnormality.
개체명은 요정 초롱입니다. 거울 던전에서 몇 차례 조우해본 환상체죠.
Also known as Fey Lantern, we have encountered this abnormality more than once in the mirror dungeons. More than once? Probably like fucking hundreds of times.
그 나무 원본이 이거야?
Oh, that reading. So this one's the original? I don't think Fey Lantern's the only abnormality that's broken free. Let's take them down and reduce them back to eggs. It will, if they prey on any survivors who stumble in here, that will be real trouble. Yeah, okay. So we're fighting Fey Lantern. Is it different? Since it's like apparently the original, I mean it has this. Does it normally have this? I don't know. It seems to be different. Just because I don't see everything. Makes sense, makes sense. Fairy is slow, let's use weaker attacks. I think weaker attacks should be enough to deal 160 damage. Well, maybe not. But I'll still do it like that. I feel like it should be enough. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not. Let's do big attack here. Okay, okay. Wow, incredible job, Honglu. Fucking incredible.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
What the fuck, guys?
아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠.
I know you're on zero sanity, but
저
come on.
처리하면 편할 것 같아요.
내 등 뒤에서 벗어나는 것.
That was crazy. Like I needed to fucking if Honglu rolled like one head. Okay, that probably still would. No, it might have been enough if Honglu rolled one head. That's fucking crazy. Oh.
발처세와 시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자
부위 하나가 끊어졌네요.
살려보내지 마라.
이제 좀 수월해지겠어요. 결선 부위에 따른 관리법도 적어둬야 할 텐데.
I mean, Melis is struggling. Oh, you're struggling against everything? That's fun.
초전해! 박살!
양을 흩뜨려라.
적합한 관리법이었어요. 다행이에요.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
그 객체는
미여.
다른 방법이 적절하지
길을 열어.
않았을까요?
내 뒤로.
Yeah, I need to like clash more. They don't have like any sanity still.
불끈한 지원했군.
And next turn I'm not clashing because reasons.
결정 염화. 하!
저것들이 뭔가 기운이 없어요.
Okay, now again I can like
기회가 온 걸까요?
go with the weaker skills. So, or maybe I can just actually go with stronger skills and try to deal as much damage as possible.
막아내지 못하리.
I feel like we are doing fine. Farewell turn was like an interesting fight when it was in the railway. Because of the railway mechanic, right? But it's probably not a kill yet. But close.
단테님,
Okay. Well,
수감자분들에게 잠시
we
휴식을
can just
권유해보는 건 어떨까요?
okay, it will take at least one more turn, I think. No way to finish it off now. Yeah. Hang on. What's going on with this thing? It doesn't feel like the same entity we ran into in the mirror dungeon. If we are to delve deeper, it appears to mirror the one we encountered in the Reflection Railway. While Hohenheim does harbor some interest in this subject, he's not great enough a genius to turn that curiosity into reality. Then why could this possibly be happening? Hold on, something left this here. It seems to be torn page of a note. It's covered in fluorescent paint, so it would be easier to spot. Whoever left it couldn't have known we were coming. It's probably a note meant to the 4 possible survivors. No reason not to read it. Observation record irregularities. Written by Moses, LCD on-site investigative reasoning team leader. The entity abruptly escaped its containment unit during the assault. Readers of this note should be warned that this entity shows some irregularities that have not been observed previously. Reader, this entity abruptly escaped this containment during the assault. Oh yeah, okay, right. Keep reading the record. Oh. When I killed when a high number of employees within the research facility were killed, the Phalanthron breached containment. Under the LC abnormality controls protocols, such an escape is known to occur only when an employee with inherently low aptitude exhibits an attunement level exceeding 75% with LCE Ego Phalanthron, or when the outcome of the managerial work is determined to be above very good. The Phalanthron, whose escape was triggered by deaths around it, has deviated from its accepted behavior patterns of preying on charmed victims one by one, and instead has begun consuming multiple targets all at once. Presumably, the entity must have realized that its food reserves were being rapidly depleted. After Ezra destroyed the luring unit device, designated as Blue Fairy in the LCB observation log, the Phalanthron aggressiveness significantly increased. At that point, Ezra was no longer affected by its charm. Okay, so it will get more angry, but we won't be charmed. Based on that observation, I was able to establish a hypothesis that anyone who observes the Blue Fairy for at least 7 seconds and then immediately destroys its head becomes immune to its influence. As this effect applies only to the individual who destroys it, this information may not be of much use to more researchers. However, I shall leave a note of it to be consulted should the need arise. Attention. When the Phalanthron identifies only a single individual, it did not attempt to charm them, and instead appeared wary enough to simply watch them. Yet due to its limited sample size, further confirmation will be necessary. That's quite a bit of useful tips. Well, now I think I've got a rough idea of how to deal with it. Enter. Alright, let's refer to this record for the intel and try to suppressing it again.
저 개체부터 처리하면 편할 것 같아요.
Well, so the one who destroys it should not get charmed. You have 50 HP. So I think the play might be this. Alright, still need to actually use these. It might not work. Maybe I should have still hit, just to make sure. Okay, I'm trying too hard to actually be dumb.
여기다가 말하면 녹음되는 건가요?
I'm being dumb.
힘내세요.
I wanted specifically to kill it with Faust, and since she was last, because, you know, she's strong, I did not... I don't know if it actually works like that. Or maybe I can actually read it again. Maybe there is more info now. There is, obviously, dumbass. For buffs and debuffs to start when the body hides again. When the body is broken, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Yeah. Wait, no, this is the same. That was the same.
불가 위약 막아내지 못하리.
결선 부위에 따른 관리법도 적어둬야 할 텐데.
Here, right? Yeah. Let's just do this.
닭은 달려들어라. 저
I should be
해충들을
easy, I'm guessing now. Well, maybe not easy, but...
유야. 길을 열어라.
진짜 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
You know, nice damage for sure.
무상한 목숨
Nice damage for sure.
불끄듯 지원할 뿐.
Ah. But yeah, I think I'm winning this turn.
이제 깨우치시길.
Okay, interesting that it was different than normally. I didn't really have to do anything specific though. It was like way too easy still. I feel like I could have definitely done this with win rating the whole time.
핏물진 길일 뿐이지만.
Reward. Oh, are we fighting? Okay, I guess we are fighting just a bunch of abnormalities we already fought before. Just slightly different, but still very easy. Well, we'll see. Maybe this guy will be difficult. Anyways, I'll take a short break before we go there. And I will be right back. Hello, I'm back. Hello, Lyra. Hello. How big is the Kanto so far? It's like peak out of 10, I would say. It's really good. The story is, well, it's just very good. It always is, and it's here as well. I guess I shouldn't. Avert your eyes. I guess I can go to the menu. It's really good. Like the story is really good. The combats, there was like so far one that was somewhat interesting. There was like a mechanic that you kinda had to pay attention to, otherwise you might have a bad time, but I don't know. Maybe it would still be easy. And they are trying to do something that's interesting, I guess, but honestly, in the one fight I did with what I'm assuming is happening, it was kinda like didn't really play a role, because the encounter was still like way too easy, so they had like a mechanic, I guess, but I basically didn't even notice it. It just played out the same, kinda. But yeah, the story is incredible. To be fair, it's like honestly very much what happened so far is what I expected, which is not bad. Just means I'm like very smart. I'm also like in what, stage 7, and some of them were combat only. But it's like incredible so far in terms of the story. I don't want to talk about it much. It's just good. It's just what happened in school, I think, and we'll see how it goes. There was actually one thing that surprised me that I was really happy to see. It was kind of a just small thing that I wasn't expecting, I guess. I will go so you can actually play the game. Yeah. You also go play the game. When do you plan to play? If you're still here, that is. When do you plan to start? I can claim Battle Pass. Wow, incredible. In like a few minutes, I see, that makes sense. Alright, then I hope you'll have a good time. Okay, I'm now, what's the word? To tell someone to leave. Well, leave. Now leave, Lyra. Okay, Wayward, I wonder what will happen in this stage. I wonder who we will fight. Whoa!
뱃대에서 내려 전장으로.
It's just a combat stage. Oh shit! It's the Wayward Passenger? What? Okay, I again assume, you know, it will be what the last thing was. It will be Wayward Passenger. There's something special that he will do compared to the normal Wayward Passenger. However, the encounter will be way too easy, and we won't really get to see the new mechanic or whatever, or recognize that it happened. I think that's like what's happening here. Win rate. Right plate, left plate. I see. Well, let's focus on the right one then. Because we are hitting that with more shit. Still obviously Flash. Try to get
양을 흩뜨려라.
SP.
저 해충들을 도려내라. 리어 길을 열어.
그 개체는 다른 방법이 적절하지 않았을까요?
결조 염화.
I do like how the U branch, is that what they are called, the Goku branch? I do like their attacks. I think they look cool. I do think they look cool.
답봉창.
I'm really looking forward to, if it is here, obviously it might not be here, Tattoo Dungeon. Those are really fun in general, I think. Okay, we have this. Of course we do.
위험한 일이 있을 때마다 이랬는데.
Okay, well, we'll do this. We'll do this. And then let's just focus one of the other ones. Okay, maybe I don't need 3 different. Well, they don't have sanity, so maybe I do. Let's go for the green one. No, I will get a bunch of green skill next turns. And the yellow one I'm already attacking with 2 shits. So let's really just try to kill the red one.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
내 뒤로.
Oh, crit, nice. Oh.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
Really close, but is dead. Ah, this one's also kind of close, but not dead yet. I thought that one
아까
would be.
했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것
Do I
같아요.
see the resistances now? I guess once that I attack. Yeah, yellow is weak, green is weak, right? Yep. So we'll hit you with 1 yellow attack, and you will be dead. I'm pretty confident that you will be dead, right? I guess it's just neutral. You might lose the clash. Okay, maybe I'll actually still clash with someone else just to make sure. With the green one, this should be like completely fine. This guy's dead for sure, right? Well then, as I said, make sure someone actually clashes with something that will be at least favored here. And then everything here. Looks like a plan. Oh no. That's annoying. That's really annoying. Oh my god, wait, what the fuck? Okay. Is it Gil? Yeah, it's Gil.
회풍.
한놈 쪼아먹었다. 다음.
Okay, that's all the portals killed. Now we'll get new information about this guy.
뭔가
No?
기운이 없어요. 기회가 온 걸까요?
Okay. Yeah, I definitely want to destroy an arm, you know, keep destroying arms. This is the powerful attack. Yeah, rip space. So we definitely want to not let that win clash. We have a bunch of skills with high, like big skills, skill 3s. So unopposed. Oh damn. I mean, hopeless. Well, okay, no, it rolls a lot. But how is this, like, struggling? I guess it's because you have low sanity. I mean, it makes sense. By ego, I think ego might, ego solves... Ego doesn't solve the solution? What the fuck? I guess. And then this is left, left, right, right. And this is right. So left. What? And then right, right. Unopposed, because slow, I see. This 6 goes for you. And this 6 goes for you as well, I see. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah. Is this... No, that's unopposed, right? Because slow. Okay, I will do the stronger attack then. Bam, 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 bam. And then I wanted to go on the right hand. Well, this will hit me, guess. You do not have charge at all though, so it wouldn't want to do that much, I guess. On use. And when does this use? I do use this somewhat easy way. Well, we'll see. Something will happen. Something will happen for sure. Yeah. Yeah.
세상에,
Ouchie.
여러분들 괜찮으세요?
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Guess I should have gone with everyone who had better resistance, but I thought it would be fine.
저 개체가 기세등등해 보여요. 조금 주의하면서 해보는 게 좋을 것 같아요.
Okay, destroyed one hand. Oh wait, this is disco, okay. High speed rip space. It rolls just 11, so it's not too bad. But I do not have strong skills, really. So will this... That's favorable, I guess. Really? It's favorable? With 8 sanity, this is favorable? I guess, yeah. No, it... I mean, okay, yeah, I have a little bit higher chance, but, I don't know. Doesn't sound that great. How much damage will it take to hit you? Not that much.
필요한 관심은 사용하죠. 저는 조용한 필요한 관심은 사용하죠. 저는 조용한 게 좋아서요.
Wait, no, what?
필요한 관심은
She's
사용하죠.
fatal against fears.
저는 조용한 게 좋아서요.
That could do like a lot of damage, I think. Maybe not. And then we'll do our attacks to destroy this blade. I think I'll go with stronger attacks. because my guy will get staggered in just like 1, maybe 2 attacks to hand, and then we just deal a shit ton of damage after that.
기꺼이.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐.
To be fair, I could have probably staggered the hand that was using the attack before it's used. That would have been smart, but I'm not smart.
무용하군요.
I can't make smart plays, that's for smart people.
무상한 목숨.
But we won the clash, so that's better because we also gained the sanity.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
Cool attack. That remains to be the case. Okay, blade destroyed.
부위 하나가 끊어졌네요.
적을
이제 좀
물어뜯고 너의
수월해지겠어요.
쓸모를 보여라.
And now, win rate. Okay, I guess not it. Oh yeah, I guess it is win rate. Unless... Yeah, I guess this is a little bit better.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
신이 목을 떨궈주마.
I guess we...
고작 이 정도
Now that I
탐내는
think
허덕이다.
about it, we never fought these guys in the story. So they just probably wanted to include them in the story because they're only, like, obviously in Mirror Dungeon. But otherwise they're only, and in Luxervations, I think, right? These are in the Luxervation. Wait, are they? I'm not sure about that. I think Passenger is not Luxervation.
홍원의
But
여러
I'm not sure right
학교쯤
now.
내가 별나게 보일 수
No,
있겠지.
I'm pretty sure not.
하지만 그 후엔 흑수들보다도
We only
뛰어나다는
fought them in a
알게 될
railway, again,
그땐
outside of Mirror Dungeon,
너와
and
나의
it's a
목적이
railway that's
이루어진
not
후다.
open. Like, for example, Lyra. I'll be talking about Lyra behind her back. Didn't play Railway 2 as far as I know. I might be incorrect, but I think that's the case. Doubt. Who's that? Well, we'll see.
가보실까?
여기다가 말하면 녹음되는
Give me a
건가요?
moment.
아, 힘내세요.
Oh shit, it's this. Ebony King's Apple. We did definitely fight this in the story though. I'm again assuming it will be more difficult at some point. This lasts until the roots are broken. Roots gain power up for every unbroken arm part. But not if they are broken as well, okay. So I want to break arms to make roots weaker. When I destroy roots, I will get to be faster, which would be nice. So right stem, roots attack only once, but I have +6 on this, so I need to be careful about that. That rolls up to 17. So we definitely need something nice. This is up to 17. Minimum is 10. This rolls 8 or 20 something. So I would just favored, but not again by much. There's just more outcomes in which I win. it's easy to like see that or like imagine all the outcomes in my head when it's just one coin, you know. I think I overall want to use the purple skills. Hello, Lord Starlight, Olympus Company. Yes, that is the name of the video game. How are you doing? How's your day been? Well, as I said, I want to use my... These are the right stem, left stem. Yeah. Makes sense. Want to use my envy skill so I get free envy as soon as possible. So it's easier to get sanity. It's just neutral. Yeah, that's what I imagined. Yes, that's what I imagined. Let's focus. Wait, oh shit, she's too slow. Okay, that sucks. That sucks. In that case, you're doing this. And this with no draw. These 3 consecutive Abno fights is quite annoying. Yeah, I don't love them. But they are also more interesting than like the Peculatum fights earlier. Do I destroy the fruit? Nah, I think I'll focus on the roots instead. With weaker attacks.
시비수에게 명한다.
Fun.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
Nice, nice.
무상은 목숨. 불끄듯 지원해.
칼날이 잘 되네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
I'm assuming you have already finished the story or like the part 1. Yep. What do you think? No spoilers, but what do you think? I'm really liking the story so far. I need more, yeah. I feel that.
제가 도움이 될지는 모르겠지만 노력해 보겠습니다.
I can't wait. I still have more to get through, so you know, I'm fine. But I imagine I'll feel the same after I finish today. Roots are making bullshit. I see. I have something that could easily win. I mean, I have 2 skill 3s. Struggling though. Yeah, the roots still have the +6, huh? Maybe I should have focused a stem instead. Damn. This Abno is the most annoying. Yeah, it's my bad I didn't focus the stem. I should have really focused the stem. Maybe to be able to get rid of, you know, if it had -3 strength. Like this way it rolls up to 22, which kinda sucks. That's something unbreakable. Okay. Also unbreakable that inflict a bunch of bleed. But it's fine. I guess let's just destroy one of the stems this turn. Come on, that's not where I'm clicking. Well, win rate. But instead of this, we'll let you... Oh, you're going for the head? That's stupid. Oh, let's just focus the left stem with weaker attacks. This will just hit us anyways, so what can you do? Do I have a way to deal with it? Not really. I mean, I can block with someone so they take less damage. But would that really help? Would that really be all that useful? Why are you focusing? It's just struggling, so maybe I can still try it, to be fair. Are any of you just struggling? Oh yeah, you are slow. Hopeless. This is just struggling. So we can try, you know, maybe we'll get lucky. Or... no. Yeah. Oh, come on. Come on, Hongru. Okay, thank you.
태풍.
Getting kinda hungry. I normally, you know, stream after I eat lunch, but because I started so early today,
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝
I
놀랐어요.
just got an apple before I started. That's funny. Apple while fighting Ebony Queen's apple. That was not planned. I did not plan to eat an apple before fighting Ebony's stem apple.
저 개체가 기세등등해
Canton 9
보여요.
seems to be an annoying
조금
MPH
주의하면
later.
세보는 게 좋을 것 같아요.
I mean, every mirror dungeon is annoying. Hope they at least add some like interesting new... Well, preferably to rework mirror dungeons completely. That would be what I prefer. Okay. That's from left stem, huh? I see. But that means I should be able to easily win, kinda. So... I need to look at all the resistances because I do not remember
내
those.
등 뒤에서 벗어나는 거.
Okay.
그다지 옳은 선택은 아닐 텐데.
Ah. Right, you are slow. Makes sense. Can you win? It's favored, sure. This hand will, or stem will get broken, so that's fine. Neutral. Okay, maybe I'll try to get my... Oh yeah, okay, you can only clash here. You are focusing. You, that's favored, that's alright. Heathcliff neutral. And if I want to clash, this has to be done. Then we can finish off this hand, I'm pretty sure. Well, I will use weaker skills, so maybe no. No, we should be able to. Still a lot of damage. I said this before, I really miss when Mirror Dungeons had... what's it called? Skill 3. That was fun. I prefer to that to the system we have now.
태풍. 부위 하나가 끊어졌네요. 이제 좀 수월해지겠어요.
I feel like I always have high hopes for the mirror dungeons, but they are like, you know, they have some features that make it more fun. I think obviously adding new and more, not new I guess most of the time, but more enemies, more gifts is nice, you know. But they really should make it just more roguelite and stuff. Because every run is the same.
여러분들
Or like very similar. Can definitely kill the stem. I killed the roots, okay. So let's first do clashes. I really want to clash with Faust because she doesn't have sanity yet, and then I guess Dawn because she has the least sanity. Can even do like the stronger skill, I think. Well, no, maybe let's keep that for DPS later, when she actually has more sanity and rolls better. What's the fruits? Fruit is fatal to red. I don't have any red though. So let's just do like this. Should be good. This has something over 100 HP, like almost 200. That should kill, hopefully. Okay, I said that should kill. It will kill if I'm lucky. We'll see. No, it should kill. Okay, the stem hopefully won't get staggered. No, it will get staggered. No, it won't get staggered. Huh. Well, I did want Dawn to win the clash, but at least I can stagger and deal all the damage to a staggered hand. And who needs the most clash is you. Oh, actually it won't clash because it's staggered, literally what I just said. Sometimes I just don't think.
결선 부위에 따른 관리법도 적어둬야 할 텐데.
Now we can just easily win, right?
모조리 치워버리죠.
내 뒤로.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
틈을 끊어.
아까 했던 공격 덕에
Damage, not even win rating, but damage.
좋네요.
회풍.
닭은 달려들어라. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 염화!
Nice. Okay, not cool sound effect.
앞에 튀어나와.
I mean, okay, we killed 3 abnormalities. Neat. Story, thank you, story. Yes, that's what I would like to see more of. 9/11. Cool.
이쪽인 것 같아요.
I think it's this way.
이곳에만 불이 들어와 있네요. 방송 섹터라고 적혀 있어요.
This is the only area with lights on. It says broadcast sector.
여기로 오는 게 맞는 선택이었겠지?
Can someone tell me coming here was the right decision?
방송 섹터로 향하는 길 이외에는 전부 막혀 있었다고 보아도 무방하다.
All the other roads were blocked off, save for the one leading to this sector.
이러나 저러나 여기로 올 수밖에 없었던 거구만.
Looks like we'd have ended up here one way or the other. It's hard to see anything when it's this dark.
전력은 대부분 끊겨 있는 상태라 문이 잠겨 있진 않을 거예요.
With most of the power down, the door shouldn't be locked.
멈춰.
Stop.
한 발짝이라도 더 접근하면 즉시 무력으로 대응할 거야.
Take another step closer and you'll be forcing our hand. A familiar voice boomed from the loudspeaker, delivering a sharp warning.
이 앞에는 보안용 지뢰가 잔뜩 설치되어 있어. 만약 그걸 뚫고 들어온다고 해도 이 안에 있는 인원을 상대해야 할걸? 이쪽은 전부 전투 수행이 가능한
Do I know
사람들이야.
who this is? This entire area is laden with security landmines. Even if you somehow manage to get past the minefield, you'll have to face the rest of us. I'm warning you. Even one of us in here, every one of us in here is combat ready.
만약 자신 있다고 해도 우리에겐 자폭 장치도 있어. 초소형 미세 톱니들이 박혀 있는 폭탄이.
Really intimidating. And if you think you're stronger than us, we have self-destruct devices, bombs filled with super mini saw-teeth shrapnel.
잠깐, 이건 뭐라고 적힌 거야? 뭐? 나보다 악필이 심한 사람은 처음 보네.
Hold on a sec. What's this supposed to say? The hex. And I thought my handwriting was bad.
이건 이 폭탄을 던지면 반경 100m 내 폭발이 일어나.
Yeah, okay. I remember that this game is also really funny. Oh, here. Throwing this bomb will result in an explosion that covers a 100-meter radius zone from the detonation point.
야, 그런 폭탄은 금기 위반이라 말이 안 되잖아. 좀 그럴듯하게 적어대.
Hey, that's a table violation, you know? At least try to come up with something actually convincing.
아무튼 무너진 시설에 우리랑 사이좋게 깔리고 싶은 게 아니라면 당장 돌아가.
Anyways, turn around and walk away right now, or we're gonna bury all of you with us under the facility. We can hear everything, you know.
폭탄은 거짓일 가능성이 높습니다. 폭발물에 해당하는 모든 폭탄은 머리가 규정한 바에 따라 반드시 무언가에 설치되어야 하기에.
It's highly probable that the bomb is a bluff. Any bomb that falls under the category of explosives must be planted on an object or surface by the rules set by the head. Thanks for the observation, Faust.
범위도 터무니없어. 그만한 반경을 일순 폭발시키는 것은 많은 규제와 협약을 위반할 테지.
And boast of the blast beggar's beliefs. Such a wide radius is sure to break bounty of bands and bounds.
그래도 보안용 지뢰는 진짜야. 더 다가오면 과출력된 전기가 너희를 순식간에 지져버릴걸.
Sure, but I wasn't bluffing about the landmines. Take one more step forward, and bolts of overcharged electricity will make barbecue out of you. As the voice behind the microphone began to grow increasingly irritated, it also became even more familiar. I was pretty sure I've heard it somewhere before.
알리사 씨 말에 따르면 이 부근에 호에나임 그 양반이 있을 거라 했는데.
According to Alyssa, Hohenheim should be around here somewhere.
잠깐, 방금 알리사라고 했나?
Wait, did you just say Alyssa?
이 목소리 착각이 아닌 듯하군요.
That voice. It seems we are not mistaken. Now I certainly recognize this voice. Yeah.
그다지 반갑지 않은 그 목소리로 미루어 보건대.
That voice I would rather not welcome tells me
이곳에 들여보내도 무방한 이들은 많네.
that these individuals are good to be let through.
그다지 반갑지 않은 목소리가 들리는 걸 봐서는 저희가 접근해도 무방한 이들 같군요.
That voice Faust would rather not welcome tells Faust that these individuals are good to be approached. A heavy tank, and then the doors of the broadcast sector inched open. But before we could even take a proper look at the people holed up within...
뭐야, 너희들이었어? 진작에 말하지.
What? You guys? You should have told us sooner.
나
Oh, Ezra! Fuck! Yeah, I completely forgot her voice. Remember me?
에즈라 씨,
Oh, it's Miss Ezra. We came face to face with Ezra, who'd video called us with a plethora of information on Blackfiends prior to our mission in La Mancha Land.
라만차랜드에서 대활약을 해냈다면서?
How'd you save the day in La Mancha Land?
역시 우리가 도움을 준 덕분이지? 아, 그래서 그 너희 중에 있다던 그 무진장 센 혈기는 누구야?
And all thanks to your truly, I bet. So, care to tell me which one of the Blackfiend extraordinaire on your team? Is the yeah.
네? 아, 그건
What? Well, that's.
안부 인사는 나중에 나누도록 하지, 에즈라.
Why don't we skip the pleasantries for now, Ezra? The next person to show up was Moses. I saw her in the video call to team leader of LCD, if memory serves right.
아까 폭탄이 어쩌고 하면서 온갖 협박을 한 게 당신이었어요?
Were you the one who threatened us with that nonsense about bombs, Ezra?
어쩔 수 없었잖아. 이 근방에 남은 사람은 우리 말곤 없을 거라고 생각했는데 갑자기 10명 되는 인원들이 떼거지로 몰려오는 소리가 들리니까 봐! 저쪽 화면은 나오지도 않는다고. 다 망가뜨려놨는지.
I mean, what other choice did I have? We were starting to believe that we were the only survivors out here, and then bam! A dozen or so footsteps rushing into the sector out of nowhere. We couldn't even check who you guys were because the screams are all busted. As I gestured towards the black surveillance screens in the broadcast sector with her chin.
참고로 저기 무지하게 똑똑하다는 양반이 카메라를 복구시키는
What
중이래.
chin? I
전략이
don't see it.
차단되어서 시간이 좀 걸릴 거라나.
For her information, Mr. Genius over here is trying to fix the security cameras. He said it's gonna take a while with the power outage though.
좋은 일로 엮일 거라는 예상은 안
I'm glad
했지만
you're okay. Both of
자네들과
you.
이런 식으로 제외하게 될 줄도 몰랐네.
Or all four of you. I don't expect our paths to cross again for anything good, but I certainly never pictured it would happen like this. Underneath the array of monitors Ezra pointed at, we found Hohenheim looking even more haggard than we remember, who gave us a faint unwelcoming nod as he fiddled with a tangle of power circuits.
안녕하세요. 다치신 분은 보이지 않아서 다행입니다.
Hello, I'm relieved to see there aren't any injured among you. Yeah, same. Martin stepped forward and offered us the greeting Hohenheim chose to skip.
그건 그렇고 알리사가 우리의 위치를 알려줬다 했나. 같이 데리고 오지 못한 거 보니 치명상이거나 이미 사망했겠군.
In any case, you say it was Alyssa who let you know of our location. If she's not with you, she must be either gravely wounded or already dead.
치명상이에요. 하지만 살릴 수 있는 방법은 물색 중이에요.
She's badly hurt, yeah, but we're searching for ways to help her. Ishmael gave Hohenheim a blanched look as though she was taken aback by his cold certainty regarding his own subordinate's fate.
물색이라 마치 보물 찾기 놀이라도 하는 듯이 말하는군.
Searching, You talk as if you're playing a game of scavenger hunt.
차라리 숨을 끊어주고 오는 게 알리사에게 더 도움이 되었을 수도 있었겠어.
It might have been better to end her misery then and there. No, don't say that. She'll be fine.
우리가 여태껏 해온 걸 보고도 모르겠냐?
It's kind of reasonable,
가망이 없는 것도
unless
아닌데
we knew that there is a
쉽게
way
포기하지
to
말라고.
actually undo it. Well, haven't you seen how we handle things? She's still got a shot. Don't be so quick to throw in the towel.
이해해 주세요. 침입자 중 몇몇은 사람에게 고통을 가하는 걸 즐기는 것 같아 더 경계하시는 거니.
Please don't misunderstand. Some of these assailants, they seem to enjoy torturing their victims. That's what's keeping our boss on edge.
저와 팀장님은 습격이 시작된 시각에 실험실 근처에 있었습니다. 돌아다니는 직원들은 많이 없었고 이곳 방송 섹터와 가까웠죠.
Boss and I were near the laboratory when the attack started. There weren't many employees around, and the broadcast sector happened to be close by.
단지 그런 이유로 사지 멀쩡하게 이곳까지 도망칠 수 있었을 뿐인데.
Probably the only reason we were able to find cover here in One Piece. One Piece reference?
알리사 군은 잘 견뎌내주고 있을 걸세.
Verily, young Alyssa shall persevere steadfastly.
우리가 약속했네.
돌아가서 구해주겠다고.
We have vowed to return and deliver her from death.
감사해요. 알리사도 믿고 있을 거예요.
Thank you. I'm sure Alyssa is hanging on to your promise.
잠깐. 훈훈한 와중에 미안한데 너희가 왔다는 건 그 특색도 여기로 오고 있다는 거 맞지?
I'm sorry to break up this touching moment, but if you're here, that color fixer should be on his way too, right?
지금 어디에 있어? 벌써 습격한 놈들을 찾으러 갔으려나.
Where the heck is he now? I wonder if he's already off to find the attackers. Ezra. Moses, who had been staring at Aldous since we came in. Interesting. Turned her gaze towards Ezra.
팀장님, 붉은 특색과 합류하면 막내가 없어도 승산이 충분하지 않을까요?
Team leader, if we can regroup with the red gaze, I think we'll have more than enough fighting chance even without our baby bee.
그래. 하지만 붉은 시선은 이곳에 같이 오지 못한 것 같군.
Yes, but it would seem that the red gaze is not here with them.
다른 이유를 말할 필요도 없이 저들의 표정만 봐도 알겠어.
Just the look on their face is enough to confirm that.
뭐? 아니, 왜 너희만 온 건데?
What? What the heck are you people doing here without him? Ezra's face immediately soured the moment she realized that Vergilius wasn't with us. Her voice crashed over us like that of a host shrieking at uninvited guests barging into her home.
저희만 오고 싶어서 온 게 아니거든요.
It's not like we came here on our own because we wanted to.
빌잡이 양반은 발목에 붙잡혔어. 히로시 말로는 거미집의 엄지아비라고 불리는 자였는데.
Guide was held up by an assailant. Ryoshi says she's called the Dump Nurse Father from the House of Spiders.
연구소를 급습한 자들처럼 상당한 무력을 갖추고 있었겠지.
And probably a tough adversary too, just like those who are assaulting the facility.
무시할 수 없을 만큼 출중한 기량을 가진 자였다.
Her combat prowess is not to be underestimated.
아르고스 부대의 에우리알로스와 비교하면 어떻지?
How is she compared to Euralos of the Argus unit?
큰 차이는 없을.
Around the same level, I would say.
잠깐.
Wait.
네놈 그 부대와 이름을 안다는 건.
You, if you know those names, that means. Moses didn't grace out this with a reply. Instead, she closed her eyes, seemingly lost in a brief reverie, and soon returned to the subject at hand, as if she were done sorting out her thoughts.
카론. 그자가 인질로 붙잡혔나?
Karen, is she taken hostage?
네? 그걸 어떻게?
Huh? How did you know that?
습격자를 단수로 서술하더군. 생략한 걸 수도 있지만 그렇다 해도 소수의 인원이었을 거다.
You mentioned the attacker is in the singular, perhaps just a slip of the tongue, but I suspect it was single enemy, if not a small number.
그리고 운전기사를 데려오지 않았음에도 너희는 붉은 시선이 습격자를 해치우고 곧 올 것이라는 말도 믿음도 내보이지 않았지.
Furthermore, despite coming here without the bus driver, none of you seem particularly convinced that the Red Gaze would be able to quickly dispatch this assailant and join you.
팀장님은 딱 보면 거의 다 알아채신다고.
Give it to our team leader. Just one look is enough to let her figure it all out.
그런데 너희 오면서 마주친 사람은 없었어?
Anywho, did you happen to encounter anyone on your way here?
다행히 죄종들이나 인형들 외에는 없었어. 잠깐, 저희도 질문 좀 할게요.
Just some Pekatua and Menkins. Wait a minute, why don't we get to ask the questions? We also encountered Alyssa. That was clear, but let's not forget about her. Ishmael barely managed to wrest control of the conversation amidst the barrage of questions.
두 분은 LCD 부서잖아요. 왜 LCE 부서가 있는 본사에 와 계신 거죠?
You're both from LCD. What are you doing here in a HQ where the LCE is?
그건 말이지.
Well, about that.
오늘 LC 부서에서 중요한 성과 발표회가 예정된 날이었거든?
The LCE was supposed to make an important progress report today.
무지하게 중요한 발표니까 필수 참석이라는 공지가 하루에 몇 개씩이나 날아오던지. 그쵸 팀장님, 우리도 무지하게 바쁜 부서라는 건 다들 잊어버렸나 봐.
Apparently, it's really important presentation too. We have been receiving bazillion of reminders about how it's mandatory attendance event and everything, right, team leader? Feels like everyone's overlooking just how really busy our department is.
딴지 걸어서 미안하지만 그건 무지하게 중요한 발표가 맞았네.
Sorry to borrow your wording, but it is indeed a really important presentation.
그래, 그쪽 성과가 중요한 건 잘 알겠는데 우리 부서도 무지하게.
Yeah, for you maybe, but my department is also really. Hang on, I don't think that's the crux of the matter right now. Yeah, I
발표는
agree.
결국 시작되지도 못했으니 우리로서는 그 중요도를 가늠할 수 없겠지.
The presentation did not happen. As such, we are unable to assess its importance at the moment.
결론적으로는 그러한 행사로 인해 우리 팀원들이 이곳 LC 부서로 모였던 거다.
Whatever the case, the event was what requires us LCD members to be present here at the LCE department.
그리고 소개할 인원이 있다. LCD에 들어온 새로운 팀원이지.
And there's one more thing. Allow us to introduce the newest addition to the LCD.
우리 부서도 이제 규모가 커졌다 이 말이야.
Yeah, our team has grown in size. Take that.
자네들과 구면이라 들었다만.
I was told you'd met before. A familiar silhouette stepped forward from the opposite side. Someone we did not expect to encounter here of all places. I'll click.
그대들과의 조우가
Oh shit, okay.
항상 이러한 난전 속이란 면목이었군.
I regret
강령하셨는가?
that we must always meet in the midst of blights such as this. I trust you have been well?
앵두 씨, 오랜만이네요.
Miss Angdu, it's been too long.
김 작가님은 아직 회복 중이신가요?
Is Mr. Bamboo Hatchet Kim still in recovery?
우두께서는 육신이 아문 지 오래이나 마음이 맑아지기까지 시간이 걸리는 것 같더군. 기다리는 수밖에.
My mentor's flesh has long since healed, but it must take some time until his mind regains its former tranquility. However long the wait, endure it I must.
머지않아 좋아지실 거야. 그때까진 내가 그때 저지른 과오를 묵묵히 숙지할 뿐.
I have faith that he will recover in due time. Until then, in silence shall I atone for the transgression I have committed. Angdu appeared to be referring to how she ran Bamboo-headed came through with her sword under the monolith's distorting influence.
그래도 LCD 팀에 합류해서 잘 적응하고 계시는 것 같아 다행이네요.
Still, I'm glad you seem to be adjusting well to the life at LCD. Sinclair caught the shadow flickering across Angdu's face and swiftly stepped up to lighten the mood.
의탁하고 있는 신세지. 우리에겐 돌아갈 곳이 마땅히 남아있지 않으니.
I would say I was taken in, but I'm deeply grateful regardless. My mentor and I have nowhere left to call home.
하지만 언젠가는
But someday, we will.
모두와 함께 S사로 돌아갈 것이야.
Return to S-Corp, together.
저쪽도 섞이기 위해 고군분투를 하고 있나 보네요.
Looks like she's trying her best to fit in too.
어딜 가나 처음 적응해가는 건 힘든 법이지.
It's always hard to get settled in no matter where you start from.
이곳의 인원끼리는 얼추 안면을 틔운 것 같으니
Now that we have all grown acquainted with one another,
빠르게 다음으로 넘어가도록 할까?
let us move to the issue at hand. Right. Interesting. Okay, Angdu. I guess I was wondering what happened to her and Kim, right? But I was not expecting definitely her to join the... What was I expecting? I don't know. I definitely expected them to see them again. But yeah, okay. Well, good to know. We'll take another short break. It will probably be a longer one. I will actually go get some food. And when I eat, we will continue. Be right back. Hello, I'm back. I had some leftover risotto from yesterday. Was nice. Distinct objective.
지금 필요한 것은 정보 공유, 그리고 그것을 기반으로 하는 추리다.
The first order of business is intelligence sharing. And deductive that's, you know, the food. I guess I did kinda eat it way too fast because I wanted to get back soon. And deductive reasoning based on the available information.
나와 팀원들은 발표실로 향하는 통로에서 습격을 당했지.
My team and I were attacked in the hallway connected to the conference hall.
그놈은 그냥 단도직입적으로 말할게. 엄청 강했어.
That guy was, I'll be straight with you guys, super duper strong.
말벌 그 자식이 자리만 안 비웠어도 한번 붙어보긴 했을 텐데.
I would have stood my ground if only Hornet, that dumbass, were here.
말벌이라 하면
By Hornet, you're referring to...
우리 막내인데 진짜 세긴 하거든? 얼마나 세냐면
The junior of our team, he's really strong. He's so strong that
내가 예전에 말이야 그 뭐였지? 빵이었던 것 같은데 아무튼 그걸 먹으려고 접시에 덜어놨는데 말벌 그 자식이 아니 잠깐 등 돌렸는데 그대로 집어먹은 거야.
This is really important right now. I've got it. There was this time when I, what was it again? Some kind of pastry, I think. Anywho, I got me some bread to snack on later, and in that split second, my back was turned. Hornet, that asshole, swiped it right off my plate.
확 열이 받아서 그대로 명치에 주먹을 팍 꽂았지. 먹은 거 뱉어내라고. 근데 그냥 이러더니 아무렇지도 않게 빵을 꿀떡 삼키는 거 있지? 이게 말이 되는 맷집이야?
I got so pissed off that I punched him right in the solar plexus to get him to cough it up, and he just went woof and swallowed my bread anyway. Like, does that make any sense to you guys?
잘은 모르겠지만 강하신가 보네요.
Yeah, okay, I guess that makes him strong. Although Ezra's anecdote wasn't very illuminating. None of us bothered to ask for any further clarification, as it seemed that the only way to get an objective measure of the Hornet's strength was to let her punch us in the solar plexus as well.
그래서 그분은 지금 어디 계시는데요?
So what's this Hornet up to now? Ishmael peeked around as though she was expecting him to pop out of a hiding spot in the broadcast sector.
그게 말이지. 아마 들으면 깜짝 놀랄걸? 무려
Oh, you're going to lose your mind when you hear this. Listen up. What he's...
아직, 에즈라.
Not yet, Ezra.
무려 비밀이야. 아직 기밀 사항이거든.
Up to is secret. It's classified stuff. Ezra trailed off awkwardly.
나는 관찰과 추리를 통해 적을 파악하는 편이다.
I tend to analyze my enemies with observation and deduction.
어떤 무기를 쓰는지, 어떤 방식을 선호하는지, 사력을 즐기는지 피하는지, 어떤 마음가짐으로 전투에 임하는지에 대한 모든 색깔을.
I try to identify their unique colors, the kind of weapons they use, their methodologies, whether they ensure the slaughter or avoid it, their attitudes towards battle, all of it.
이를 파고들면 반격할 수 있는 적절한 시점을 알게 되며 약점을 짐작할 수 있게 되지. 그런 식으로 얼추 길을 열 수 있으니.
Once I have that, I can get an idea of when to begin my counterattack, or what kind of weakness of theirs I can exploit, and that's how I've usually opened my path forward.
하지만 그자는.
But he... Moses inhaled sharply, as though she missed her smoking pipe, which was nowhere to be seen at this moment.
모든 것이 난잡해. 어떠한 패턴도 읽을 수 없었다.
Was chaotic. I could not identify a single pattern in his behavior.
그놈은 껍데기다.
He's an empty shell.
사람을 죽일 때 어떠한 감정도 담겨 있지 않지.
His act of killing lacks any emotional touch.
그러니 무엇도 읽을 수 없었을 거다.
And that's why you couldn't get a read on him.
반대로 너는 너무나 선명해 보이는군.
On the other hand, you appear so clearly to me.
어지간히도 뭔가를 베고 싶은 건가?
You seem so anxious to cut something down. Is that correct?
산산조각 났지만 그 파편 하나하나가 예리하고
Yeah.
투명하니
You are
마치 수많은 칼날이 되었어.
You are broken, shattered, but every shard is keen and transparent, like a hail of a small blades.
끊어내고 싶으면서도 끊어낼 수 없어서 더 가련해 보이는 유리와 같은 검.
A glass-like sword of many edges, so fragile with its futile wish to sever away what cannot be severed.
그 상처투성이 손에는 무얼 그렇게 쥐고 있는 거지?
What is it that you grasp so tightly in the scarred hand of yours?
너 이 새끼, 멋대로 뭘 보고 있는 거냐?
Little shit, what are you peeking into?
팀장님한테 호칭이 지금.
Hey, don't talk to our team leader like... Just as Ezra was about to give her a stern warning, Hohenheim stepped in and changed the subject.
덧붙이자면 나와 여기 있는 마트는 실험실 앞에 있었네.
To add to that, Matun here and I were in front of the laboratory when it occurred.
처음 시작은 바람 소리였지. 아주 거대한 것이 공기를 타고 날아오는 소리가 들렸네. 정교한 기계들과 격리실이 즐비해 있는 이 부서에서는 들려서는 안 될 소리였지.
At first, it began with the sound of rushing wind, something large and heavy, cleaving through the air, the kind of sound one should never come to expect from a department like ours, so full of delicate machinery and containment units.
제 바로 앞이었습니다. 저와 한 걸음 차이로 걷고 있었던 직원의 허리가 두동강이 났는데
It happened right before my eyes. Something snapped the employee who was walking in a step ahead of me, in half.
순간적으로 그런 생각이 들었죠. 환상체가 탈출한 걸까?
And the first thing that came to my mind was this. Did an abnormality breach containment?
하지만 정말 격리실에서 탈출이 일어난 것이었다면 경고음이 울려야 했죠.
But if such were the case, the alarm should have gone off.
알리사 씨가 말해준 것과 동일하네요.
So far, this tracks with what Miss Alisa told us.
어떠한 전조 증상도 없이 습격이 일어났다고.
She said there wasn't any warning at all before the attack.
자세히 보니 그건 환상체도 죄종도 뒤틀림도 아니고 거대한 칼집이었죠.
Once I got a better look at what that was, I realized that it was neither abnormality, peccatulum, nor a distortion. It was a massive scabbard.
그리고 칼집이 날아온 방향에는 칼집을 던진 것으로 추측되는 자가 태어난 표정으로.
When I looked towards where the scabbard came from, there stood a man who presumably threw the weapon.
책을 읽고 있었습니다.
Reading a book like he was out on a stroll.
그 책은
And the book was...
마티아스. 그놈의 안가품 장부겠군.
Matthias. He must have... That's basically my name. Almost. He must have been reading his book of vengeance.
엄지에 중지라.
First the thumb, then the middle, and now the middle.
수초 동안 멍하니 보고 있었는데 팀장님이 저를 잡아 끌었습니다.
I stared at him, still processing what had just happened, when both grabbed my arm and started running.
뒤를 다시 돌아보지는 못했어요. 수십 명이 비명을 지르는 소리가 들렸지만
I couldn't look back. I heard screaming from dozens of people, but...
필요 이상으로 설명이 길군, 자네는.
You seem to be fond of recounting unnecessary details.
이곳 방송 섹터 안까지 들어온 이후에서야 알리사 생각이 났어요.
Only after arriving here at broadcast sector did I remember that Alisa was still out there.
목숨이 위급할 때 뇌는 생존을 위해 최소한의 정보만 전달하네. 당연한 증상이지.
When one life is at risk, the brain instinctively reduces the processing of information to the bare minimum required for survival. It is only natural.
하지만 그 연구 계획서를 마지막으로 관리하던 건 저였으니까요, 팀장님.
But I was the last person who handled that research proposal, boss.
알리사도 원래는 발표실에 있었어야 했어요. 저희랑 같이요.
Alyssa should have been at the conference hall too, with us.
있잖아. 그런 걸 일일이 따지다가는 진짜 남아있는 게 없을 것 같거든.
Hey, listen. If you wanna look back and nitpick at literally every little thing you did in the past, we're gonna be here forever.
너무 뻔한 위로 같긴 하지만 앞으로 무엇을 할 수 있을지부터 생각해도 늦지 않아.
I know it might sound like a bit of an empty platitude, but focus on what we can do right now. What we're going to do going forward, okay? You'll have time for regrets later.
그렇네요.
I suppose so.
저희 팀장님을 한
Also,
차례
you don't have to
불러주시기로
regret
하셨는데
that thing because Alyssa will be okay. She'll be
다른 사람도
fine.
아니고 제가 여러분들을 못 믿어서는 안 되겠죠.
You did save my boss once, so I guess it is only right that I should have more faith in you people than anyone else.
그 또한 실험의 일환이었다고 반박하고 싶지만 시간이 없으니 넘어가도록 하지.
I would like to clarify that the saving was but a part of the experiment, but given the urgency, I will forgo a more detailed explanation.
각자의 상황 설명은 끝난 것 같으니 지금까지 확인된 정보를 공유해 보도록 할까.
Looks like we're all caught up then. Good. Now let's share what we know. Moses began laying out the situation with the expertise befitting a leader of the LCD.
오늘 이곳 본사 지하에 있는 LC의 부서에 침입자들이 습격하였다.
Today, intruder attacked the LCE department situated in the basement of the HQ.
LC 전 구역이 통제불능이 되었고 이것을 제외한 모든 섹터가 각각 하나 혹은 둘의 습격자에 의해 무력화되었지.
We lost control of the entire LCE facility, and save for our current location, every sector has been neutralized by a single or a pair of intruders.
정상적인 의사소통이 가능할 정도로 생존해 있는 인원은 이곳에 모인 숫자가 전부.
Any survivor who is conscious enough to communicate properly is already here.
그 이후에는 격리실까지 강제 개방되어 밖은 더욱 혼란스러운 상태고.
After the attack, every containment unit was also forcibly unlocked, adding even more fuel to the fire.
사면 초가요. 발 디딜 곳을 찾는 일은 어디를 가든 쉽지가 않군.
We are beset by foes on every side. A search for a foothold is a difficult one indeed.
에이, 여기 감시 카메라만 전부 볼 수만 있어도 그놈들이 지금 어디에 있는지 정도는 볼 수 있을 텐데.
Darn, if these surveillance cameras weren't busted, I'd love to be able to keep track of their whereabouts.
여러 번 말하는 중이지만 고치려고 시도 중일세. 의도적으로 끊어진 전력을 복구시키는 것을 마치 안경을 닦는 것처럼 쉽게 말하는군.
As I have repeated many times today, we are attempting to bring it back to operational status. You speak of restoring a sabotaged power grid like it's task as simple as wiping one's glasses.
지금 가장 필요한 정보는 두 가지다.
More than anything, we need those two pieces of information at the present.
침입자가 누구인가? 그리고 무엇을 위해 LC에 침입했는가?
1. Who are the attackers? 2. What objective brought them to the LCE?
우리가 마주한 자는 그저 명령받은 대로 사람을 죽이는 것에만 혈안이 되어 있었지.
The men we encountered seem to have a one-track mind, squarely set on killing as ordered.
하지만 목적을 단순 습격 후 살인으로 두기에는 미심쩍은 점이 많다.
But there are far too many threads that point towards a motivation more complex than infiltrate the facility and slaughter its employees with abandon. Moses' deduction aligned with Altus's. If the assailants' goal was truly nothing more than slaughter, their first order of action should have been to unlock the containment units.
침입자의 정체는 그래, 대략적이나마 유추할 단서가 모였다.
The intruders are... yes, I have enough evidence to at least get a general idea of whom they might be.
설명해보게.
To elaborate.
붉은 시선을 붙잡았다던 엄지아비라고 불리는 자. 그리고 연구원들을 습격한 중지에 시체로 된 인형까지 미루어 보아 그 솜씨는 아마도 약지 쪽이겠지.
There's the thumb nurse father, who's stalling the red gaze, then there's the member of the middle who attacked the researchers, and we have seen evidence of the ring's involvement too, given the presence of corpse mannequins.
최소로 잡아도 손가락 2개 이상의 조직이 혼재된 상황이라고 볼 수 있겠군.
At least 2 or more fingers are involved in this attack.
엄지. 후군의 우두머리 짓을 하는 것들도 이곳에.
The thumb. The Valkyr the Kurokama clan's serfs are here?
허나 이상하군. 모제스 아씨. 손가락이라는 작자들은 서로를 척하는 자들이 아닌가.
Yet this is quite odd, Lady Moses. Are the fingers not hostile against one another?
손가락 걸기 따위로 치고받고 싸우지 않고서야. 하물며 같은 목표로 움직인다니.
Those have no business coming with even a sleeve's breadth of each other, save when compelled to attend assemblies such as the Finger Bowbell, where they oft quarrel to no end.
그래. 그러니 역으로 판단하자면 꽤 중요한 목적이 있어서 각 손가락 간부급들이 특수하게 모였다 봐야겠지.
Correct. But consider this from the opposite perspective. There must be something of enough importance for the officers of each finger to put aside their differences and work hand in hand.
거미 혹은 거미집의 아비들.
Spiders, or the Nosferatu of the House of Spiders.
그들은 그렇게 불린다.
That's what they are called.
그리고 우리는 이미 그들이 펼쳐둔 거미줄에 걸린 상태지.
And we have just snarled ourselves into the web they spun.
손가락은 서로의 영역을 침범하지 않기 위해 선을 그어둔다. 지금처럼 엉켜있는 일은 드물어.
The fingers rarely ever cross the line they have drawn between each other. This strange entanglement clearly, certainly is a deviation.
아비들이라. 그 칭호 의미 없이 붙여지진 않았을 테지.
Nurse Fathers, was it? Seems like a terribly meaningful title to me.
거미집이란 곳은 무언가를 기르는군. 그것도 각 손가락의 간부급이 모여서 양육이라는 행위를 한다라.
Then it can be presumed that the House of Spiders is a place to raise something or someone, to have such a high-ranking officers of each finger gather at one place to nurture someone.
말이 안 되나 싶지만 그 목적이 범상치 않을 만큼 역설적으로 그들이 모일 당위성을 보충하는 건.
One might think it hardly makes any sense, and indeed, it doesn't. But what if their purpose itself is just as outrageous? That would paradoxically explain how they have come together.
리오슈라 했던가? 그곳과 얽혀 있는 것으로 보이는데.
Ryoshu, is it? You seem to be inextricably tied to that place.
뭘 원,
IKWYW.
아, 이건 뭘 원하시는지.
She just said, I know what you want.
괜찮다. 줄여 말해도 파악할 수 있으니.
No need. I can understand her abbreviations.
하지만 나도 내가 아는 것을 토해낼 수가 없군.
But I can't tell you what I know, because...
정보와 기억 전부 깨져 있겠지. 내게 보이는 것처럼.
Because it's all broken. The place, the memories attached to it. I can see how they have shattered.
모든 것을 기억해낼 필요는 없어. 내가 제일 궁금한 건 그 범상치 않은 목표다. 그건 무엇인지 말할 수 있겠나?
You don't have to recall everything. All I need to know is what that outrageous purpose is. What is it?
나.
Me.
나를 무엇이든 베는 검으로 만들어내는 것.
To forge me into a blade that cuts through all.
그리고 나는 그곳을 빠져나왔다.
But I left that place behind. Ryoshu, can you tell us anything more?
아쉽지만 여기까지군, 시계.
Shame, but that's all I have, clock.
말하기 어렵다. 말할 수 있었어도 말하기 쉽지 않아.
I don't remember much more than that. Even if I did, it's not an easy thing to speak of. Rachel let out a protracted sigh just as Moses did earlier. The long exhalation of someone who clearly craved a puff of smoke. It betrayed the aloofness she projected. Come to think of it, Rachel hasn't been smoking at all since we got here. Or maybe since the truck. Yeah.
시계.
I noticed that. I said that.
저자가 말한 것처럼 그리고 네가 본 것처럼 내 머리는 엉망진창이다.
Look, like she said, and like what we have seen, my mind is a mess.
나 역시 내 스스로 궁금한 게 있지만 알아낼 수 없지.
I have questions of my own, but the answers elude me.
그러나 아까처럼 내 놈의 힌트로 뭔가 짜맞춰질 만도 하다는 생각이 들었다.
But maybe the pieces can be put together using your hints. Just like the one you gave me earlier.
그러니 같이 풀어내야 한다. 이 퍼즐 혹은 방탈출을.
So we have to solve this together, this puzzle, or this escape room. Ryoshi muttered placidly.
거미집의 목표가 너라면 굳이 본사를 침입할 이유가 없을 거다.
If it is you the House of Spiders wants, then I must ask you to entertain this question. Why did they bother attacking the HQ? Oh. As Moses began her explanation, Ryoshi looked in her direction with mild amusement.
거미집을 빠져나왔다는 발언은 아마 탈출을 의미하겠지.
When you said you left the House of Spiders, I presume you meant you escaped it.
손가락 길이의 관계성을 고려했을 때 사이좋게 모여있을 위인들이 아닌데도 아비들은 너를 잃은 이후로도 거미집이란 단체를 유지했다. 단편적으로만 본다면 네 복귀를 기다렸을 수도 있지.
Members of different fingers are hardly the kind of people to fraternize over even on a good day, but this alliance of sorts they call the House of Spiders has persisted even after your departure. At a glance, it may only appear that they were simply waiting for your return.
하지만 오늘의 행동들을 보아선 그렇게 인내심이 대단한 자들로 보이지도 않는다.
But given their behaviors today, they don't strike me as particularly patient group as a whole.
이제야 모습을 드러냈다는 것이 수상하다는 거지. 저들이 절박했다면 벌써 움직여야 했을 거다.
In other words, I find it suspicious that they decided to act now. If they were desperate, they would have made the move long ago.
이건 때를 기다린 거라는 생각이 드는군.
This leads me to believe that they were waiting for the right time.
류슈, 너를 되찾든 그게 아닌 뭔가를 하든 지금이 저들의 움직일 때가 된 셈이다.
Whichever of their motive, Ryoshu, whether it's getting you back or doing something else, the fact remains that they have chosen this particular moment to act.
저희가 만난 거미집의 아비는 류슈 씨가 이곳 본사 연구소로 올 수 있도록 길을 비켜줬어요.
The nurse father of the House of Spiders we encountered, she made a way for us so that Ryoshi could come to HQ research facility.
그분이 류슈 씨에게 내비친 복잡한 감정들은 하나같이 강렬했지만
She harbored such intense and complicated feelings for Ryoshi, but
그럼에도 류슈 씨를 죽이거나 데려가려는 듯한 행동은 조금도 보이지 않았던 것 같아요.
I don't think I got any sense that she was trying to kill or take Ryoshi with her.
아비들이 이곳에서 날 기다리고 있다고 한 걸 보면
But she said the nurse father was waiting for me here.
나를 보러 온 건 맞다. 괴짜 탐정.
Clearly they are here to see me, weirdo detective.
너 자꾸 말을... 야, 뭐야?
Alright, you. Hey, what the hell's your problem?
진정하게 저들의 대화를 막지 않는 게 좋네.
Be calm, please. It's best we do not interrupt their conversation.
필시, 저 논쟁 안에서 답을 떠올리겠지. 흐름을 끊지 않아야 할 것이네.
In intense dialogue, shall they have found to draw out the answer? Let us know their steam discourse.
너를 자극하기 위해 거미집의 아비들이 습격했다는 추측은 합당하지만
It is fair assumption that the nurse father of the House of Spiders have attacked this place to provoke you. However,
당장의 목적은 따로 있다는 생각을 지울 수가 없군.
I can seem to shake the thought that they must have a distinct objective.
료슈라는 인물만을 노리고자 했다면 이곳과 지금이 적기는 아니잖나.
If they were indeed after Ryoshu and only Ryoshu, then choosing this specific time and place hardly seems to serve that purpose. The intervals between each of the sinners are different, but once a sinner's turn ends, another's begins, every single time, without failure. This case has everything to do with Ryoshu. I believe without a shred of doubt, this is her turn. Once the sinners relayed my words, Moses fell into a brief contemplation and began to mutter a sequence of words.
림버스 컴퍼니, 거울, 유리창, 구엘사, 추출된 에고, 엔케팔린, 신비, 환상체, 모노리스, 수감자 료슈.
Limbus Company, the mirror, the glass window, the former L-Corp, extracted ego and kephalene, psychomens, abnormalities, monolith, sinner Ryoshu.
이곳 LC의 연구소에서 거미집의 목적이 될 수 있는 것은 그리 많지 않더군.
I can think of too many things in the LCE research facility that could be what the House of Spiders is after.
당장 쓸 수 없는 정보를 모두 제외하면 추측할 수 있는 모든 목적 중 가장 합당한 목적은 처음부터 하나뿐이다.
By process of elimination, the only reasonable answer can be deduced as it is as follows.
황금가지.
They are here for the golden vows.
결국 그런 결론이 나는 것인가?
So that's how it is. Moses is right. It's become very important for us to look into Ryoshu's past, to reach in and see what lies there, but LCB's goal, its journeys, and its stories have always been bound to the same terminus, obtaining the golden vows. Hohenheim, where are the golden vows in this facility located?
관리자님께서 황금가지의 위치를 묻는군요.
The manager would like to know the location of the golden vows.
이곳의 실험실에 있네.
It's such a laboratory in this facility. Hohenheim's gaze turned to me. Perhaps he was looking at the clock hands on my head.
그래. 발표 내용에 대해서 말하지 않을 수가 없겠군.
Very well. I suppose there's no way around sharing the contents of our presentations. Hohenheim's answer sounded more like a prolonged sigh.
그건 황금가지 실험 성과에 대한 발표였네.
It was a presentation regarding our progress in the golden bow experimentation.
그리고 그 발표가 공개될 수 있는 인원은 한정되어 있네. 지금 자네들 LCB는 포함되지 않았어.
And the limited group of individuals with the clearance to access the contents of that presentation does not include members of the LCB.
황금가지를 개고생해서 구해오는 건 우리인데 우리한테만 정보 공개를 제한하는 건 무슨...
Oi, aren't we the ones risking our necks out there to collect those bows? How came we are not allowed to?
보안의 범위를 결정하는 건 내가 아니네.
I'm not the one who decides to scope of our security.
호헨하임 씨가 우려하는 바가 무엇인지는 알고 있습니다.
Hohenheim, your concern is understandable.
회사는 황금가지에 대한 정보의 공개를 엄중하게 제한하고 있으니까요.
The company maintains tight control over any information regarding the golden vows.
혹여 회사의 동의 없이 이 정보가 노출되었을 경우 어떤 조치가 내려올지는 현재로서 알 수 없습니다. 최악의 경우엔 기억 소거 절차까지도 감안해야 할 테죠.
There is no way to know at this moment what the consequences of leaking this information without the company's explicit consent might be. If the worst comes to worst, we may even be subject to a memory wipe procedure. I just noticed that my cap is on the camera. I mean, it's in a place where it doesn't really matter all that much. But it's funny. I did notice it on the leg just now. 'Cause, 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 'cause,
지금 같은 비상 상황에서 그딴 걱정부터 해야 한다니.
Unbelievable. We're stalled by some red tape at an exigent circumstance like this.
비밀스럽고 수상쩍은 회사에서 뭘 바라겠나?
What do you expect from a company practically built on secrecy and suspicion?
그럼 감안한다고 생각하고 본론부터 말하지. 우리는 황금 가지를 회수된 각각의 가지를 접목하는 실험을 진행 중이었다네.
Anyways, assuming the risks of divulging disinformation are understood and accepted by all parties present, let me get straight to the point. The golden vows, we were experimenting with grafting the retrieved vows into one another.
가지를 접목한다는 것은 혹시
Grafting the vows.
한 그루의 나무로 만들겠다는 뜻인가?
Then was the purpose to combine the vows to form a single tree?
연구자 앞에서는 두루뭉술하게 넘길 수도 없겠군.
Nothing slips by a fellow researcher, I suppose.
맞네.
Correct.
특수한 환경에서 황금 가지를 배양시켜 묘목을 만드는 중이라네. 아직은 한 그루로 완전하게 접목시키지는 못했지만 그리 먼 이야기는 아니지.
We are incubating the golden vows under a very special environment to create a sapling. We haven't yet managed to graft them together into a proper tree, no, but the horizon is in sight.
그 실험의 성과를 사내의 주요 관계자들과 몇몇 팀에게 공개할 예정이었는데 이런 사고가 터져버렸군.
Today was the day we were to share the successes of the experiments with certain major characters and teams within the company until this happened.
황금 가지는 실험실에 있더라.
The golden vows are at the laboratory.
그럼 실험실에서 황금 가지를 먼저 찾아내 보호하는 게 급선무겠네요.
Then we have to get to the laboratory before they do and secure the golden vows.
하지만 섣불리 움직이기에는 이곳에 도사리는 적들이 너무 많지 않아? 본사랑 더 연락할 방법은 없는 거야?
But we can't just waltz out on our own when the whole place might be crawling with enemies, right? Is there any way we can get in touch with the HQ right now?
본사의 지원 요청은 들어갔나?
Did HQ even receive your support request?
1시간 전에 구조 신호를 보냈지만 명확하게 닿았을지는 알 수 없네. 송신기들은 전부 그들이 파괴해버려서 말이지.
We did send a rescue signal to an HQ an hour ago, but we have no way of knowing whether it was received. The attackers destroyed all out outgoing transmitters earlier. I'm assuming it was received. That's how the Ujab whatever gets here, right? As long as they received a signal, any signal, shouldn't take long until they recognize that the LCE is under attack by an overwhelming force.
LCA가 지원을 보냈다는 가정하에서 그들이 이곳까지 도착하는 데 걸리는 시간을 예상할 수 있나?
Assuming that the LCE has sent us support units, do we have any estimate of how long it might take for them to arrive?
현재 시설 곳곳에 산재한 폐쇄 경로를 지나오는 시간을 모두 감안해도
Even if they have to navigate around inaccessible passages currently present in the facility,
10분 이내일 것입니다.
it should be no more than 10 minutes.
10분이라면 이미 도착하고도 남았을 텐데.
10 minutes? Then they should have been here already.
신호를 받지 못했거나 엘리베이터가 중간에 작동을 멈춰 갇혔을 수도 있겠죠.
They have either failed to receive the transmissions, or the power outage has trapped the reinforcements in the elevators.
하긴 우리야 소드 씨가 설명해줘서 뒷문으로 들어올 수 있었지.
Yeah. If it weren't for Miss Soji bringing us up to speed, we wouldn't have thought of using the back doors to come straight to this facility.
그런 거라면 통제실에서 전력 분배기만 재부팅해줘도 해결될 걸세.
If such is the case, then we need only reboot the power divider in the facility management room.
어이 척척 박사, 이 부서의 셧다운 상태를 복구시키려면 저 돌아다니는 뒤틀림이나 환상체들을 모조리 제압해야 하는 거지?
Hey, Mr. Big Brain, if we want to restore this department from shutdown state, we gotta take out all the distortions and abnormalities sounding about, right?
완벽히 복구하기 위해서는 그렇다고 봐야겠지. 이것은 복도의 환상체가 하나라도 탈출해 돌아다닌다면 다른 부서로 갈 수 있는 모든 통로가 차단되도록 만들어졌으니.
In order to perfectly restore the facility, yes. This place has been designed to be quarantined from every other department if even a single abnormality has escaped to its hallways.
깊이 생각해봤자 뭐가 더 나오겠어? 환상체나 뒤틀림들이 무서운 거면 우리가 처리해줄게.
Now you're sitting around putting our heads together then, right? Hey, if you guys are scared of some abnormality or distortion, leave it to us. We'll kick their butts.
무섭다고는 한마디도 안 했는데요. 좀 더 신중하게 행동해야 하는 게 어떠냐는 말이죠.
Nobody said they are scared. I'm just saying we could benefit from practicing a bit of caution.
역시 전력 수리부터 하는 게 제일 현명할 수도 있네. 습격자들은 어둠 속에서 더 활기를 칠 테니 말이야.
It would be wisest to prioritize restoring power to the facility. It seems that these attackers are making effective use of the dark. I'm also, assuming Index will be here, just because we got the Index unit. Okay, Index will obviously be in this canto, but I'm assuming Index will be right here. No, wait. No, yeah, it definitely will. I'm very confident about that. We'll see them today. That's what I have in mind. I see.
효율적인 작전 수행을 위해서는 인원 편제를 분할하는 편이 좋겠습니다, 관리자님.
Executive Manager, I am of the opinion that we must split our forces in order to facilitate our operation, given the urgency of the situation.
우선순위만을 논하면서 시간을 낭비하기에는 상황이 썩 좋아 보이지 않는군요.
The situation looks rather pressing for us to sit here and waste time debating what to tackle first. Once I nodded in agreement, I'll take quickly to control of the situation.
지금부터 우리는 수색 정찰 및 탈출을 준비한다.
Listen up, man. We prepare for two things: reconnaissance and extraction.
뭐? 나가자고?
Huh? Extraction? You mean escape?
LCA의 지원이 도착할 것이라고 가정한다면 그 타이밍에 맞춰 우리도 행동하는 편이 유리하다. 협공의 가능성이 높아지기 때문이지.
Assuming that the LCE support will arrive, it would serve us best to move in tandem with them to improve our chances of launching a joint attack with numerical advantage over our enemies.
또한 정황을 보아하니 이 위치에 너무 오래 숨어 있었다. 적은 계속해서 이곳을 들쑤시며 목표를 달성할 때까지 닥치는 대로 죽이는데 우리의 위치를 고정해 놓는 것은 죽을 확률만 늘리는 셈이다.
Also, we have to stay mobile. We've held this position for too long. Our enemies will methodically kill and comb through the entire facility until they find what they are looking for. The more we remain stationary, the more likely we are to encounter them. And that will only elevate the risk of total obliteration.
그건 말 되네. 하긴 쟤네들은 한 번 죽으면 끝이기도 하고.
Makes sense. Besides, the others here ain't like us. Once they get killed, it's over for them.
거기에 더해 황금가지 또한 적보다 먼저 회수해야 한다. 무엇을 하려고 하든 이 안에서는 해결할 수 없다.
Another thing, don't forget that we get to reach the Golden Bough before our enemies do. Whichever we end up prioritizing, we won't get anything done by staying holed up in here.
그래. 그럼 우리가 다 같이 나간다 쳤을 때 제일 먼저 갈 장소는 어디인가? 자네 말대로 황금가지의 회수나 전력 복구 같이 한 번에 준비할 것이 많아 보이는데.
Very well then. If we are to leave this place at the same time, where should we prioritize? We have many pressing tasks, as you have explained. Golden power retrieval, facility power restoration.
전력을 복구할 통제실과 실험실, 그리고 손상된 회로가 있는 복도는 전부 멀리 떨어져 있습니다만.
But the facility management room to restore power to the facility, the laboratory, and the area with the damaged circuitry are all located far from each other.
팀을 나눈다.
We'll divide and conquer.
황금가지의 보호, 시설 전력의 복구, 환상체 제압을 통한 지원 통로 개척. 이 막중한 문제들을 동시에 해결하기 위해서는 각각에 걸맞은 팀들이 배치되는 것이 낫겠지.
Securing the golden vows, restoring power, and suppressing abnormalities to clear a path for the reinforcements. But they are all equally important, and must be resolved concomitantly. That's a word I know. And to do so, we must split up into squads based on our expertise.
그래, 뭐 찬성이야. 우리는 따로 행동하는 편이 더 편하기도 하고.
Yeah, alrighty. We work better as a separate unit anyway.
황금가지는 우리 LCB 부서가 찾도록 하지. 이곳에 있는 관리자님께서는 근처에 황금가지가 있으면 바로 알아차릴 수 있는 능력을 갖추고 계시니.
The LCV will be in charge of securing the golden vow, as our executive manager here has the ability to detect it whenever they are in proximity to one of them.
뭐, 금속 탐지기 뭐 그런 기능인 건가?
Oh, kinda like a metal detector?
그런 싸구려 같은 비유를. 촉박하니 지금만 넘어가지.
How dare you compare the executive manager to a... I'll let that one slide, given the urgency.
그리고 환상체나 뒤틀림, 죄종들의 제압은 자네들 LCD 부서에 부탁하고 싶군.
Anyway, we would like to leave abnormality distortion and backcatalogue suppression to the LCD.
좋아, 전문이지 그건.
Gotcha, that's totally our bread and butter.
이곳에 격리되어 있던 환상체나 뒤틀림 중에 까다로운 건 몇 종 정도 되지?
How many difficult abnormalities or distortions did you have contained in this facility?
얼추 당신의 정도의 실력이면 어렵지 않게 제압할 수 있을 걸세. 하지만 그중 2종은 많이 까다로워.
Combatants of your prowess should have no trouble suppressing most of them, save for 2. However, that might pose some trouble.
실험실끼리 통신할 때 쓰던 초소형 무전기를 주겠네. 너무 멀면 신호가 닿지 않지만 자네들에게 제압 방법을 설명하는 데는 쓸만할 거야.
Take these micro-communicators with you. We use these to communicate between laboratories. While it has limited range, it should be useful enough for relaying the suppression tactics for each entity you come across.
좋아. 통신도 갖출 수 있겠군.
Perfect. We have secured a means of communication.
마지막으로 전력 복구는 LCE 부서에 맡기도록 하지. 내부 시설에 대해서는 이곳의 인원 중 제일 익숙할 것 같으니.
As for restoring power to this facility, I would like to designate the task to the LCE personnel here. I presume you're the best acquainted with the layout of this facility out of all of us?
합리적이군. 이 부서는 자네들이 보았던 것보다 더 까다롭게 설계가 되어 있거든.
A reasonable choice. The layout of this facility is more complicated than might have first appeared to you.
전선들이 제대로 정리가 되지 않은 혼란한 상태를 저런 식으로 언급하기도 하더군요.
That is indeed one way to describe abysmal cable management.
그건 엔트로피 증가 과정의 제한이라고 생각해 줬으면 좋겠군. 그리 보여도 안정한 상태일세.
Please consider it but a representation of the entropic escalation phenomenon. Despite the way it looks, the setup is quite stable. Barton gave a handful of tiny radios to Otis, who distributed them to each of us.
좋아. 이걸로 상황을 계속 공유하도록 하지.
Very well. Don't forget to keep each other updated.
잊고 싶던 연기 냄새가 자꾸만 스멀스멀 올라오는군.
The acrid stench of smoke. I'd much rather leave burned in the past. Keeps coming back. Alright. Interesting. So we're going to retrieve golden vows. Shurajo. Yes, Shurajo, right. And they do some other shit.
말게. 황금 가지는 보존통에 들어있으니 함부로 대하지 말고.
Also, you know, the fact, obviously, that they tried to put the golden vows into a tree, that's like interesting. That's definitely... I feel like they didn't really explain why that's the case, but I guess... Guess that wasn't important in this situation where we are in right now, and we're kinda in a hurry, I guess. Don't forget, the golden bows are kept within a preservation container. Take extra care when you handle it.
그래. 우리도 황금 가지들 구해오느라 그렇게 고생을 해야 됐는데 막대하겠나?
Okay. We've been working our butts off to retrieve those shiny twigs to... We know enough about their worth not to throw them around willy-nilly. Rector's commented nothing to deter Hohenheim, who kept voicing his warning again and again.
그럼 실험실은 그쪽이고 통제실은...
Alright, lab's that way, and the facility management room is... Ezra was tracing the available routes to guide the LCD team members who arrived with Moses, while others scrapped down the corridor, alert for any dangerous lurkings in the shadows.
뭐야?
What was that?
위에서 벽이 내려오는... 너희 조심해!
There was a wall dropping down... Huh? Hey, watch out, you guys! The corridor was thrown into complete chaos.
싱클레어 씨, 이곳으로 오세요.
Sinclair, this way.
안 돼! 거리가 너무 멀어요!
Huh? I can't. It's too far. Is everyone alright?
환상체 탈출에 대비해 설치된 격리 시스템이 작동된 것으로 보인다.
It would seem that a quarantine system designed for abnormality containment breaches has just been activated. Mersad, who had been standing close by, replied with a monotonous voice. And just as he said, when I looked around...
까딱하면 벽에 깔릴 뻔했어.
That was close. That wall nearly flattened us into pancakes.
간발의 차였구려.
We were just a breath away from disaster.
조악해.
Shabby thing.
불신앙이다.
What a WOT. Just when I didn't think it could get any worse, it did.
필요한 시간 낭비. 그런데 류슈 씨는 어디에 계시는 건가요?
Waste of time. Where's George, by the way?
관리자나리! 어디 있는가?
Manager Squire, where art thou? Sinclair and Don Quixote were desperately calling out from the other side of the wall.
이렇게까지 완전히 단테님과 분리되어 본 적은 처음이네요.
Hey, I think this is the first time we have been so completely separated from Dante.
그럼 이제 함부로 다치지도 못하겠네.
Then we can't even afford to get hurt.
주변에 환상체가 등장한 것 같진 않은데요.
I don't see any abnormalities around.
역시 차단벽의 제어권도 넘어간 것 같군요. 보란 듯이 저희를 나눠버렸습니다.
No, they have taken over the security walls controls too. They have effectively forced us to split up.
걱정 마십시오, 관리자님. 사소한 차질일 뿐입니다.
Not to worry, Executive.
제게 맡겨주시면 됩니다.
Executive Manager, this is only a minor setback. Allow me to assume command of this unit for the time being.
네? 곧바로 그런 말부터 하신다고요? 단테의 걱정부터...
Hello? That's the first thing you're worried about? Shouldn't you be more concerned about Dante?
난감하게 되었군.
This has grown to be quite a predicament. Hohenheim had let out a heavy sigh.
팀장님, 괜찮으세요?
Are you alright, team leader?
그래. 다행히도 부상자는 없어 보이는 것.
I am. At least we have no injured. Among Us? Among Us? Sus? After all that planning, we ended up getting separate into completely random teams.
일단 나누어진 인원부터 파악하지.
Let's first check who we left on each side. Okay, it's me, Mersad, Gregor, and Isang here. Also Ryoshu.
여기는 탐정님이랑 나랑 앵두 씨랑 그리고
We've got the detective, Miss Engdu, and me over here. And
저랑 이스마일 씨와 로자 씨 그리고 오티스 씨가 계시네요.
Ishmael, Rodia, and me. Out is two.
이쪽은 나와 마툰 군과 조수 군, LC 팀원들.
As for
그리고
us,
그 밖에 등등이 있네.
Martin, the assistant, LC team members, and the rest.
등등이 무엇인가?
The rest? Of whom speaks thou?
자신보다 능력 있는 사람을 인정하는 것이 어려운 자들이 쓰는 의존 명사입니다.
It is a phrase used by individuals who find it especially difficult to acknowledge their betters.
저랑 돈키호테 씨와 파우스트 씨가 계시네요.
Me, Don Quixote, and Faust. There was no chance we could get the security wall out of the way even with our combined effort.
안 되는군요, 역시. 마스터 카드 키로 강제 개방할 수 있어야 하는데.
The master key card doesn't work either. It should be able to override the lockdown, but even the LC wasn't having any luck on their side.
약간의 변동이 생기긴 했지만 어쩔 수 없을 것 같군.
There has been minor
작전대로
deviation, but it can't be helped. Advance according to plan.
LCD를 포함한 이 인원은 시설 내에 돌아다니고 있는 것들을 순차적으로 제압한다.
This unit, the LCD included, will neutralize any hostiles within the facility, one threat at a time.
CCTV를 복구하는 대로 그쪽 안내를 돕겠습니다.
We'll assist you with finding the trail as soon as we're done repairing the security cameras.
지금 말한 대로 LC, 호헨하임이 포함된 팀은 통제실로 향해서 전력 복구에 집중하며
Acknowledged. The LCE and Hohenheim team will secure the facility management room and prioritize restoring power.
관리자님과 나머지 인원이 있는 팀은 황금가재 확보를 위해 실험실로 향하는 것이 되겠군.
As for the executive manager team, proceed to the laboratory for golden valve retrieval.
왜 나는 제압이야. 제일 힘든 걸.
Figures I'd end up in a team doing the fighting. What a pain.
그럼 우리는 먼저 이동한다.
Alrighty, off we go.
내가
Right, bye.
앞장서도록 하지. 따라오도록.
I will take the lead. The rest of you, follow me. And with that, Altus and the LCD team footsteps faded into the distance on the opposite side.
우리도 슬슬 이동하도록 하지. 사실 여기에 있는 마툰 군과 조수 군만 데려가도 통제실을 복구하는 정도는 아무 문제가 없을 것 같긴 하지만 말이야.
We should get moving too. Although I think just Martin and my assistant here will be enough to restore power to the facility management room.
전력 시설의 구조가 그리 체계적으로 되어 있진 않나 보군요. 이러한 통제불능의 상황까지 대비하여 백업 장치 설계를 했어야 한다는 유감스러운 의견을 표할 수밖에 없습니다.
A lack of proper structure in the generation and distribution of electricity here. It is regrettable that the facility lacks a backup mechanism to handle unforeseen emergencies of this sort.
내가 건물의 설계까지 도맡아 할 만큼 한가하지는 않았어서 말이네. 하지만 실험실의 구조만 독립적으로 놓고 보자면
With the breadth of my responsibilities, it is only natural that I would have been too busy to be responsible for the facility's design. However, when viewed independently, the structure of the laboratory itself is...
고작 이런 일로 울상짓지 마시게나, 히스클리프 군.
Fret thyself not over so trifling a matter, young Heathcliff.
맞아요. 저희 셋이서 뭉친다면 어떤 일이든 아마...
She's right. With the three of us together, we'll be able to overcome whatever obstacle that gets in our way. Probably. The voices of Hohenheim and the other sinners also slipped further away into the background. Should we get move on too?
황금가지가 가까이 느껴지면 바로 말해줘, 관리자 양반.
Let us know if you sense the golden bowl, Manager Bat. Okay.
그러고 보니 흡연자 둘이 딱 여기에 모였군 그래?
The two smokers of the group ended up in the same group. What are the odds? I mean, she's not smoking.
아이 다 들었지. 담배도 안 태우고 이런 노동 환경을 버티는지 모르겠다니까.
I never know how the other managed to pull through these working conditions without taking a puff.
피운 시절은 있었다. 지속할 이유를 찾지 못하였을 뿐.
There was a time when I partook, but I could not find any reason to maintain the habit.
원래? 그래?
I think it's not a habit, it's more like an addiction, you know? Oh, there was? What did you smoke?
담배라고 지칭될 수 있는 것 대부분을.
Most things that fall under the category of cigarette.
아니 난 1년 내내 바른 생활 사나이로만 알았지 뭐야.
Huh? After a whole year of watching you never walk out of line, I pegged you as one hell of a straight-laced fella.
필요하다면 통상적인 올바르지 않은 일들을 가리지 않고 했다.
I partook in both categories of activities, those generally considered accepted as right and those accepted as wrong.
나는 구인의 시절 동료들의 권유로 면무금한 적은 있었네.
During my time among the old League of Nine literatures, I once had an opportunity to engage in a few hits of the substance at the behest of my fellows.
그게 처음이자 마지막이었어. 다 같이 웃음을 터뜨렸지만 담배 자체가 유쾌하진 않았어.
That was the one and only time everyone burst into the laughter, though I found no enjoyment in smoking itself.
처음에 다 그렇지. 왜 어깨 꼬면 그래?
That's always the case for first-timers. Must have been pretty intense, huh?
류슈양.
Why are we talking about smoking right now? Can't we focus on something else? What about you, Miss Ryoshu? When did you first started smoking cigarettes? Okay, that will probably be interesting, maybe. Every pair of eyes searched Ryoshu's face, but she didn't bother telling us her story, nor did she reveal any signs of unease or anxiety. What we saw on her face was inexplicably exhilaration, thrill, and as strange as it may seem, a fury chilling to the marrows.
글쎄,
Beats me.
어렸을 때부터 보고 자란 게 그것뿐이라.
I've always been surrounded by cigarette smoke ever since I was a brat.
아닌 게 더 이상하긴 한가.
Wouldn't have it guessed it any other way.
이번이 류슈 씨 차례. 맞지?
It's your turn this time, isn't it?
그래, 너무 노골적이어서 비웃음이 날 정도지.
Yeah, so damn obvious that it makes me scoff.
어떤가, 류슈양.
How do you feel, Mr. Ryoshu?
과거를 마주해야 하는 기분이란.
To be faced with the past that stands before you.
당연히.
Simple.
즐겁다.
It's exciting.
기다린 보람이 있어.
All that waiting finally paid off.
아, 그러고 보니 류슈 씨는 아까부터 담배를 물고 있지 않네.
I noticed you haven't smoked one since this whole thing began, Ryoshu.
그래.
Right.
미리부터 연습 중이다.
Trying to get used to staying off it. Meanwhile, back at the transporter truck. Oh.
붉은 시선. 당신에게만큼은 없을 줄 알았는데 말이야.
Red gaze. Never thought you of all people would have one.
우습지 않아? 이 보잘것없는 짐덩어리 하나 빼앗겼다고 천하의 붉은 시선이 제대로 검 한번 휘둘러보지 못하는 꼬라지가.
Funny, isn't it? The mighty and powerful Red Gaze loses this tiny little bundle of liability from his clutch, and he's suddenly too scared to even swing his sword, right?
그래도 이해하지 못하는 건 아니야. 버릴 수도 죽일 수도 없는 것을
Not that I don't.
원치 않게 떠맡은 적이 나도 있거든.
Pretty short sentences. Not that I don't understand. To have an unwanted burden you can't even push aside or kill off, shoved into your care. I know what it's like to, well.
아니, 원했던 건 맞지만 그딴 짐덩어리일 줄 몰랐던 걸지도.
Well, I suppose I did want the little thing back then, but I never expected her to be such a nuisance.
루치오가 조사해온 걸 보면 딱히 이거랑 아무 관계도 아닌 남남인 것 같던데. 혹시 이게 필요한 이유라도 있는 건가?
Lucio's been digging around. It looks like you don't have any connection whatsoever to this half-pint here. Could it be have a specific use for her?
목적 때문에 이러지도 저러지도 못하고 꾸역꾸역 가지고 다니는 걸 보니.
Well, she's here to drive the bus. It's plain that you need her for something. Explains why you're letting her that way to tag along.
우리 티켓이나 저기 있는 교본처럼 거슬려 죽여버리고 싶어도 바라는 미래를 위해서 어쩔 수 없이 죽은 건가?
Perhaps she's like my ticket or textbook over here. A pain in the ass, but you'd much rather kill off, but can't because you need it to make the future you long for come true.
우리 꽤 공통점이 많나 봐. 응?
We sure have a lot in common, don't we?
네가
Ew.
그렇게 쓸데없는 말을 계속 짓거리며 도발하는 이유는 알고 있다.
I know why you're provoking me with that pointless rambling.
그것들이 본사에서 수행하고 있는 임무, 그 작전이 완수되었다는 신호가 오기 전까지 내 발을 묶어두려는 거겠지.
Your friends are out on a mission, and you're making sure I don't get in their way till you get the all clear.
하지만 내 검이 네 놈의 목에 닿지 않고 있다고 해서.
However, just because my sword isn't cleaving across your throat.
네가 데리고 다니는 이 애송이의 목까지 안전한 게 아니라는 점을
Doesn't mean I won't collect your little lackey's head.
잊지 않았으면 좋겠군.
Keep that in mind.
재밌겠네.
Okay, I have to take another little break to play the ads. But I'll be right back and then we can continue. Brr. Hello, hello. This should be interesting. Do your worst.
내가 우리 티켓을 위해 만든 교본이 특색에게서 얼마나 버틸 수 있는지 나도 궁금하네. 응?
I'm curious to see how long the textbook I so painstakingly crafted for my ticket would last against the color fixer, aren't you? Okay, I really could have read that one line before taking a break, but it's fine. Okay, we have story and a fight. Maybe against Index. Rosa Desire. Oh yeah, you have this team, specifically with Marcel, who does not have a Heisho identity, but to be fair, the Heisho wouldn't... I mean, this is a bleed team. That's a bleed team for sure. But let's check what team I can get with these 4 people. Can have you two together. You work well together. And then can either like leave the La Manchalant people. But I feel like, you know, just the 2 of these wouldn't really work together too well. So I might just make it like a generalist team, like, you know, someone who is good in every team. This seems good to me. Do I have egos on them? I do, but maybe not the best ones. Maybe this. Oh wait, I also can level them up, which I could do. Oh, sure. Okay, and let me level them up as I said. We have enough tickets, you know, for the fact that I didn't play for like 2 months. I will definitely need to farm more, but you know, I'll wait for that until we have the next farming stage opened. I wonder if it will be this week or the next one. I'm assuming the next one or the one after that. To battle. Disorder good. I think I will put you last.
눈 멀지 않게
So we have like a bleed, boys, burn, tremor. We have like a great team, yeah. We keep running into these mannequins. Are these made by those nurse fathers?
그래. 정확히는 약자비 혼자다.
Yes, to be more specific, it's just the ring nurse father.
신체파. 인간의 근육과 뼈로 수축과 이완을 이용하는 예술이다. 거기에 큐비즘도 조금 끼얹었나?
Corporasm, an art movement that utilizes the interactions between human bones and muscles, the contraction and the elongation thereof, with a splash of cubist technique, it seems.
고약하구만.
Nasty.
보이시오?
Observe closer. Do you see them?
저것들의 몸에 글씨가 적혀 있는 것 같소만.
Writings carved into their bodies. Is it a code? Is it 7-digit code, maybe? these corpses were engraved with the wild scroll of a message carved with the blade. They began shuffling at us in an uncanny rhythm entirely devoid of any semblance of will. Dearest.
사랑하는 우리 딸.
Dearest daughter of ours.
이 곡선을 주의 깊게 봐주세요.
Please pay close attention to the way the line curves.
갈비뼈라는 것 잘만 다듬으면 어떤 것보다 날카로운 칼이 되고 대퇴골은 어떤 것보다 단단한 둔기가 될 수 있습니다.
From ribs, we can make blades keener than any swords. From femurs, we can make bludgeons sturdier than any mace.
흉곽은 심장과 폐를 보호하기 위해 이렇게나 견고하고 아름다운 나치형이 되었죠.
The thoracic cage has taken this preposing yet harder shape of an arch to keep the head and the lungs from harm.
이 몸의 아름다운 형태를 유지한 채로 몸이 지닌 태초의 정교한 가치를 망가뜨리지 않은 채로
Preserve this natural beauty of the human corpus and do not infringe when it's upon its primeval, precise value. Primeval?
귀중한 악기를 다루듯이 만들어야 합니다.
That is the reverence with which the act of creation must be handled, just as musicians handle a priceless instrument.
만져보세요. 근육과 힘줄의 결을 따라 칼날이 잡히지 않나요?
Touch it, if you will. Do your fingertips feel the contour of a blade along the grains of musculature, its tendons and sinews?
가장 살고 싶어 했던 놈의 뼈가 가장 죽이기 좋은 칼이 되었군.
The bones of the one most desperate for life have become a blade best fit to reap it.
그렇죠. 요시히데라면 이 진가를 알아차릴 줄 알았어요.
Indeed it has, hasn't it? I knew from the fathoms of my heart that you could appreciate the true value of this piece, Yoshihide.
그 어떤 것보다 정성을 기울여서 이 아이를 만들고 있답니다. 조금이라도 으스러지거나 균형이 안 맞는 뼈를 가지고 있으면 소용이 없거든요.
The care you put into a piece I have so painstakingly birthed into the world is greater than that of any other work of mine. The smallest fracture of imbalance could instantly render it useless.
마침내 완성된다면 요시히데가 써주세요.
Once this piece is complete, dearest Yoshihide, I would like for you to wield it.
그러지.
I will.
그렇게나 노래 부르던 그 작품은 결국 완성을 못했나.
Never got to finish that precious piece he'd always rambled about, did he? Ryoshi muttered to herself. Okay, this is a combat one, so we'll fight these guys. Oh shit, okay. Those are like the guys from before, right?
힘내세요.
Yeah. But we have this, which inflicts urge. Right. A pink ribbon. Interesting. And you know, some other effects. Just more urge. Otherwise, it's like the same. It just has like the extra effect of the urge. And the ribbon. Simple. So this is, it is a chain. Or like, yeah, this type of encounter.
Let's do the dominating.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
전탄 격발.
적합한 관리법이었어요. 다행이에요. 적 개체가 기세등등해 보여요. 조금 주의하면서 해보는 게 좋을
And
것
will be
같아요.
entering, I think. Looks like it might work. Do I still have coffee? I think I still do have coffee. Yeah, I do have a good plug.
피가 튀게.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
We do have some healing in the team as well. Myself can heal a little bit. If I need it. I hopefully want to. So far, did I use Eco today yet? I don't think I did.
저것들이 뭔가 기운이 없어요. 기회가 온 걸까요?
꿰뚫어 퍼지리. 구멍투성이가 되어.
이번엔 이놈인가?
Little Flower Heart. I'm doing good. What about you?
그대로 꿰어소리라. 마침내
칼날이
깊은
잘
수면에
드네요.
빠지시는가.
아마 그 공격이
May the ball of
약점이었겠죠?
change ratio in Limbus fandom wanna know results? Sure.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
조금씩 나아가고 있네요.
받아볼 텐가.
계속 힘내주세요.
Other 21%. Female 30%, male 49%, overall sample size. 965 people. Interesting. Well, I'm a male if you want to put me into that sample size. Or like into that not sample size, but into the ball, whatever.
꿰뚫어 퍼지리.
전력으로 상대하마.
Should have made multiple posts on social media yesterday. Interesting.
전탄 격발.
And here's the results. Alright, I'm listening. I do like
그대로 꿰어소리라. 마침내
okay, so this is
깊은 수면에
also based
빠지시는가.
on the platform, I see. Well, what this tells me is that there is not enough, well, not
나선
enough,
속을 벗어날 수
but less male people on Tumblr. That's what I'm reading from this right now.
그렇게 서 있으면
한 번에 이렇게나.
That's interesting. I do like statistics. Though that it actually means anything to me.
경외감 속에 숨어들.
Like I don't really engage with the Limbus community all that much. Like I am on the Discord, but I never write anything. I am on like Reddit, but I don't really post. I have one post there, I think. And maybe occasionally comment.
이번엔
Sanguine
그
artistry,
귀중한
that's
경우의 수에
justified.
들어맞았군. 잘 놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은 탄피는
저들은
Let's
전율하리라.
여기다가 말하면
Nothing
녹음되는
important?
건가요?
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없.
힘내세요.
Oh come on, Ryosh. Oh come on, Ryosh. What the fuck? Okay, you still won. Don't worry. Good job. Sorry.
적합한
이번엔
관리법이었어요. 다행이에요.
나도 거들지.
그대로 꿰어소리라.
전탄격발.
Yeah, I know I said this before. I'm just like not very engaged when we are actually in like a combat like this.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
힘내세요.
I would like to get to the story, you know. Or maybe more interesting combats, those exist as well in the game.
단테님, 수감자분들이
Oh, okay, look at that. I will actually use something instead of just win rate. I will use a counter.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
Incredible. And I will take a little bit less damage because of using that. That's crazy, right? Okay, he might actually die. That's interesting.
여러분들 괜찮으세요?
Maybe I should have been paying attention actually. But nah, no need.
너무 강한 공격이었어요.
받아볼
문제
텐가.
없었으면 좋겠는데요.
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니군.
제가 도움이
Okay,
될지는
we got super
모르겠지만
Mars out now. Should I?
노력해보겠습니다.
You will bleed out the moment you do something. So, like, oopsie, that sucks.
퍼즐이.
This guy will, like, also fucking die. Mars out using
전력으로
his
상대하마.
5-gun skill against this guy who had like 17 HP.
드디어 칼을 찾았는가?
벗어날 수 있다고 생각했는데
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
벗어날 수 있다고 생각했는데
불타버렸나?
단테님, 정말 살려내실 수 있는 거죠?
Yeah, don't worry, I'll bring them back. You're right.
받아볼 텐가.
피가 튀겠고.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting anyone to actually die. That was kind of unfortunate.
다른 방법이 적절하지 않았을까요?
전력으로 상대하마.
I mean, I also could have probably played it better, but hey, there's no need.
전탄격발.
버러지 같은
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
받아볼 텐가. 이것밖에 못하나.
그 시선 경멸스럽고
Nice damage.
한 번에 이렇게나 마치 마탕 같네요.
시선에 눈이 멀지 않도록.
Out of this, Dragger is definitely like the most boring one. But they are very much, as I said, like
나를
the
들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지.
Ryoshu and Isenko is like
그
work well
귀중한
together.
경우의 수에 들어맞았군.
But yeah, these
잘
are
놀다가
just kind of generalists.
회수하지 않은 탄피는
I mean, obviously, like you can, they all both inflict burn, and they can like synergize with someone. I wonder how far I am. I would be guessing close to the end of the first part. I have like, well, I have infinite amount of time technically, but I would like to end in the following 3 hours. Which sounds reasonable to me. The fingers. I mean, if I was starting at my normal time, I normally start at 2, which is just 30 minutes ago. But I'm already streaming for 5 hours, so the fingers. Just to have my sweet drink? No.
엘리베이터가 작동하고 있다.
But I have my normal drink. Also still a bit of coffee. The elevator up ahead is operational. I could see the light of the elevator beyond the lockdown door. If power has returned to the elevators,
호에나 임군이 통제실에 성공적으로 도착했나 보구려.
it can only mean that Hohenheim has arrived at the facility management room. Then once the elevator doors opened, LCA agents began pouring into the facility in perfect order. They immediately began hacking and shooting down anything they got in their way. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in their movements, as though drilled into them over countless rehearsals. From the way they never failed to deliver a killing blow to the target that so much as twitched, even when it was already mangled beyond recognition. I could tell they were seasoned veterans with years of combat experience. I began to grow certain that these fighters could brush aside any obstacle we faced with ease.
LCA 특작팀이라 했네.
And now, like, someone from an actual finger comes and kills all of them. LCA Special Operations Unit, was it? They sure know how to clear a room.
들리나?
Testing, come in.
아이, 내놔봐. 야, 들려?
Oi, give me that. Oi, you alright, mate?
아이 깜짝이야. 아이 조용히 말해도 잘 들리니까 소리는 지르지 말자고 히스클리프 씨.
The heck? No need to shout into the mic, Heathcliff. We can hear you just fine.
미안하군. 조숙은 워낙 성질이 급해서.
Apologies. My assistant's temperament leans on the more impatient side.
수감자 오티스의 추측이 맞았네. 우리는 지금 통제실에 와 있고 여기 있는 단말기로 복도 상황을 볼 수 있는데 화질은 영 좋지 않지만 이쪽 구역에 말이지.
Sooner Outer's conjecture was correct. After arriving at the facility management room, we have been observing the hallway through the device here. The video of Heat's quality, well, it leaves much to be desired, but
LCA가 도착했다네.
the LCE has arrived at this sector.
그래. 우리 눈앞에도 보인다. 이 폐쇄 셔터 너머로.
Can confirm. On this side end as well. We have visual on the LCA units past the lockdown shutters.
다만 방금 내가 한 것은 자네들 앞을 가로막는 차단벽 하나를 열어준 게 다라니. 다른 부서로 이어지는 내부 승강기를 복구하는 것과는 아무 연관이 없지.
But all I've managed so far is to remove one security wall in your path. It has nothing to do with restoring the internal elevators leading to other departments.
그렇다면 이제 부상자들을 안전한 곳으로 올려보낼 수 있는 것인가?
Whichever may be the case, does this mean that the wounded can now be transported to safety?
그렇지는 않더군. 모종의 기술을 이용해 내려보냈지만 다시 올라가려면 시설을 복구해야 한다네.
Not quite. While they managed to send the LCE down here via unknown means, the entire facility has to be restored in order to return upstairs.
그래도 다행이군. 구역별로 투입된 듯하니 다른 자들도 도움을 받을 수 있겠어.
It is indeed a relief. However, it seems that the agents have been deployed to each sector. They should be able to secure the rest of the survivors.
연구와 관련 없는 살상 기술과 전투에 그다지 흥미를 느끼진 못했냐면 주워들은 바로는 저들이 도시 내에서도 알아주는 전투 집단이라더군.
I have never been one to be interested in the art of killing and battling, particularly those without even a tangential relation to research. I've heard that they are a rather formidable combat force, even by the standards of the city as a whole.
정면.
Eyes forward. The lights flickered, and 3 LCE agents were advancing while covering the front of their squad simultaneously fell to the floor without so much as a scream. Like a broken lamp, the light past the security wall continues to flicker. Between each flicker of the malfunctioning light, the outline of the intruder's weapon seemed to shift into a different shape. At first, the shadow stretched into the sharp tip of a pick. Then, after several more flickers, it took on the familiar outline of an axe, very much resembling Rodia's own.
생김새 원장으로 보아 ACA의 정찰 작전에 특화된 팀이군요.
Judging by their appearance and gear, it's likely that they are the LCA Reconnaissance Specialized Unit.
모노리스 회수 때 나타났던 팀과 같은 계열로 보입니다.
Most likely the same vein as the team that arrived at the Monolith Retrieval mission.
아니, 그렇다 해도 저 정도로 숙련된 부대를 혼자서...
Recon team or not, how did an intruder manage to wipe out such a well-trained team all on his own?
호에나임군, 듣고 있는가?
Hohenheim, do you hear us? Sorry, that was not Isang's voice. I don't know what voice that was.
그쪽은 벌써 제압이 끝난 건가?
Indeed. Has the LCA taken care of the situation already on your end?
절대 복도로 나가지 마시게.
You mustn't step a foot out into the hallway.
왜 그런가? 아, 단말로 확인해보니 방금 LCA 대원들이 환상체 하나를 완벽히 제압했더군. 저 까다로운 환상체를 몇 분 만에 제압하다니. 이건 관찰 기록에도 덧붙여놔야겠어.
Why might that be? I've just watched the LCE agents take down an abnormality with quite impressive precision. To suppress such tricky entity in mere minutes. Fascinating. This calls for an additional comment on its observation log.
이쪽으로 파견된 LCA 지원 병력은 전멸했다.
The reinforcements sent to our sector, they are all dead.
방금 뭐라고 했나?
What?
개방된 야전 상황이었다면 정찰 때만으로도 ACA가 패배하진 않았을 것입니다.
Were this battle fought in an open field, even the LCA reconnaissance team alone would have sufficed to avoid the defeat.
하지만
However,
거미줄에 걸려 있다는 사실을 잊으면 적골이 나지.
this is what happens to a prey who forgot that they have been snared into a spider web.
저들은 자신들이 지극히 유리한 곳으로 먹잇감을 끌어들인다. 개방, 탁 트인 공간.
They will never fight on even ground, always drawing their prey to locations where they have an absolute advantage. They wouldn't have lost in an open field, you say?
가정조차 의미가 없다. 그런 일은 애초부터 일어나지 않을 테니.
It's meaningless to speculate over what will never happen.
봐라. 먹잇감이 자신이 가장 잘 사냥할 수 있는 무대로 직접 걸어 들어가지 않나.
Look, his prey ensured their demise by walking into his haunted ground. What Alyssa has described earlier was becoming more and more apparent to us. A relaxed but disciplined gait. That's not Roland. The man, after having slaughtered dozens of LCA agents, slowly turned around to face us, his sharp dress shoes lazily clopping against the floor. He seemed to have been aware of our presence from the get-go. Seems happy as well. Light dances across the glossy surface of his white mask. He returns a smile in response to Ryoshi's furious wrath. Then his lips part, soundlessly mounting a sentence, word by word. Hi, sweetheart. How did your reviews go?
딸, 훈련은 어땠어?
Hey, sweetheart. How did your training go?
똑같아. 지루해.
Same old, dull and boring.
아빠, 팔에 상처가 났는데 직접 입힌 거야?
Dad, what wound on your arm? Did you do that to yourself?
아, 맞아. 나이프로 내 팔을 관통시키면서 상대를 38번 찔러야 했거든.
Yeah. I had to stab my opponent with a knife 38 times through my own arm.
20번째부터는 정말 아프더구나.
The 20th step was where it really began to hurt.
그거 알아, 딸? 자결통은 찹쌀통보다 100배는 더 고통스럽다고 하더라.
They say that the pain of burning hurts at least 100 times worse than the pain of getting stabbed. Did you know that?
그러니 누군가를 처리해야 할 땐 불은 사용하지 마.
So when you have to take care of someone, I hope you won't use fire.
그들이 고통에 몸부림치면서 너만을 저주하며 지옥으로 떨어질 텐데.
Plus their death be slow, and their dying breath curses your name on their long descent into hell.
적어도 마지막엔 그들에게 더 나은 주마등을 안겨줘야 하지 않겠니?
Don't they deserve to watch their lives flash before their eyes in relative peace?
알았어.
Okay.
가까이 와보렴. 얼굴에 긁힌 상처가 있구나.
Come closer. You've got a scratch on your cheek.
발렌티나의 수업 중에 생긴 거겠지? 그는 너무 과격해. 상처의 개수가 곧 훈련의 척도와 비례한다고 생각하는 자야.
It happened during Valentina's class, didn't it? Her methods are simply too violent. She's the kind of teacher who uses the number of scars as a measure of training intensity and effectiveness.
흉이 안 지게 잘 치료해야지.
Let's take good care of that wound so it doesn't scar, okay?
그러던가.
Whatever.
아니 방금 LC와의 무전대로라면 관리자님께서 위험...
Well, he definitely seems the nicest. If what LCE has told us through the transmission is true, then the executive manager is in danger.
오티스, 저도 걱정은 되는데요.
I'm just as concerned as you are, Altis, but
당장 우리 쪽도 만만치 않은 상황인 것 같아요.
we're not exactly out of the woods just yet either.
그건 복구된 CCTV 화면인가?
The security camera feed is working again.
네, 이 앞을 비추고 있어요. 근데
Yeah, look, it's pointed right in front of our door, but
자네도 와서 보게. 내 기억이 틀리지 않다면 이런 복식을 한 자는
come see. If my memory fails me not, then this man's attire suggests he is.
중지?
Yeah, this guy's definitely the middle. The middle?
저쪽에서 전멸당했다는 사람도 이렇게 당했나 보네. 이건 거의 죽이다 못해 사람을 부서뜨리고 있는데?
I guess we now know what happened to the LCA in the other sector. Yeesh, this guy's practically tearing people apart.
뭐라고 자꾸 큰 소리로 떠드는 것 같기도 하고 소리가 잘 들리진 않는데.
Is he shouting something? I can't quite hear what he's saying through the feed.
요시히데.
Yoshihide.
요시히데라고 계속 외치고 있군.
He's shouting Yoshihide repeatedly so.
그리고 웃고도 있어.
As if he fills the silence between them with a boisterous guffaw.
입을 크게 벌리고 몸까지 들썩이며 무엇이 그리도 즐거운 것인지 광인과 같군 그래.
Eyes split into a wide grin, body convulsing with laughter. What joy does this madman find in this carnage?
지금 사람이 저만큼 날아간 거야? 발로 찬 것뿐인데?
That's an insanely powerful kick. Flung that guy all the way to the other side of the hallway.
선명한 화면은 아니지만 다리는 의체일까?
The footage is pretty blurry, but do you think he's got a prosthetic leg?
아닌가? 강화 문신을 몸이 전부 뒤덮일 때까지 받으면 저런 모양이 될 수도 있을 것 같고.
Maybe not. I guess a leg covered completely in augmentation tattoos could work something like that.
우리 아빠 곰발바닥 보고 있구나?
Oh, you're looking at Papa's mighty bear paw?
누구야?
Who the heck are you?
나? 나는 키라라고 해.
Who am I? Hi, I'm Kira.
기척도 없이. 종원, 전투 준비.
A covert approach. Man, battle position.
아니야. 너희 우리 아빠 보고 있는 거 아니야?
Oh, you guys got it all wrong. You're watching my papa work, aren't ya? Well, yeah.
방해 안 할 거야. 싸우지도 않을 거고.
Don't mind me, Kay. I'm not gonna pick a fight with you guys. Yeah, she's a
중요한 일을
weirdo.
하는 거라면 내가 대기 타줘야지. 마저 감상해.
I'll just hang around here while you guys get the important stuff done. Carry on and watch him work.
아빠라고? 저 사람이?
Your papa? That guy's is your dad?
맞아. 진짜 yor라게 멋지지.
Isn't he like super badass?
너네 방금 봤어? 저 기술 있잖아. 완전 간지인 것 같지 않아?
Yo, did you guys see that? Gosh, that takes straight up fire. So dope.
나도 따라하려고 하는데도 잘 안 된다니까.
I've been trying to recreate it myself, but it's not the same. You know?
어떻게 저런 강속구로 복도 끝까지 처박히게 하지?
How's he doing that? Totally folded that guy up and tossed him like a baseball all the way to the other end of the hallway.
학살을 마치 놀이나 경기 따위로 취급하는가?
To treat a massacre as no different from a game or sport.
불쾌하기 그지없는 무례배로군.
What a contemptible scandal you make.
너 그런 쪽이야? 재밌다.
Oh, so you're into that kind of character, huh? Sick.
나도 좋아해. 일주일 전에 나왔던 빗줄기 속 검객 최신하에 등장하는 캐릭터가 그런 말투 쓰잖아. 비 엄청 오는데 삿갓을 싹 들치면서.
I'm a huge fan of them too. Did I read the latest issue of the Cloudburst Blade? There's this new character who talks just like you do. Like, lifting his bamboo head, he goes...
뭐야? 너도 모르는 거야? 그 작품?
Wait, you don't know the Cloudburst Blade?
주위에 계속 추천하는 중인데 아무도 호응을 안 해. 한 놈은 맨날 훈련만 해대고 한 놈은 집 거미랑만 조잘거리고 한 놈은 자꾸 혼자 싸돌아다니고 나머지 하나는 뭐라는 줄 알아? 논리적으로 말이 안 되는 게 너무 많대. 그게 제대로 된 감상이냐고. 왜 만화책에 그런 걸 따져? 걔랑은 아무튼 처음부터 끝까지 안 맞는다니까.
Oh man, I've been trying to sell to everyone I know, but no one's interested. One of them obsessed with training all the day, one of them talks with her sword all day, one of them just wanders all over the place all day, and the other one, you know what she said? I think the story indulges in far too many logical fallacies. What the heck kind of book review is that? Like, bro, who wastes time nitpicking about what makes sense and what doesn't when reading a comic book? Gosh, I don't think I'll ever vibe with that girl.
아무튼 그거 본 사람 있으면 손들어 볼래? 나랑 3시간, 아니 4시간만 같이 떠들어주라.
Anywho, has anyone here actually read the Cloudburst Blade? If you did, well, if I may have but 4 hours of your time. Good sir.
그만.
Enough.
가짜는 헛소리로 구슬려질 정도로 우리는 무르지 않다.
If you thought you could distract us with your nonsensical prattling, think again. Yeah, we are used to this from dawn.
아까부터 화면에 잡히는 게 없어요. 오티스, 저 사람이 자기가 말한 대로 중지아비의 제자라면...
Otis, I don't see the middle nurse father on the feed anymore. If she's his apprentice, then...
어이, 딸내미! 근처에서 놀고 있으랬더니 뭐 이렇게 멀리 왔어?
Hey, kiddo, what are you doing all the way out here? Haven't I asked you not to wander too far?
돌겠군.
Drat.
모전이 더 들어오지 않는군.
No more transmission. They have all gone quiet.
이보게! 이스마일군! 오티스군! 왜 아무도 대답이 없는 겐가?
They're already making fucking fireworks. How fucking great. I'm so happy. I just noticed that the whole fucking screen is being not fully captured. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's like a very small thing at the top that is not being captured, but is it this? Huh? What the hell? Nimbus. Now it's full. Don't know what that was about. It was there the whole time, but again, it was like fucking maybe 1 centimeter off the top. There was nothing important, I would say. Hark! Young Ishmael, young Autis! Wherefore doth none respond?
느낌이 좋지 않네요. 그 관리자님도 떨어져 있는 상황에서 서로 무슨 상황인지도 모르고.
This is bad. We don't even have the manager with us. We're all in the dark.
아무래도 시설 복구를 서둘러야겠네. 차단벽 제어권만 들어온다면 서로 협력하기 용이할 테니.
We must make haste and restore the facility to its operational capacity. The sooner we obtain access to the security wall controls, the sooner we can coordinate with each other.
마침 이 근처에도 소실된 회로 하나가. 바로 이 방에.
As luck would have it, we should be able to locate one of the lost pieces of circuitry in this room.
이곳은 약지 조직원이 지나간 흔적이 보이는군요.
These remains. The ring has made its mark here.
야, 그렇게 빤히 쳐다볼 필요는 없어.
Oi, don't force yourself to look so hard on them.
아니, 역겨움이라는 감정은 내게 큰 영향을 주지 못하네.
No, disgust is an emotion that holds very little sway over me.
다만,
It's just that.
팀장님,
Boss,
일일이 누구의 얼굴인지 헤아리지 마세요.
Don't look at their faces and try to tell who's who.
그래, 무심코 한눈을 팔았군.
Right, I lost my focus for a moment there.
계속하지.
Let us carry on.
뭐, 할 말이라도 있나?
What? Is there anything you wish to say to me?
드물게도 파우스트 역시 호헨하임의 말에 동의하고 있다는 생각이 드는군요.
This is hardly irregular, but it seems that Faust also expresses agreement with Hohenheim.
뭘?
Agree with Wolf.
이럴수록 빠르게 시설을 복구시켜야 한다는 것을 말입니다.
That we must restore the facility with as much haste as we can employ. Okay, cool. Nurse fathers. I'm assuming this will be maybe an interesting fight, maybe? Still just 3 people though.
눈 멀지 않게 조심하도록.
4 people, I mean. Leaving behind the perpetrator of the carnage greeting Ryoshu on the other side of the security wall, we had no other choice but to make our way towards the lab.
류슈양, 답하기 싫은 물음이라 하면 비껴보내어도 괜찮네만.
Mr. Ryoshu, perhaps this question of mine is one you might not wish to grace with an answer, and if indeed it is, do feel free to let it float past.
아비란 자들과는 어떤 사이였는가?
But what is your connection to these so-called nurse fathers?
단순히 그대와 악연으로 물든 인연이라기에는.
Your relationship with them does not seem to have been brewed in a mere bad blood.
방금 전 그대의 표정은 조금 미묘해서 말이오.
And in the change of your countenance, I sensed a flash of something almost imperceptible.
모든 조각이 맞물려진 것은 아니지만
I haven't put all the pieces together just yet, but
그들은 말 그대로
they were
아비.
nurse fathers.
나라는 검을 펴려낸 내 아비들이었다.
My fathers who forged the sword that I am. Well, yeah, okay, I kind of figured they were like like
제가 도움이
parental
될지는
figures
모르겠지만
slash trainers
노력해보겠습니다.
kinda.
이야기는 폐장 후에 마저 하지.
Let's try this.
꿰뚫어 퍼지리.
Okay, that was kinda lucky.
여기다가 말하면 녹음되는 건가요?
Now it should become easier.
나선 속을
힘내세요.
벗어날
Because
수는 없.
I have sanity.
전탄 격발.
Okay, if I were to assume how this will play out in terms of like gameplay kind of part, I would assume this first part. Well, I'm very confident. Like, it may not be the case, but I feel like this is what I think it feels like. It's like what everyone thought on like the Reddit and YouTube and everywhere about how this will go.
이번엔 이놈인가?
I'm pretty sure we will go to the finger, whatever it was called, bow something, bow bell. So I would assume, like in this part, we would get through this, and at the end they invite us to the bow bell or something, or like the Ryoshu. Or maybe they don't invite us specifically. Maybe we just go through this.
녹음되는 건가요? 힘내세요.
And then I don't know exactly, but I feel like what I think I'm making sense. We will just somehow go there. I really don't think. I mean, it is possible that this whole chapter is happening in here, but I also feel like that will not be the case.
구멍투성이가 되어.
I feel like it would be sad if we didn't go to the bow bell or whatever it's called again.
단테님, 수감자분들에게 잠시 휴식을
Oh,
공유해주면
come on.
어떨까요?
And it's fucking Giseng again who will just fucking die.
세상에,
That's
여러분들
really funny.
괜찮으세요?
Okay, I guess he's not dead yet. So we can probably save it. He might have like a million bleed to do.
피가 튀게. 피가 튀게.
Does he just not have enough fucking clash, or why is he the one that always gets fucking killed?
너무 강한 공격이었어요.
Yeah, you will die to the bleed. Unless I heal him.
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다.
전력으로 상대하마.
Which I don't know if I can with what I have.
놈들.
A lot of damage there.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
Yeah, my guy has like 66 damage from the bleed. So, unless I get to use this, I have that only heals yourself. Is this? Oh, that heals SP. Yeah, okay.
받아볼 텐가.
Yes, I'm pretty confident that Isang will bleed out again. That's a lot of damage for being like unbreakable guns.
상처는 찢었으니까.
Okay, that's annoying. So she's staggered.
이것밖에 못하나.
My guy will bleed out, but at least he does manage to
조심하셔야
get
해요.
some more damage
정신이나
before
몸이
that
다친
happens.
동료들은 어떻게 바뀔지 모르니까.
But after this turn, you're dead.
버질이.
Well, during this turn, not even after it. But hey, this will be nice damage.
전력으로 상대하마.
Pretty good character. Pretty strong.
한 번에 이렇게나
그렇게 서 있으면 목이
마치
떨어질 수가.
마탕 같네요.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
Oh, it was a death. Yeah, whatever. We're so fine.
불타버렸나?
나를
Oh, there's
들뜨게
no
만드는 일은
combat
많지
at the end.
않지만
I mean, no story at the
그
end.
귀중한 경우의 수에
Okay,
들어맞았고
I have to play
잘 놀다 간다.
ads. I mean, I do have to play them in like 4 more minutes, but I feel like I wouldn't be able to finish the stage in that time. So I will play those now. And I'll be right back. Hello. I'm back. Cigarettes, and nurse father. Might be about how Rishi started smoking. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna... Do I just wanna see? I did only one reset. Let's use box instead though. I've been doing just one resets recently. Well, recently I haven't played for like 2 months, as I said. I mean, I did log in like 2 times in that time, or 3 times. But yeah. So before that happened, I was also doing just one reset for a while. Looks like we're here. It's the lab.
LCD나 LCE 쪽은 아까의 무전을 끝으로 더 이상 연락이 없어.
The LCD and LCE haven't reached out again since the last transmission.
좋지 않은 일에 휘말린 게 아니길 바라오만.
I can only hope that no misfortune befell them.
관리자, 혹시 느껴져? 황금가지 말이야.
Hey manager, but
저들이 혹시 먼저 가져가기라도 했다면.
You picking up on anything? I mean the golden bow, if those people got it before us. Not yet, I don't think they did. It's still in there.
그래. 그나마 불행 중 다행이라 해야 하나?
Is that right? I guess I should be glad we still have a chance. Director mumbled in a gloomy tone.
호hen하임 씨가 이 소식을 들으면
Hohenheim will be relieved to hear this.
놓겠군 그래.
We stepped into the lab. The lights were off. It was completely dark inside. Feels like someone did get here. If the Assyrians were indeed after the golden bow, what could they possibly want with it? I was deeply engrossed in my thoughts when I noticed that Ryoshu had stopped in her tracks. Ryoshu?
이 앞에 나딕다 못해 지긋지긋한 향이 나고 있다.
There is a stench coming from up ahead, a sickeningly familiar one. Even if the glowing darkness of the unlit lab, Ryoshu seemed to notice something out of place.
냄새라고 해봤자 류슈 씨의 담배 냄새 말고.
You smell something? I don't smell anything other than your sick. Yeah, she's not smoking.
당신
She's not smoking, buddy.
담배를 안 태우고 있었지.
Oh, yeah. You have not been smoking for a hot minute. Only silence welcomed us in the lab. We couldn't hear any breathing, but there it was without a doubt. The stink of cigarette and chilling, disembodied sense of dread we couldn't exactly put our finger on.
그곳에서 나올 때
When I left that place,
나는 누군가를 경멸하고 있었다.
I remember a strong contempt for someone.
분명.
It had to have been. She started muttering as though she was gripped by the chill. I noticed she wasn't speaking to me, though. It seemed as though she was wading through a bog of mutilated memories to cling to her emotions at that moment.
지의 성, 마지막까지 당신은
Dew Star, you...
나를 괴롭게 할 생각뿐이었던 거야. 그렇지?
All along, you have wanted to make me suffer to the bitter end, haven't you?
나 때문에? 그건 내가 할 말이지, 요시히데.
What audacity. You think I'm the only one making you suffer, Yoshihide? You're the only one making
네
you suffer.
존재가 지금까지 내 모든 앞길을 막고 있다는 거 알고 있지?
You do realize that you have always been the one obstacle in my life, don't you?
그러니까 이래야 공평하잖아.
This is the only way for us to get even.
요시히데, 나에게는
Yoshihide, it
계속 들려와.
never stops.
녹슬고 무거운 족쇄 소리가 달그락 달그락.
The sound of the feather around my feet, rusted and heavy, how it clings and rattles. In that vision of the past, Ryoshu raises her sword in an agonizing slow motion, unsheathing the blade that we have never seen revealed before. A white blade of such unfeeling purity, devoid of even a trace of mercy beneath its pale edge. In the split second, I was blinded by the glint of the blade. Ryoshu clutched the hooded figure's jaw in her crushing grip. Even without a moment's hesitation, she drove the blindingly bright sword into the figure's mouth. Ryoshu pulled the sword out in a single swift motion. Splat. The figure couched up a thick glob of blood and a piece of her sliced tongue. Really funny. But she spat out more than just a bloody chunk of flesh. A guffaw hacked its way out of her mouth. The triumphant laughter of one who had just seized the victory of one's life. With a deep ragged breath, Ryoshu let the sword fall from her grip. She stood rooted in her spot, staring at the flailing figure with a look of pure confusion.
과학만이한
ISOTPITA.
과거의 악취가 만연하는군.
Indicious stench of the past in the air. And right now, right before Ryoshu's eyes. The vivid presence from the memories of the past came to life in a form of white silhouette. Her hand slowly brushing the lips beyond which no tongue laid, as if to remember the absence of the organ that Ryoshu had so mercilessly cut off. Could have took a prosthetic. Like a lone watchman who had been keeping vigil, awaiting our arrival. Huh. The mouth that lost its tongue faced Ryoshu without opening even once. But I think I heard a whisper of a hollow sigh escaping between her lips.
나는 나의 5 아비로 인해 이 세상에서 가장 소중한 걸 놓고 왔다.
Because of my 5 fathers, I had to leave behind the single most important thing in this world.
그러니까
And that is why
되찾아와야 한다.
I must take it back.
다시 만나게 되어 진심으로 반가워, 류슈.
So happy to see you again, Ryoshu. I mean it.
라고 주인님께서 말씀을 전하라 하셨사옵니다.
Such were the words my master bade me to relay.
소지아비.
The Pink Nurse father.
주인님께선 이 비천한 자에게 따로 바람이 없으시니
As my master expects not from my insignificant self.
자연지사 소생은 적막히 녹슬어가는 검과 같아 하루가 권태롭고 내일이 허망하였사옵니다.
I am but a blade rusting amid the quiet turn of nature, doomed to ever endure the dullness of the days and the emptiness of morrows.
그 무렵 그대가 거미씨를 따라 이리 오신 은혜로.
Hello, Tankby. The jewelry skin looks nicer in game than in the preview. Maybe I will pick it up. Why is his sword so long though? My guy just has a long sword. How are you doing? How are you doing? It has, like, I noticed that it has very long, the handles part specifically. And Terran, owing to your pursuit of the spider threat. Also, I don't know anything about
이렇게
swords though.
주인님의 뜻을 재차 받들
So maybe that's
기회를
normal.
얻죠.
I guess it's normal when I look at Ryoshu's sword. I am once again granted a chance to carry out my master's will.
혀가 길군. 비켜라.
Bored? Oh, holiday breaks, so no work, no money, nothing to do. Play video games. Another stalker. Piss off. As her appearance approached us, Ryoshu's Norse father slowly stepped away. Towards where the containers of golden bows lay nestled, emanating a soft glow.
준비가 끝났어.
Was thinking of buying Deltarune? Ah, that's a good game.
계획한 것을 잊진 않으셨겠죠?
I can recommend. The preparations are complete. I trust you have not forgotten the plan? Who this? That's an interesting looking character. But maybe I shouldn't after my responsible purchase last night. What did you buy last night? What was it? When are the Steam sales stopping? I hope they are still going on. Yeah. 5 more days, yeah. I do definitely want to buy Expedition 33, the shoe. Okay. Piece of merch, I see. Where the Nut's father had left, a figure clad in steel armor entered. I haven't seen a character like this in Olympus before, like in a looking this way, this armored, I guess. I mean, we've seen people in armor, but they looked very different, like the N-Corp Crusaders, or is that what they were called? I had Expedition 33? Why? I heard like only good things about the game. What the?
기술이 접목된 모구라기엔 상당히 투박해 보이는구려.
Every enemy one-shots and you never do any damage and farming gives 0 XP. I see. Well, don't farm then. SMH my head. Permanent look a little too crude to be a piece of gear imbued with advanced technology.
싱클레어 군의 집. 그 지하에서 보았던 고문기구와도 닮은 것 같소.
It looks akin to the torture device we had previously seen in the basement of Sinclair's home.
살도, 피도, 뼈도
No flesh.
드러내지 않고 상대하겠다라.
No blood, no bones to show. In a fight?
내게 보여줄 예술치곤 미학의 격이 떨어지는데.
To be fair, though a streamer told me skipping all the tutorials has not helped because I skipped 2 major systems to buff you, so I gotta check those out today. I see. Alright. For an artwork meant for my eyes, its aesthetics are lacking its class. I do definitely want to buy that game, but the sale is not too much on that video game, but also said someone who like spends fucking hundreds of dollars on gacha games, so 40 euros is not that bad.
이런 상황에서의 침묵은 아름답지 않다고 그자에게 배우지 못했나?
Keeping your mouth shut, even in a moment like this. Did he not teach you there is no beauty to be found in it?
그자, 약자비는 어디에 있지?
I want him here. Where is the ring nurse father? Yeah, that's the one we didn't see yet. The armored figure answered Ryoshu's question with a swing of their huge sword. Also, to be fair, I'm basically doing the game as wrong as possible, finding every enemy with the sign that screams late game content over their head probably isn't helpful. Yeah, I can definitely see that not being what they intended, but hey, if it works for you, well, you said you hate it, so I don't know, maybe it doesn't work for you. We need to take care of this quick and track down the golden bow. Let's fend them all off.
제법 미학을 깨우쳤군, 시계.
You're starting to pick up the rudimentaries of aesthetics. Good luck.
단 얘가 무엇인지 보여주지.
Watch as I demonstrate the meaning of AOS, as long as it's not EOS. Okay. It looks like we got the boss fight, I would assume. Oh, I was thinking we fight the armor guy, not this guy. The Pinky Apprentice ran. A lot of dodging and a lot of defense skills. Oh, and you have +1 skill slot, deal 10% more damage to the House of Spiders enemies when staggered, immediately recover from stagger at the start of the next turn and gain 1 attack power up once per encounter and cannot retreat. No one can really retreat in this team. What do you have? Passives first. After attack skill end, deal number of slash coin that hit critically times 10. Slash damage against each target cannot be staggered due to this damage. I see. Encounter start with 50 Moonlit Azure Blade. Gains 5 shield for every stack. +1% damage on critical hit for every stack. Lose 1 stack when hit. Okay, so as long as we hit the guy, he will be getting weaker. Makes sense. Honest opinion it is. I like the combat, the leveling and power system. Don't seem too bad to get hang of. Story is fine, enough to keep me somewhat interested. Game looks gorgeous and has wonderful environment. Not sure how much content there is, but 20% isn't a very good deal. Probably wait till like 40% or more sale. Yeah, but that might take a while, and it's like on top of my games that I want to play. If this unit has Moonlit Azure Blade, gain the following effects. SP does not drop below 0. Oh. If it was below 0, recover to 0. That's annoying, but we don't have like a sinking theme or anything. Convert any SP. Also mandatory French person debuff. Yeah. Convert any SP damage taken into gloom damage. I see. Okay, maybe in that case it would actually be good to have sinking team. Clash against target that aren't Ryoshu. Clash power -1. Take -20% damage from targets other than Ryoshu. I see. So he is weaker against targets that aren't Ryoshu, but takes less damage from them. Yeah, panic recovery. If this unit... Oh yeah, fixed panic. This unit's poise potency is kept at 25, and the excess poise potency gained past 25 will convert into Moonlit Azure Blade. Interesting. It's like a mix of Persona and Lies of P with how necessary repairs are. If that sounds interesting to you. I haven't played either of those games. I do really want to play Lies of P, and I think Persona as well, but that one's intimidating because I've heard it's like extremely long. Or maybe complicated, something like that. Okay, I definitely want to win clashes. If I don't clash with this, he won't be getting poise. If the skill slot using this skill is the main target of an attack skill, gain 2 fewer poise. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, I do want to attack it then. On evade, gain poise. So I really want to win this. This honestly doesn't matter as much if I win or lose. Like, obviously it does, but not as much. These I really need to win. If the skill slot... Yeah. And with this one it would obviously deal damage, and I want to win because it has on clash lose effect. Oh yeah, I put like 60 hours into Persona and then got the tutorial finished screen and I was like, yeah, not for me. Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, I might at some point get to it. I heard obviously like amazing things about the game, but yeah, that's a lot. Okay, I definitely need... Okay, my guy is weaker to people who aren't Ryoshu, so the ones I really want to win, I should put on other people. Oh, I just realized you are fast. Ryoshu is the only one who's faster. Oh my god, okay, that's annoying. So, my guy, you think he can't even do anything? Kinda? Like, he kinda can, but... So there's way too many systems to keep track of. I'm sure if you like games that require an Excel spreadsheet to play, you'd love it. But I'm more of a Helldivers, no low, shoot, run, fly, drone kind of guy. Makes sense, makes sense. I mean, this has a solid chance of winning. This doesn't really, but it has some. And even if I lose, it still will gain 4 or less. I'm gonna keep favored, I think, so I have the strong skill for something else. This looks like an interesting fight. Very unique looking. Come on. I really want to... Okay, I'm like losing every single clash so far. Oh, look at that, I won one. 6 hours, then we are doing 12-hour stream today, huh? Well, I hope not. But I definitely plan to go until however long this is. I say how long, I hope not, but I want it to be long. I fucking love the story. Don't critical hits / fragility, but I also have plans for later. So, yeah. Can Moonlit Azure Plate. No, I see. Oh, really now? That's favored. This should be favored. Maybe even this? And you do 5 + 6. Let's try this. Wait, what? How is it straggling? Oh, I guess my guy does have quite a bit of sanity, huh? Hmm. Taking break from Arknights is always nice to prevent burnout, but remember you only have 2 weeks left for SSS this month. SSS. I know you already told me what that says, but I have no idea. Oh my god, that was ouchie. How am I losing all the clashes? Session secretary services needed to get extremely rare materials. I see. Well, this fucking sucks. I'm gonna lose right here. That's fun. Everything is struggling. I mean, this guy's favored at least. Are you favored here as well? Yeah. This is mass attack, so I really want to win that one. I mean, it's struggling. What does the ego do? Look, dominating. Yippee. This is struggling, but that doesn't matter.
받아볼 텐가.
무불아위.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
Wait, I thought they put Calcit and Mlinar into this. Where are they? I do have Mlinar Ego equipped on my Glider. Calcit is on Faust, and I'm currently not using Faust. But I have this. Can I, like, yeah. But I can't use it. This kinda sucks. This kinda sucks a lot. Struggling, of course it is. Yeah, I can't really do anything with that, can I now? Yeah, my biggest chance is like using this and hoping. Unbridled Glory, they even kept the same skill name. Yeah. I'm thinking, what am I missing? Honglu? Honglu is again not on my team. Honglu has... Okay, I honestly don't remember who is the character he has. And Fishmeal has Skadi, but again, I don't have Fishmeal in the team. I can't even if I wanted to. You have these 4 characters locked for this part of the story. Well, let's see how this goes. Not very well, I'm assuming.
이번엔 이놈인가? 나도
Yep,
거들지.
not well at all. They like... Okay, at least he also didn't roll heads.
그대로 꿰어쏘리라.
경외감 속에 숨어들.
Well, it's like a nice skill, but also doesn't do shit right now. Okay, we have buffed Mersault. I would love to have Faust here. Oh, is it one of those where you can't actually die? Ryoshu. Yeah. This is kind of fucked. I mean, this is neutral. That's gonna work out, right? That's gonna work. Favored. Another neutral. Ryoshu has some sanity now, so it's not too bad. She should at least survive. Can I... That's struggling. I really need at least this. That's actually dominating too. So that's pretty nice.
받아볼 텐가.
Oh my fucking god.
이런.
Great. Fucking amazing. Incredible. Every G-Saint? Yeah, hello Sirius, how are you doing?
조심하셔야 해요.
And now there's more guys. How's the fight going? This one's pretty rough, which I'm happy with. It's also really interesting. And now there's a second person, so I assume you already finished? Okay. Add Carpus ingredients. Carpus ingredient expires next turn. Then get artwork fascia. So this is just unique charge. Base power up, great. Lots of bleed, got it. As soon as you buy an attack skill before using the powerful attack, gain 1 impact rattle armor. Repressed flesh, you say? Becomes staggered until next turn. Okay, so I need to hit this character 3 times before they use impact rattled armor. This fight is pretty rough, though I figured out what status works for probably the best with these IDs and I ended up winning second try. I see. Okay, and somewhat standard this thing. I can get Gout Seed, I can have Faust for this fight. I would otherwise love to. She's like really good. Probably not better than Fluid Set still, but really good nonetheless. That's normal. Condition staggered, gain protection, defense level up, and shield HP, blah blah blah. Every time this introduces replaced flesh, gain fewer protection, and defense level up. Okay. Ah. I see. Interesting. Hello Rexbor, how are you doing? Yeah, it looks kinda tough. This thing. My characters are also practically dead at this point. Sunmate and Puppet looks badass, yeah. They do. Win rate. Oh look, that has a lot of dominating, to be fair. That's struggling, that sucks. Whenever hit by attack skills, inflict bleed count to the attacker. Cool, very cool. I guess we can hit this so you gain less voice. You have 0 sanity. That's fucked. This might be GG's. Rush will instantly die if she hits the Sun Girl, won't she? Unless she can die. I also don't know, but she ended up at exactly 1 HP, so I'm kinda guessing it might be the case. Less damage, the sectors from hidden game Arknights? Yeah. It's also like Thorns from a Minecraft. Also a hit game.
경외감 속에 숨어들. 진빛 경.
Ryoshu is so alive. Ah, that was interesting animation. Yeah, Ryoshu can die. So I'm gonna abuse that, I think.
괜찮으세요? 그 공격에 많이들 다치신 것 같은데요.
Other people also got some sanity finally, except Isank, obviously. I'm fast enough to mostly choose what I want to do. I definitely want to... This. I can do a lot of wrath. Struggling. How's your... okay. Neutral, neutral. Oh, look, favored. Let's do that then. Also favored, but... Struggling. This will work out.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
This will deal some nice damage. I followed this Arknight artist on Twitter, and funny enough, as many people got into Arknights from Olympus, she dropped Arknights to swap with to Olympus. Yeah, I mean, it's Olympus has great story, but it's kind of... And you can get order identities for free, like somewhat easily. Without like pulling in general at all. But that's like what it has going for it. That's like it. But I definitely get, you know, try swapping to a new game just because if they played Arknights for a while, they obviously might want to play a different game, try it out. Okay, I want to hit you at least 3 times. Do I remember that correctly? Every time I hit you before using that skill, where is it? Attack skill before using the powerful attack and one of these. So I want to hit you 3 times before you use it. I also obviously want to clash with this. Well, fucking decent, man. Oh, wait. Can I clash with the... Why does it say unopposed? If it says can... Oh, because I literally aimed at the wrong skill. Weird. What? Okay, I'm not following right now. Oh, it's... Okay, it's part of the skill. I'm assuming. Yeah, stupid idiot. Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna still use it, I think. Then I'm gonna hit you 3 times before you use that skill. And I have unopposed, 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 and then something that actually clashes with it. Yep, this makes sense to me.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
이번엔 이놈인가? 나도 거들지.
그대로 꿰어쏘리라.
Okay, I hit her more than enough. Repressed flesh. So she's staggered next turn. She does deal damage, but my Ryoshu is immortal, and I'm gonna abuse that. To be fair, it also dealt only 4 damage. So, that's fine. This guy has a lot of burn at this point, which is neat.
여러분들 기분이 좋아 보이시네요.
Okay, you have 26 of this, so we are getting somewhere. Should I try to deal a lot of damage this turn, or should I just go on this guy a lot? Well, I will go on this guy a lot, but then still try to deal damage. Can I have Sank Clash and be dominating favor? That's fine.
받아볼 텐가.
This guy will lose a lot of his boys, I'm assuming, this turn. Or well, not gain it. I guess you don't actually really lose it all that much.
공격에 많이들 다치신 것 같은데요.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I would definitely not mind inflicting Tremor Burst on you soon. I could do this. I could. When does second phase hit? I think second phase was this one joining. I would assume. That was a yellow one, yeah. I will use Ego. Yep, sounds like I'm down. That voice free phase potentially. Possibly. Ah yeah, you are out of this, huh? I definitely want to use that then. To gain fuel back. Should be fine. Right? Yeah, that looks fine. Then I'm reading this boss, and I can confirm I did not read any the one time. I did also misunderstood what was written. I'm coded. Yeah, that's like standard gacha game behavior. Not reading or reading and not understanding what you read. Let's hit you here. That's a struggling one. Okay, maybe I will hit you here. Sounds like a good call, maybe. Rings overrated. Surely there's a water or a covenant in this game. Kinda. But yeah, okay. Again, this boss limits what you can use. You have to use these 4 guys. Otherwise, I could bring Keisho and kill him in like 2 turns. Damn. So 2 of them. Wait, what? Alright, that's a normal block. That's not a clashable block. I'm stupid. That's this one. I'm just gonna focus the guy in the back because I want you to do your mechanics so I can stagger you again, and then we're doing better. I'll cut them down. Yeah, exactly. The darkness ever limited my units instantly down? I mean, there are stages where you have fixed units that you have to use. There's unfortunately not that many of them. I do really enjoy those. At the same time, I think in Limbus it's kind of an awful thing, because sometimes it can just force you to use sinners that you don't have leveled up. If you have just like one team leveled up, and then suddenly, like especially in the regular checkup, I know people who just didn't have the sinners leveled, and you can use the support, which I guess helps. But you might still have one sinner that's completely unleveled. Those are the tutorial or low stages, and you can lose those. I mean, there was like the stage in the recent mini event that was like that, and you could lose that. It actually took me quite a lot of attempts to win that one. Can I kill this turn? That's the important question. Unfortunately, you don't have enough sanity. That sucks, kinda. So I don't want to use my big skill if you don't have enough sanity, because it might just whiff. So let's just use my weak skills. I mean, weak skill still does 122, at least 60. I'm gonna go all out on this guy. You have 2 strong skills. This one's weaker though. I mean, this should be... That's still not a kill. No, it could be a kill, I guess. It could be a kill for sure. But I'm gonna... I'd rather overkill than not actually kill. Well, oh, my guy just left? Okay, rest of the turn wasted, right? Oh yeah, but that's a showcase stage, just to see new unit. I guess that counts, but I personally don't consider those just because they are so insanely rare, and the point is to convince you to pull for someone. Yeah, but I really liked those stages. It's the favor. Okay. Okay, you could use... Actually, you are dominating even on that one. Okay. Well, it's not difficult when you can abuse the fact that Ryoshu is immortal. So yes, how many stages are there today? If you remember. I would really like to finish today, but I also, you know... Oh, this is it? This is the last one? Oh. Okay. Okay. Well, then I can definitely make it to my epic fucking New Year's Eve party. I prefer to call it Kanto Day party, but... Multiply the damage spikes the iron... Multiply the damage from the Iron Maiden spikes passive by the Bendy. This effect cannot be disabled by offsetting this skill. Huh. Interesting. Well, I mean, the spikes on the activate if you are not staggered by the end of the skill. And you have like fucking 40 armor and like 51 HP I basically need to deal. So I will actually not use you. But it's fine. Damage.
받아볼 텐가.
I mean, the fact that the Ryoto is immortal definitely makes it easy. But Ryoshi got to 1 HP in like fucking 2 turns, so... Oh. Who is it on the inside? This is the third phase. Oh, no.
계획에 없는 행동을 삼가라고 소생이 누누이 말하지 않았사옵니까?
Ren seems based. I tried it and yeah, it's... no, this is easy. I already commented on that. It definitely was an interesting fight. I did enjoy this one. There were like 2 interesting fights. Bogglers. The first one was definitely not hard, but at least you had to do something. At least there was like a interesting mechanic. The guy at like the second combat stage. Don't know what was their name. Well, doesn't matter. Refrain from any deviations from the plan. Has my humble self neglected to impress upon the matter many times?
보여? 타시아도 두근거리기 시작했어.
My issues in this can't color lies. Terrible RNG, inability to read. Makes sense. I mean, well, I will probably do like a very epic small review after I end it, since this is the last stage. See? Fascia has begun to pulsate.
오랜만에 보는
What the
떨림이야.
cutie? Yeah.
타시아에게 대화 정도는 시켜줄 수 있지 않겠니?
I haven't seen Fascia tremble like this so in a long while. Why don't you give her some time to chat?
그런 사사로운 욕망의 표출은 이번 계획에 있지 않사옵니다.
This plan involves no outward expression of such selfish desires.
맥박을 놓치며
Most
달아오르는
of these
살결을
stages I had
구경하는
issues with
그런
due to losing favorite clashes every single time. That happened to me a few times as well. Like my Yiseng in a few of the like very casual normal stages that were not interesting in the slightest just lost one clash and then he died. The plan that involved only the observation, if not warning, reddening flesh while our own heartbeats slow.
파시아는 거슬리나 봐. 힘줄이 팽팽해졌어.
That plan isn't to Fascia's liking. Her tendons have tightened.
주인된 자들의 뜻에 따르기 위해서는 이런 흔한 장단에는 초연해지셔야 하옵니다.
30 SP wrong, minus 45 SP, 2 tells every time. 45 SP, more like 0 SP. What team did you use? Like for these stages with only these 4 guys? I kinda got the N-Corp guys because they work together. And then just like some strong generalist unit. I couldn't think of anything that was like a proper team. I mean, they kinda synergize because it's like the burn. Actually stacked quite a bit of burn on the boss, as you could have seen, but yeah. Yet we must learn to remain tranquil before these common beats if we are to adhere to the will of those who are our masters.
마에스트로님의 영영 되찾을 수 없는 아이에 대해 늘 궁금했었는데.
Burn Anima Ryoshi for 2 casual stages, then fully bleed for this stage? Yeah, I see. I've always been so curious of the Maestro's child, forever lost. I was also considering going for bleed. Like half my team is bleed. And then burn. Why not let at least Fever prepare Macbeth?
뜻을 헤아릴 줄도 모르는 망나니에게 가지를 한번 칠 필요가 있겠군요.
It has become apparent that this glorified executioner does not know her place. Clearly it is about time her branches are pruned. With that, the man who stood in our way leaped towards the pulsating greatsword of flesh and delivered a powerful strike.
다행이라고 말해야 할지. 저들끼리 싸우느라 정신이 없는 것 같구려.
I will say, though the big skill, the 4 red coins last skill, gets buffed, not nerfed if you hit before she does it. That's what I mean by reading issue. Gets buffed, not nerfed if you hit it before she does it. Are you sure? No, I hit her before she does it, and she like rolled 0, 0, 0, 0. Yeah, essentially she gets nerfed and power for every single time. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. The issue with me was right now reading your chat message. Reading is difficult. Yeah, that makes sense why that would be the issue. That means you probably did try to not hit her at all, right? Which makes it difficult. This may be our stroke of fortune. It seems that in the chaos, our presence has slipped their minds. Ah, the golden bow. Feeling a dull pain squeezing through the grooves of my mind, I turned towards the spot which the sensation searched for, and saw Ryoshu standing there. In her eyes burned hatred and fury, a glare that would easily have had me believe that she would unsheath the sword from her back at any minute. I overall think, like, I very much abuse the fact that Ryoshu is immortal in this stage, which is, I don't know. I know that's like what a lot of people also did back like in Kanto 5, but I think that's such a weird mechanic. Like, I will probably try to do the stage again at some point and not rely on the fact that she's immortal. I mean, obviously at the start I did not know she's immortal, but after understanding that, and just generally understanding Ryoshu can die, well, it's basically Ricardo all over again, except unlike Ricardo, Ryoshu can murder because Mao ID. Can they please tell us that IDs can't die? They are going to include that? Yeah, it's kind of a... I don't know. I don't love that mechanic. As the receiving end of the glare. If he could also like just turn it off and, you know, I mean, this fight I would definitely lose if that wasn't the case right now, because as I said, my Ryoshu got to 1 HP on like turn 2. She just got fucking murdered. But yeah, it's a nice surprise, but it's also just, ah well, she can die. Guess she thanks now. Exactly, that's very much what it is. Drifting Blade of Hongquan, her, and she just thanks everyone, obviously. Everything, obviously, yeah. Was the veiled figure who would have who'd been watching our battle without a word. The Pinky's nurse father simply stood there, meeting Ryoshu's wrathful gaze as she did into fragmented memories. Then she withdrew into the shadow, the darkness slowly eating away at her shape, before disappearing from our sight. And I guess that's a good place to take a short break, because I have to play ads in 30 seconds. Then we'll finish the story. I'll talk a bit about it, I guess. And yeah, I will Be right back. Yeah, I actually don't know that Drifting Blade does get... I'm still here, as you can see, as you can hear. Get aggro. I haven't played since that idea released. So yeah. Verb. Hello, I'm back. Let's finish this before disappearing from our sights.
단테, 황금 가지는 찾았어? 이 틈을 타.
Dante, have you found the golden bow? We must... No. We were too late. I felt the dull pain in my head lift as I pointed at where the veiled person stood. The golden bows that should have been there were gone. So we'll go to the finger... whatever, the finger event to retrieve the golden bows. instead of finding a new one. What remained in their place were dozens of cigarette butts, the same kind that Ryoshi smoked, piled up with a thick layer of dust. Oh, that was it? Oh, I thought the story would be longer. Okay, I could have definitely done that again before playing the ads going to the toilet.
많지 않지만 이번엔
Okay,
그
well,
귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군.
1st of August. That's my birthday. We have to wait only fucking 8 months. Crazy. Okay, really looking forward to, 1st of August. I'm excited. But yeah, story. Story fucking amazing. Story in Limbus is always peak. This is very interesting. I'm enjoying being in the Limbus company place. It's cool. I feel like a lot of what we've gotten to know I kinda knew earlier already from like the trailers and what they said. There wasn't that much new info yet, but I'm assuming we'll get to know. It was it very much felt like a setup still for the Kanto Den. That's not true. It was more like... Well, I guess it's the fact that we didn't get anything. I feel like if you watched the trailers and you are just on like Reddit and stuff, you knew what was gonna happen. Like basically everything that happened in this chapter, what was revealed, that's like the only issue. I think the writing in this game is still great too, so it was interesting. I do overall enjoy the limitation that some of the combats give. Also, but in terms of combat, boring, somewhat interesting. Boring. Very, very good. Very nice. Although, as I said before, the fact that Immortal Ryoshu can just fucking tank everything. Kinda, But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to 1st of August. As I said, in 8 months, I'm definitely gonna be here playing this. What else is there to say? I don't know. I don't have anything to say. But yeah, that's just like it. That's my very professional review of this so far. Meeting all the nurse father. Well, okay, we actually didn't meet. Well, Well, we met the thumb one, obviously. We kinda saw the index one. The last one, was that like... We saw the... The ring. But this doesn't say. Because, I mean, since they got them a star, I was assuming they were like a pinky one. But also pinky is weird, so it's kind of difficult to like, Oh, or if it's like the ring one, but I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, that will be it. That will be it for today. Was like a solidly long stream, I would say. I will go right to Lyra. Is Lyra still streaming? Yeah, she is. No, she said she will have to end at some point, maybe, I don't know, depending on how fast she is. Yeah, so we will be streaming more tomorrow. Definitely, more Olympus in a week again. We'll probably do another early one. Tomorrow we'll do like a stream at a normal time. Then I'll end the stream, and later we will have like a fun collab in the evening. So yeah, everyone, Happy New Year. Well, okay, no. Happy New Year's Eve. I will tell you Happy New Year tomorrow. Thank you for stopping by. And bye.